For the first time, the Hoosier Race Tire SCCA Super Tour has arrived at Barber Motorsports Park. I'm Gregg Ginsberg along with Tom O'Gorman and Brendan Kaczmarek, and for the next 2 days, we'll have more than 250 of the best amateur road racers in the country taking on one of America's most spectacular and demanding road courses. And this is no ordinary racetrack. Barber Motorsports Park was the vision of George Barber, racer, businessman, collector, and a man who was determined to create something truly unique here in Alabama. His vision was essentially a botanical garden with a racetrack running through it. And more than 2 decades after the gates first opened, that vision surrounds us, Tom, me, Brendan, everywhere. Beautifully manicured grounds frame the circuit, while sculptures and artwork appear throughout the property, sometimes in places you'd never expect. And they're reminders that Barber was designed to celebrate not only the competition of motorsports, but also the beauty, the movement, and artistry behind it. Once the green flag falls, though, the beauty gives way to a serious challenge. Elevation changes, blind combos, and a relatively narrow racing surface are going to demand precision, while multi-class traffic, as we always have here in the Super Tour, rewards patience and smart decision-making. And this weekend, of course, carries an even greater significance. It's the final Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour before the Mission Foods SCCA National Championship runoffs this fall at Road America. For some, it's a chance to measure themselves against the best in the country. For others, one final opportunity to sharpen the car and find that last bit of speed and build momentum before racing for a national championship. A new chapter for the Super Tour begins at a place born from one man's extraordinary vision. Tom, good morning.
Good morning, Greg. What an intro. I got me going already here at 8 o'clock in the morning, local time down here in Birmingham, Alabama, and we've already got qualifying underway, which is going to be so critical, as you mentioned perfectly there, that this is the very first time the SCCA Hoosier Super Tour has come to Barber Motorsports Park. This is really not a big club racing track. It's a big track day track. It's a big motorcycle track, but really club races coming here over the last couple, even decade or more, a little bit small, a little bit sleepy, which means that a lot of these drivers may not have competed at this level at this track. You get one 20-minute qualifying session to get set up for the race that we launch straight into later this afternoon. It's a really fast-paced weekend, so this session is critical.
And to make things even more difficult, Tom, access to the track, most of our racers were first allowed to even bring their rigs, bring their race cars into the facility. Last night after 5:30, there was no test day before here as part of the event. Some racers have raced here and tested here previously, but the majority of folks that I spoke to, they have never turned a wheel here at Barber.
Yeah, there's a lot of people who have crossed the country to be here, and this is it's a difficult lap to learn, I think, putting together. It's one of those racetracks that you drive with the elevation, and it's the elevation that makes the lap, I think, as you can see here. Maybe a total of a little over 60 feet of elevation, but you do it multiple times throughout the lap as we watch the cars sweep, exiting turns 2, down into turn 3, and then up over a blind crest at turn 4. Here's another look at the museum turn, kind of a corkscrew corner, turn 7, 8, and 9. That's another 30-foot drop or so. You're going to go up and down, up and down, up and down. So learning sight lines, learning where to place the car is going to be very difficult with such limited time, and that's going to mean that the local drivers who already know where they're going are going to have a big leg up.
All right, as we get underway here with Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, as a couple of our racers head into what is known as the corkscrew here at Barber, that very quick transition downhill, turn 7 and 8. Not quite the drop that you have at Laguna Seca, but it's certainly, I think, endemic of the challenges that the racers have here, that they have to very quickly get on the brakes, make that transition down the hill here. And I think a lot of these racers are going to find a very tough time for this morning qualifying. Now we do have, and we've got a driver off, the 2 racers off in the gravel trap now, going through. This is over in the last series of corners here before you come onto the front straight, Tom. And that is certainly going to affect things here, at least early on in qualifying.
Yeah, one car certainly stuck in the gravel, which is unfortunate. We just hit about a third of the way through the session. Your provisional pole sitter right now is also your Super Tour points leader, Peyton Long, by 81 hundredths of a second over Tyler Stevens, his teammate from the Hallett Race Shop. Then it's a little bit of a gap, 7/10. That's huge in Spec Racer Ford. Here in Spec Racer, Matthew Horse, Jackson Deal, Jim Lebecco are going to round out the top 5. The track does remain green. As you mentioned, that's a big decreasing radius corner to finish off the lap, kind of up on the left front of the car for a whole lot of time, and it's pretty easy to lose the back end. It's also easy to kind of miscommunicate with drivers around you what the line choice you're taking is, because there are so many lines. Coming in now just to that yellow flag section here on camera, just to the left side of this camera shot is where those cars sit.
All right, and Tom, we've just received word from race control that the session is going to be black flag. So all of our racers now, and again, this is a 20-minute qualifying session, but now all of our racers, they're going to need to return to the pits while our emergency services teams here at Barber look to remove the 2 race cars there. I believe one of them may be the number 12 car, possibly, of Russell King out of Minneapolis, Minnesota. And still trying to get the number on the second entry there. And it looks like one of those race cars now getting itself back underway. That is very good to see. And the other car involved is the 01 car, Tom. And that is Melvin Lipsitz out of Waco, Texas. He has just now managed to get his car back on the road.
It's just that pit entry there, but this is definitely going to put the 01 behind the ball and the other car you mentioned, but it's really everybody, as this is just getting the cars into the window on their tires, certainly sticker tires on all the cars. We're taking a different look at another part of the racetrack. This is a shot coming from the slowest corner on the racetrack, turn 5, down one of the longer straightaways into that museum turn, or that corkscrew. You can see one of the art installations there on the upper right of your screen. Mannequin hanging from
Georgina.
the bridge. There's all sorts of, you'd think it's a botanical garden theme. You'd think it's all beauty and high quality. It's kind of goofy. It's kind of
a lot of
it's fun, and it makes it kind of whimsical. And you see a spider there in the background there at turn 5 as well in this.
We've got ants crawling up Coca-Cola bottles. Directly in front of us, water buffalo. I mean, it's amazing. But Georgina, I think her claim to fame is during the IndyCar race. I think around 3 years ago, she actually fell from the bridge and landed on the race surface as the race was going on. And they've managed, either somebody else managed to tie her back up to the bridge, or she climbed back up there on her own volition. I'm not exactly sure. But we've got all of our racers now coming down the pit lane. We have about 10 minutes remaining. Let's do this, Tom. While we've got a brief little break, let's take a break. Thanks to our partners and sponsors, and hopefully when we come back, we'll be ready to go back to green flag here at Barber Motorsports Park and the 2027 Hoosier Race, 2026, oh my gosh, I'm your head, 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We'll be right back.
Your car is prepped and ready to go. Oof, forgot your track day insurance, didn't you? If you want to be covered for the whole value of your car, you need high-performance driver education coverage through Hagerty. We'll get you a policy for track days, time trials, and more in less time than it took you to apply that sunscreen. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Shopping for tires used to really ruffle my feathers. That was before I went to TireRack.com. TireRack made it easy to identify the right tires. No more searching high and low, I got the best deal. TireRack has thousands of recommended installers. I chose a mobile installer. They brought the tires to my neck of the woods and put them on, right here in my driveway.
You're all done?
Thank you. When it's time for new tires, trust the experts. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
For more than 30 years, vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between. Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
And welcome back to the inaugural Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour here at Barber Motorsports Park. I'm Gregg Ginsberg along with Tom O'Gorman. We're currently under black flag conditions for Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, our first of 7 qualifying sessions this morning, 20-minute qualifying sessions. And Tom, we were focused on that the cars that were off in the final sequence there over by turns 15 and 16. But it turns out we had another racer that had some problems as well. And we had the number on that. Was that I think it was the 27 car of Grant Heinig out of Jenks, Oklahoma. And Heinig had pulled his car off track and did a good job pulling it as far away from the track surface as possible over by the hairpin over at turn 5, or Charlotte's Web as that hairpin is known because of the big giant spider that is just past it. But they've just now retrieved that vehicle and they're bringing Mr. Heinig's car around the course, and hopefully we'll have him back to the pits here and we'll be able to release racers in just a few moments as the clock continues to run. Tom, you know, most of our racers have only been able to produce 4 flying laps so far, and we have about 6.5 minutes remaining on the clock at the moment.
Yeah, it's not looking good for anybody who didn't get a lap in so far. And we did have a little bit of a shuffle at the top of the board as well as the fast laps finished as the black flag came out. Matthew Horst is now your provisional pole sitter by 25 thousandths of a second over Peyton Long, who held on to a front row start provisionally right now, but Connor Grant also snuck up into the top 3. That's only 29 thousandths off the pole, so those top 3 covered by essentially nothing. He's stuck in front of Tyler Stevens, who is now on the 2nd row. Cliff White, also, you mentioned this is his home track, a multi-time national champion. He's now up into the 5th position in front of Jackson Deal and Brian Schofield into 7th. We'll round up the top 10 with Richard Stevens, James Lebecco, and Liam Snyder as they sit right now. So that gives you an idea of what the grid will look like coming to the race later today. But as you mentioned with Heinig, that's one of the drivers that's been, fighting in the top 5 and top 10 pretty consistently across this Super Tour. And that is going to certainly put him on the back foot for the rest of the weekend. Looks like that car was just kind of dead stick off on the side of the racetrack at turn 5, as you mentioned, towed back in. We should have maybe 2 flying laps that just got a 1 and go on the grid, which means we'll hear the clutches dump and the engines roar off the pit lane here any moment.
All right, so a couple of other notes here. Jackson Deal, you mentioned, currently 6th fastest. That he's out there working with Cliff White. That's one of Cliff's students. I believe this is Jackson's second year racing, in Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Also, Liam Snyder in the 127 machine out of Joshua, Texas. He was the 2020 Formula Enterprise 2 national champion, currently sitting 10th fastest in the field. Now, as cars are being released from the pit lane with about 4.5 minutes to go, Tom, and with the lap times running at about a minute and a little bit over a minute and a half, we're looking at, once the out lap is done, maybe 2 laps?
Yeah, if you're booking it, that's for sure. Talking schedule and format-wise for this weekend, Greg, you have 2 qualifying sessions on offer, one today and one tomorrow, and then a combination, depending on when you run and what class group you're in, you're going to get a 35-minute and a 25-minute race, or a 25-minute, then a 35-minute race. So there's 2 races coming up. Both are gridded just based on your fastest lap up to that point of the weekend. So, botching this qualifying session certainly will affect today's race, but you will get a chance again tomorrow. It's only a 15-minute try, but you can go back out for qualifying tomorrow. Plus, your fastest laps in today's race do count towards that as well. I think that is, the qualifying is going to be incredibly important for this class and probably the classes in Group 3, SMX and Spec Miata. The rest of the groups, I think a 20-minute session is pretty manageable.
Right.
And a 35-minute race is pretty raceable. But, I mean, these Spec classes, it's just so intense, so similar in times, but also not an easy racetrack to pass at.
All right, so we were just talking a little bit about some of the racers in the top 10. And Liam Snyder, currently sitting 10th fastest, spent a little extra time on the pit lane, had the crew talking to him. Now, during black flag conditions, crews cannot work on the race cars. And so once the cars were released, the crew came over and started talking to him. He returned maybe about, 20 seconds later than the rest of the field. He's just coming into the hairpin at turn 5 now, along with the 0-1 car, which was Melvin Lipsitz, who was originally off track in the final corner. Lipsitz now returning to the track as well, trying to dig himself out of 42nd position out of 42 cars. Now, you'll notice we've made some changes to the graphics package, Tom, here on the Super Tour. We've got updates for you now at the bottom of the screen when we have drivers set new personal best laps and when we have racers moving into new positions on track. And we'll be showing you, there are some other things with our timing tower we'll be showing you over the course of the weekend. I think next up our group is Formula F, Formula V, and Formula 6. We'll have some changes for groups that have multiple classes as well to highlight the classes and the top runners all at the same time. But we'll show you that as we come along.
Yeah, it's good stuff. And also hello to the YouTube chat watching live for our live stream here on DriversEye Live. I've already got some fans shouting some things out. Chris Arnold says, I know nothing about our Barber. This looks like a workout for brakes. Kinda. There's a couple slow corners. We're watching one of them. This is a pretty heavy braking zone down to the museum turn. And the previous corner, turn 5, really is the hairpin. But the rest of it is very fast and flowing. There's a lot of trail braking. There's a lot of maintaining speed. And there's a lot of just kind of throwing the car into a blind crest and trusting that it'll stick. That's the next corner that we're going to see on camera here into turn 12. You're coming over basically a 2-story drop and then right back up. You're relying a whole lot on the racetrack to make the car work through this section.
All right, as we've got racers now coming across and completing their fifth flying laps for the most part. A couple actually now, their 6th. Matthew Horst, of course, because this was more of an outlap than anything else, we're not seeing any major changes, certainly towards the front of the field. We are seeing some racers, though, now starting to come across and complete their 7th lap now. And Brian Schofield now jumping to the top of the leaderboard of 136.2. With Peyton Long also setting his personal best, 1600ths of a second back. Jim Goffrey and Richard Stevens with Jackson Deal now your top 5, all separated by about a half a second.
And this will be everyone's last lap, Greg. Checkered flag is out at the start-finish line. First one to take it is the 65 machine, but a couple cars did sneak through for a second lap. I'm really impressed here with drivers like Brian Schofield, Peyton Long. That was their very first lap straight out of the pit lane. Peyton Long for sure was in traffic. I didn't see where Brian Schofield was, and they're running within about a second of the track record based on that. So this has been a really intense session. Some of the drivers were able to find success. It looks like Schofield was kind of at the back of that traffic pack that Long was in as well. So either way, they made it work. We're looking at that pack on camera right now. That gives you an idea of where the pole sitter was on the racetrack and what he's dealing with.
Yeah, and and as we've seen here, Tom, the track is somewhat narrow, and with 40-some cars on track, you still have a lot of people going into some of these corner sequences, jockeying for position. Certainly not going to be the fast way around and the way to set a fast lap time, but it's really, I think, just a sign of these drivers trying to get the most out of this session and get ready, maybe just get ready for the race regardless of where they start from.
Yeah, you don't really get the option to wait around and hope for a clear track in a situation like this. You just make the most of what you have. And that was including some passes, that was including some dive bombs even to just make it work for some of our faster drivers. Fastest final sector for Richard Stevens. I think he just moved up into 5th. It's still Schofield. Now Tyler Stevens actually gets a quick lap in. He moves up to 2nd in front of Peyton Long, which is an interesting battle, Greg, because those are our top 2 in the Hoosier Super Tour points right now.
And their teammates.
And their teammates. They're only separated by 4 points, and the difference is a race win versus a 2nd place. If Tyler Stevens can win a race this weekend, he'll tie it up. If he can win both this weekend, he'll take the lead of those points. Peyton Long currently is your points leader. He's 3rd. James Goffrey 4th. Stevens 5th. They're rounding out this session. We still have some cars on a flyer, but for the most part, this is going to be the final flying lap. This car's already coming to pit lane.
All right, well, Tom, while we're waiting for the remainder of the field to come through and we'll track any changes, let me make a call to the grid, final call to the grid for our next race group. I think that's the debut of the new tones. Attention in the paddock, race group number 2, Formula F, Formula V, and Formula 600. This is your final call to the grid. Formula F, Formula V, Formula 600 racers, please head to the grid. Your qualifying session is next. All right, so Tom, we do still looking to see if we've got any drivers still on final and flying laps here. I don't believe we do. So why don't we do this? Why don't we take a break? We'll be back here in just a few moments with more qualifying action for Barber. It's the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We'll be right back.
Mazda's been very supportive of racers within the SCCA and all the other grassroots organizations for many, many years. Really, their support for racing and our type of racing is unmatched from any other manufacturer. They've been a great partner for many, many years.
Mazda, hands down, is the best company to work with for sports car racing. Factory support is second to none. It just feels right. You feel connected.
It's the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live from Barber Motorsports Park. I'm Gregg Ginsberg. Joining me in the booth right now is Brendan Kaczmarek, and Brendan's going to work with me over the next couple of sessions. Why? Because, well, I think somebody spilled the beans over in the YouTube chat, Brendan. But we'll see Tom O'Gorman maybe on track before we see him back in the booth here in just a little bit. But next up, it's Formula F, Formula V, and Formula 600 as they head on track for their 20-minute qualifying session. And much like Spec Racer Ford racers that we just saw a little while ago, they are going to be racing this afternoon for 35 minutes. Because of the schedule here, the way things are working out, we're going to have some of our 35-minute feature races for some groups here this morning, or pardon me, this afternoon, excuse me, while others will have the 25-minute sprint race, and then we kind of flip things over tomorrow. But welcome to the booth, Brendan.
Thank you. Happy to be here. Technically, I've been just over your shoulder on the other side.
That is true.
Doing my best Tom O'Gorman impression for the next couple of sessions anyway.
Yeah, absolutely.
The not racing driver Tom O'Gorman impression.
Right, yes.
But while Tom will be competing in the SMX class, the all-spec class, this is a very different proposition for this session, Greg.
Yeah, it definitely is. And so we have Formula F, Formula V, Formula 600. Again, the majority of racers that I know that are running here this weekend in this race group have never turned a wheel at Barber Motorsports Park. And so this is this sighting lap, this out lap is just that. Look, Barber has been available in the iRacing virtual racing platform for a number of years, and I think many racers have probably put in hundreds, if not thousands, of laps in preparation for this event. But this is the first time, that they have their tires turning wheels here and trying to figure out, how much grip they're going to have in different places and how much the humidity and the hot weather here at Barber, which we haven't really talked about yet this weekend, is going to affect these cars out on the pavement.
Yeah, I mean, there's a dozen different reasons that this is a challenging weekend for everybody in terms of preparation, in terms of the time available to get yourself literally up to speed.
Yeah.
The F6 drivers, let's use for example, there aren't really that many virtual versions of those cars that you can get consistent and meaningful laps in before you get to the track. We obviously didn't have a test day yesterday, so this is the first time these cars are turning laps at all this weekend. The Formula Fords and the Formula Vs may be okay, it's a little bit different, but the nature of Barber is it's undulating. It's actually a fairly wide circuit for road courses, as road courses go anyway. So you're trying to learn passing opportunities. You're dealing with traffic in a different way than you are in the virtual world. Maybe you're not dealing with traffic at all in the virtual world if you're just trying to get laps in. The way the car behaves over curbs is very different. The elevation changes, the way the Gs pull you around is very different. So for most of these drivers, we should see consistent improvements lap after lap after lap. And it might be not just tenths of a second, it might be seconds as we go through this first session with cars now on their first flying lap.
All right, and so, Brendan, since you've had a lot to do with this, I mentioned during our last session that we've made some upgrades to our graphics package here. You're going to see when drivers set personal bests and when they improve in the order down at the bottom of your screen. But also, we're going to be showing you the top racers in each one of our classes on the timing tower itself on the left-hand side of the screen. And so at this point, we're just seeing the first racers complete their out laps. So wouldn't put much in that right now, but that is definitely something you're going to want to look for going forward here. We have a little bit more clear track than we had for the Spec Racer 4. It's about half the field size, about 20 cars spread out across the three classes. There are 5 Formula Fs led at the moment by Theodore Burns out of Fitchburg, Wisconsin. Stephen Jondal, currently your fastest racer now in Formula 600. Steve Whitston leads up the many Whitstons racing in Formula V this weekend. We've got Steve, who's your fastest driver, Andrew Whitston at the moment, and then Ron Whitston as well in the field. And let me not forget Zach Whitston, who is out as well. So almost half the field in Formula V, all coming out of the same family. As we've got a driver that's gone off now, coming out of turn 4, and actually debris flag being shown, Brendan. I can see the debris right in front of us here. on the run down to the hairpin. Looks like somebody's lost a piece of their car.
Yeah, almost looks like a kind of a bulbous mirror shape there. But it was there right at the beginning of the session, so car maybe lost it on the outlap, whatever it happens to be. Anyway, it's not quite on the racing line, so as long as you're single file through there, it's not so much of a big deal. At the moment, your provisional overall pole sitter is still Theodore Burns. Improves the pole time to a 1:36.6, down from a mid-37. So there's that lap-on-lap, multiple tenths improvement that we were just talking about. Interesting to note, Theodore Burns out of Fitchburg, Wisconsin. That is, this is not his home track.
No.
And I was kind of wondering what role geography might play here. Do the local drivers have a meaningful advantage? Your Georgia, Alabama, Tennessee type drivers when it comes to track familiarity, consistency, and understanding how the track changes throughout the course of the day with regards to temperature, humidity, that sort of thing. So far, though Theodore in that number 81, really good first lap. Jeff Jorgensen goes to the F6 pole as we're speaking, down into the 1:49s for the first time. It's a 49.725 ahead of Stephen Jondal, who slips to second with a 150.3. Down in Formula V, things significantly closer together. It's Andrew from Steve Whitston, 12 from 18, and the pole time is a 146.7. Zach Whitston, now third in the number 127 at a 147.7. So a bit of a margin from those top two back to Zach Whitston in third, and then Hunter Phelps-Barron in the number 113 back to fourth.
Yeah, and I think only about 17 thousandths of a second back from Zach Whitston at the moment. And Phelps-Barron with his return to Super Tour racing after, I think, 3-4 years away.
Aaron Ellis takes the F6 provisional pole position, 147.2, which is now 2.5 seconds clear of Jeff Jorgensen. So there's that getting up to speed again, finding multiple seconds lap on lap, sets a provisional pole time. Theodore Burns does the same thing in Formula F, down from the 36s to the 34s with a 1:34.341. Now, Greg, as you said, clearer track than the SRFs.
Right.
Good thing. Bad thing, different speed. So if you get an FV or get caught behind an FV while you're in an FF or an F6,
you may have to follow through the tight corner sequence here.
9-10, same thing. Very single file through there because of how much the road narrows on the exit. Same thing here going into 11 and 12. Really a kind of one-line sequence if the car ahead, the slower car, isn't right up on the wheel and looking in his mirrors as you go in there. You've really got to play it carefully because it's such a quick sequence. 14 here is a little bit better of a passing zone, but you've kind of got to set it up because you switch back to the final left-hander here at turn 15, and you want to use that camber to your advantage as much as you can. So passing here is tricky, I would say, at best. Can be done, but also here in a short qualifying session, there is some sense of urgency to get by the slower cars, else it is going to cost you a lap, and you're only going to get so many. One of the other interesting dynamics here, Greg, is I do kind of wonder how much everybody is treating this as the gotta-get-it type of qualifying session. For one, remember that today, groups 1, 2, and 3 are running their feature races, their longer races on the Saturday.
Right.
Which means you're going to have more time to work your way through the field, get yourself up to speed, set a quicker lap time, bearing in mind that those lap times will count towards Sunday's race grid as well. I do kind of wonder if maybe we're going to get a couple of drivers treating this as more of a practice session. Pure qualifying.
Yeah.
Get the best lap in
as opposed to this, the last 4 races of the day, where our racers are going to have that 25-minute sprint race where they're not going to have nearly as much time to come to grips with the track and not going to have as long to strategize for a race. And when we saw this, I think even during the sprint racer 4 or Spec Racer 4 qualifying a few moments ago, where racers were still trying to determine who was faster where in different sections of the course, again, maybe to their detriment, and making a lot of trying to dispatch with racers and make passes anywhere they could. And I think we're probably going to see, at least during those sprint races, a lot of that maybe these racers feel as they pick. Oh, wow!
Is that a Whitston?
I think that indeed was one of the Whitston clan going off, and I believe that was the 12 of Andrew. that went off. Yeah, that was the number 12 machine, Andrew Whitston, who is your provisional pole sitter at the moment in Formula V. He's got about a half second on Steve, on his brother, but we'll see if it's going to take him a little bit of time to get up to speed. Tom. At least I didn't call you Brian
or Larry.
Brendan, we are just about halfway through this qualifying session. Let's take a quick break. And when we come back, we'll take you all the way to the checkered flag here at Barber. Don't go away.
You see the
What does it mean to be built with Summit? Autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance. Priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Did you know SCCA members can save $20 on every track night they sign up for? That's right. Track Night America, driven by Tire Rack, now hosting 150 events at more than 30 tracks across the country, is the easiest and most affordable way to get you and your friends on track in street cars all year long. Visit TrackNightInAmerica.com to learn more and get yourself on track.
It's the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from around the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 25 championship classes, production to GTs, prototypes to Formula cars. The Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
Attention in the paddock, Spec Miata and SMX drivers, please head to the grid. Spec Miata and SMX, race group number 3, please head to the grid. And we're back here at Barber Motorsports Park in the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Greg. He is John, Larry, Brian, Dave, Brendan. He's Brendan. And we are in the midst of, we've got about 6.5 minutes remaining in Formula F, Formula V, and Formula 6 qualifying. And, Brendan, we saw, I think, right before we went to break, Andrew Whitston with his challenges over at Turn 1, or going through the carousel section, turns 1 and 2, has not affected the provisional pole in the class. He still has 84 one-thousandths of a second on his brother Steve. Over in Formula F, it is still Theodore Burns out of Fitchburg, Wisconsin, with a little bit over a second on Nathan Down and Chris Smith. And over in Formula 6, Stephen Jondahl is just absolutely laying it down here. Jeff Jorgensen just turned in his fastest lap, but still Jondahl has almost 2 seconds on the rest of the Formula 6 field.
Yeah, early on in this session, we were expecting those multiple second improvements lap on lap. I think we're now starting to see those diminishing returns, particularly in F6. Not seeing those big jumps quite as much. Stephen Jondahl down into the 138s. Jeff Jorgensen setting PBs, but still in the mid-140s. Aaron Ellis, same thing. He's only gaining hundredths at this point. In the high 1-minute 40s, a 140.9 there. Remember, Aaron was on the provisional pole for some time earlier on in this session. Now slips back to third. I think everybody's kind of starting to find their level, at least as far as this initial 20-minute session goes. The other thing, Greg, not just getting drivers familiar with the track. There are elements of setup that can be tweaked.
Sure.
And I'm sure these things matter when you're in a lower Formula car. Maybe not so much the downforce, as much as the downforce cars anyway. So we get a new provisional pole sitter in Formula V. Steve Whitston goes to the top with a 143.5. quarter of a second clear of Andrew in the number 12, who had that spin earlier, and now slips back to the outside of the front row.
Yeah, we see now also Zach Whitston put in the trifecta there, now moving up to fourth fastest, turning in a 144.6, probably a 144.523. Still about a quarter of a second off of Mike Lawrence, who is currently third fastest, but that would be your second row in Formula V.
Yes, but you're bearing the lead there, Greg, because Mike Lawrence has now split the Whitston trio at the top.
Ah, yes.
Has the number 36 up into third place. Zach Whitston, even though he did just set that PB at a 144.5, back into fourth. Hunter Phelps-Barron rounds out the top 5 in the number 113. That is the part of the grid where all of the lap times really are kind of jumbled together. A handful of 144s for Lawrence Whitston, Zach Whitston, and Hunter Phelps-Barron. A pair of 146s for Simon Hughes and Bill Stasinski on the third and fourth rows, respectively. So I think we're going to have, as we get into this afternoon's races, Greg, some really good little battle packs. Maybe we don't have 7 or 8 cars racing for the win, and that is to be expected to some degree. To
back at the home base and getting word now that that's been fixed. Excellent. Thank you, Zach. And also just had Aaron Ellis follow Jeff Jorgensen back to the pits. And so Stephen Jondahl, the only driver at this point to turn in 10 laps. And talk about the diminishing returns the last couple times through for Jondahl. He has not been able to improve. Theodore Burns, though, over in Formula F, just resets fastest lap of the session, comes down to a 133 flat. That is 2.1 seconds clear of Nathan Down, who also had just turned in his fastest lap of the session. And now down to 1.2 seconds as Down throws down a 134.24.
Should keep an eye on track records for this weekend here, Greg, when we get to the race sessions, which is obviously the only time you can set a track record in the SCCA. I think this will probably end up being altogether the highest level collection of talent we've had in SCCA club racing here at Barber. I don't think it's ever hosted a Super Tour.
It's not hosted a Super Tour or a Majors regional race last year.
Yep.
And I think the year before, but then it had been many, many years since we've got the Alabama region, Tennessee Valley region co-hosting this event. That it had been many, many years, I think over 10 years since they had held an event here.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that for this afternoon. I'm sure we'll get more than a few of them. Even in this heat, levels of competition will do that, push you to go faster, get a little bit more comfortable, and try and find those extra couple hundredths or tenths. Even though ambient temperature is expected in the low 90s this afternoon, and track temperatures with not a cloud in the sky, at least so far this morning, likely up into the maybe 130s, 120s Fahrenheit. So eyes on that as we get a checkered flag. Greg, green to checker on this one.
Yes.
Qualifying 1 for Group 2 is done.
That's right. So good to see that. We'll track here as, of course, all flying laps will count, and most of our racers yet to see the checkered flag. Want to see if Down can close things up on Theodore Burns at Formula F. Again, at this point, John Dahl, the last of the front runners in Formula 6, still on track. We do have Glenn Tilke, who's doing double duty. He's one of our data acquisition chiefs here at the Super Tour and for the Super Tour and for the region, and for the runoffs as well, as he is piloting the number 98 Red Devil, and he just turned in his fastest lap of the session at a 1:46.9. That's good for fourth fastest in the field. And in Formula V, last couple of laps haven't seen any new fast lap set, and I think a lot of that, Brendan, is as we're watching now, a couple of drivers coming across the line, the 21 and the 110, the 21 of William Stasinski, and then the 110 of Simon Hughes come across the line side by side. But the majority of the Formula V field, I think, had been split up as the Formula Fs and Formula 600s worked through, and so you didn't see a lot of drafting. That being said, Andrew and Steve Whitston at the end of the session here, 46 one-thousandths of a second separating them for the front row.
You asked earlier if Nathan Dowd was going to be able to close the margin towards Theodore Burns in the battle for the FF provisional pole. The answer appears to be no, and that is partially because both Theodore Burns and Stephen Jondal in F6 continuing to improve, this time on their final flying laps, both of them finding half a second. Wow. Burns down into the low 132s. It's a 132.353, will end up being your FF pole time. Stephen Jondal in the number 38, also now almost 3 seconds clear of Aaron Ellis. 135.652 will end up being your F6 pole time. Meanwhile, down in FV, it's Andrew Whitston in the 12, who found some lap time late here, Greg, 143.494, which isn't all that much slower than either of the other two classes, which I think is going to change maybe the on-track dynamic a little bit this afternoon, certainly compared to the last time we saw these cars at Watkins Glen. Steve Whitston in second, Zach Whitston in third, with Mike Lawrence in the 36 relegated back to P4. All three of the Whitstons in the 143s. Lawrence and Hunter Phelps-Barron both in the 1-minute 34s. Should see a nice, solid top 5 battle when we get to the race this afternoon.
Attention in the paddock with the following Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 drivers. Please see the race director in tech, driver of the 01 Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 and the 19 Spec Racer 4 Gen 3. Please see the race director in tech. Also, Spec Miata and SMX. This is your final call to the grid. SMX, Spec Miata, race group number 3. This is your final call to the grid, as the 5-minute warning has now been given. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back here with more qualifying action from Barber. It's the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Don't go away.
My customer experience with Mazda has been absolutely fantastic.
I'm probably not the richest person out here, and they're extremely reasonably priced, and you can buy parts easily, and it's a class that fits both what I want from a racing standpoint and what I can afford.
We got into Mazdas largely just because it's a fantastic platform, and Mazda Motorsports has some of the best support for the grassroots racer in parts and technical advice and everything else, so they make it easy for us to run these cars.
Hey everybody, my name is Jonathan Start. I'm racing the number 51 GT2 Viper ACRX here at Road America this weekend. We're going to kind of talk about some changing conditions that are happening this weekend. We're going from rain to wet to dry to kind of wet, trying to figure out the correct setup, which tires we might need to run in our particular racing line that we need. With racing in the rain, you usually want to soften up your vehicle. Some of the things that you can do is change your shock settings, change your spring rate, and maybe if you can also change your sway bar. We can change our shock setting, so we go soft. You really want to go soft in the rear in this car, so we can kind of put the power down a little bit easier. With any type of racing, you have different tires. In this scenario, as you start seeing that rain coming down, it's time to start trying to figure out which tire you have. There's full wet, there's intermediates, slicks, and what we call a DOT slick. This is where it kind of gets challenging, and the best of the best can really kind of figure out which tire to use at the right time. If it's drying and you think it's going to be really dry, you put that full race tire ready on that slick tire and go for it. But definitely if it's raining and you think it's going to be raining the whole time and wet, we use that full Hoosier rain tire. One thing that really factors into this is what you're going to do as a driver. A lot of people change their actual racing line or driving line. As you look, you're looking for puddles, you're looking for glare. If you're on the rain tires and it does start to dry, you're seeking the wet to keep those tires cool. But if you are on those dry tires and it is starting to dry out, you try to get to that dry line as soon as you can to keep those slick tires warm, and hopefully you have the chance to win that race. Hopefully these items that we covered today help you at the track and hopefully make you more successful. But it is my time to go. We're about ready to go race ourselves. I actually need to figure out which tires I'm going to use here in just a moment. Guys, have a great day. Thanks for watching.
Welcome back to Barber Motorsports Park and the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Gregg Ginsberg along with Brendan Kaczmarek, and I guess we could say it also Tom O'Gorman, because, well, he's going to be out on track right now racing. It is Spec Miata and SMX Spec MX-5, and Brendan, you know, we were talking about track density and how crowded it got during Spec Racing 4 Gen 3. This is going to be probably the most challenging session of the weekend, because just simply how many Spec Miatas and SMX drivers we have sharing the track this morning.
Usually when we see these cars together, Greg, they are measured in single digits each.
Yeah.
Maybe out on the West Coast. Certainly Button Willow tends to have a little bit lighter of an SM crowd in particular. Here, I think we're very close to track capacity.
Yeah. Yeah, I think
on the mileage.
Yeah, and I think we were, last time I looked, we were somewhere around, if I remember correctly, about, oh my gosh, it was about 56 cars or something along those.
It's in that 55 to 60 range.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a lot of cars to pack onto a 2.3 mile layout. In particular here, Greg, the interesting thing is these cars aren't all that different in terms of pace, which means you've really got to give them their own space on track.
Yes.
And then, once they do happen to find each other, even by accident, you end up with this situation where it can be really, really difficult to actually affect a pass, because there's not enough performance differential between them to get clear of the car in a safe and easy way. So, you know, maybe having to send it on the brakes a little bit, trying to get yourself clear. I think in qualifying, they'll spread themselves out pretty well, but inevitably we're going to see these cars trip up over each other here sometime during this session.
All right, real quick, let me make another quick announcement here through the paddock, Brendan, and we'll get to it. Attention in the paddock, all drivers. Just a quick reminder: when you return to the pits after being on track, you are to exit back to the paddock past the start-finish line. Again, once you come down the pit lane, you want to proceed past the start-finish line before you make your left back to the paddock. All right, so we're going to have our first lap times coming in here, Brendan, and these are, you know, your out laps, so probably not going to be indicative of what we're going to see early on in the session. Currently your fastest driver out of Appleton, Wisconsin, it's Cam Eben, who just saw him last weekend racing in the Pro MX-5 Cup, the Whelen Mazda MX-5 Cup at Virginia International Raceway, and he is right now the standard bearer with a lap time of 1:53.325 for SMX. Over in Spec Miata, Logan Stretch was also in that very same race. He's racing his Spec Miata this weekend, and the Arlington, Texas driver has set the bogey time at a 1:59.199, but I expect all these are going to change very, very soon.
Yeah, you're going to see it on the left-hand side of the screen here, Greg. Just car after car will start to tick through with those personal best lap times. I think we're going to see that for a lot of this session. Now, these cars, you do have the opportunity to practice virtually with, and fairly accurately as well. Maybe not the NCs so much, but they kind of live in that space between let's say a current Spec Miata and one of the older Spec NDs.
Well, you can still go and use the Legacy NC MX-5 Cup car in iRacing. Yeah.
Yes, you can. Absolutely. It's a great point, actually. Either way, I think the demographics, let's say, of both Spec Miata and SMX at this point are likely to have these drivers spending a lot of time on simulators, or comparatively more time on sims, getting themselves up to speed, learning the track, learning the passing zones, with those little idiosyncrasies. Worth noting here, in that vein, this track surface isn't all that old.
No.
And winters and seasonal changes in Alabama are not particularly harsh. Yes, the summers are very, very hot. The winters tend not to be quite as harsh, even as you might get in Atlanta.
So you don't have the waving and buckling of the pavement and the bumpiness.
You have a much more consistent track surface over the years, and I think the last time this place was repaved was around 2020 or 2021.
Okay, so yeah, not very long ago.
Correct. So what you get in the simulator is likely to be very closest to the actual facility dynamics, the actual track surface dynamics.
All right, so a couple quick notes here. We had the 62 car, Chris Morton, complete his outlap and then head back to the pits. Called it a session. Had just had another racer come down the pit lane. We do have a debris flag and some debris right in the middle of the hairpin over at turn 5. It actually appears to be a little bit wide of the racing line, so especially after the first time the racers go through and see that, should not be a major issue for them. Currently now sitting at the top of SMX, a St. Cloud, Florida driver, it's Enzo Montiene, and the first time I think I've called his name here on the Super Tour. He's in the number 195 machine. He's got 3/10 on runner-up at this year's national championship runoffs, as well as multiple race winner Camden Gruber in the Planet Miata RP Performance machine. Jarrett Jones currently third fastest, half second separating those top three. Skylar Cottrell currently fourth fastest, and Jason Fichter fifth fastest. Nathan Saxon making a return to SCCA racing action after a number of years in the pros. And speaking of pros, Tom O'Gorman currently seventh fastest in his debut. The Worthington, Ohio racers in the flat black number 94 machine, if you want to keep track of him. Again, currently seventh fastest in his debut in the car. In Spec Miata, Travis Wiley goes to the top of the leaderboard. The Mooresville, North Carolina driver, transplant from Texas, a 144.138. That is 38 thousandths of a second up on Skip Brock Jr. Out of Birmingham, Alabama, this being his home race, and also many-time race winner at the American Road Race of Champions and also on the Super Tour as well. Jim Drago moving up to third fastest, and Preston Pardis, many-time national champion in Spec Miata, makes his SCCA return after his many runs in NASCAR, and he is currently sitting fourth fastest, 3/10 back from his East Street Racing teammate Jim Drago.
Good to see Jim Drago up into the top three. That's not. Oh, that is a smoking car headed through 9 to 10. Good to see Jim Drago up into the top three. I know his return to Spec Miata racing has been challenging. Not necessarily all things of his doing, but Anyway, it hasn't been the immediate return to form that maybe you might have expected out of somebody like Jim Drago. But top 3, brand new track behind Skip Brock and Travis Wiley is really, really good stuff for that number 2.
All right, that smoking car now, I think, recognizing the issues, and he now heads to the pit lane. And we'll try and get the number on that car as it comes past us. But good job keeping the car offline, at least through the last couple of sequences here. And if that car is leaking any fluids, not causing any issues, hopefully, for our other drivers. Oh, we have another driver off going into that section. And I think that is Camden Gruber in the Planet Miata machine.
How many times have we said that this season? Or ever? I think maybe 0.
Yeah, I think probably none.
Oh, that's another car backwards over the crest of the
I hate to say it, maybe that car that was smoking may have put down some fluid coming over the crest of the hill.
00 is that car number, Greg. It pulls in. Oh, yeah, it's, I think, quite a trail of fluid behind it, headed into the black flag box here at mid-pit. Wasn't terribly far off the racing line either, Greg, on his way into the pit lane. So it does kind of make you wonder if, just a little bit of fluid has been put down up over the top of the hill. On the other hand, it can be easy just to be a little bit distracted by a yellow flag, bearing in mind, new track. Where are the flag stations? Where do you expect to see yellow flags or waving yellows or things of that nature? Do you get caught out or caught off guard by something like that? Does the Flagtronics catch you off guard as car drops 2 wheels up over the top of turns 12 and 13 there again?
Now, did you said it was the 00 car?
Yes.
That went back to the paddock, and and it may just be a question of our timing and scoring system whether it can pick up 00 versus a 0. Which
certainly can.
Yeah.
But I do see Henry Banks there listed in that 0.
That's what I was thinking.
That may be who that is. The car definitely had 00s on it.
Well, we'll check that, and I'll track the number of laps that have been completed and see if that was the car.
Healthy group of SMs come by start, finish, and set personal bests. James Newell, Danny Stain, Alessandro Boas, and Lucas Jensen all in that group. Meanwhile, Enzo Vidmontiene again resets the provisional pole time in the number 195 for SMX, 139.982. It's the first driver into the 1-minute 39s. Now over a tenth of a second clear of Skylar Cottrell in the 09. Greg, I have no idea who Enzo is. We've never said his name before. I assume you don't have a bio for him.
I'm going to go check during the break. I don't think I do, but I'll tell you, at least his parents named him well.
What a debut for 195.
Indeed. All right, well, tell you what, let's take a break. And while we do, I'm going to see if I can get any information on Enzo. We'll be back here in just a few moments with more Spec Miata and SMX qualifying for Barber in just a few moments. Stay with us.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, offer less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Want to try SCCA racing, but with an appropriate focus on fun and learning? The SCCA Race Experience program is exactly that. With both short sprint races you can drive by yourself and endurance races you can do with friends. All you need is an SCCA membership, a driver's license, a properly equipped car, and the right driver gear. Visit scca.com/racex to find more information and events near you.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
Welcome back to Barber Motorsports Park in the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. It's Spec Miata and Spec MX-5 qualifying. Your provisional pole sitter in SMX, Enzo Vidmontiene, with Skylar Cottrell second fastest, about 0.13 of a second back. The bogey time right now for those racers, 1 minute 39 seconds, .982. Jarrett Jones is third fastest, Cam Eben fourth, Nathan Saxon fifth. Over in Spec Miata, Skip Brock Jr. with the provisional pole time of 1:43.599. 0.4 back from there is Travis Wiley with Preston Pardis, Logan Stretch, Jim Drago, your top five, with about 6.5 minutes remaining in qualifying.
Down in Spec Miata there, Greg, Skip Brock Jr., 143.599. Preston Pardis, 143.972. That is almost 0.4 of a second.
Yeah.
With just those two cars in the 1 minute, 1 minute 43s. Travis Wiley back in the 44s. For a spec class, to have 0.4 of a second on the field is really good stuff for that number 61 of Skip Brock Jr. Also, note the hometown, Birmingham,
Yes.
Alabama. I suspect that
Right.
this is not all Skip's first time at Barber Motorsports Park. I do wonder, and maybe Tom will be able to shed some light on this when he comes back up into the booth, where does that time come from? Because on paper, this layout isn't obviously very technical.
Right.
Yes, you have some kind of challenging bits, but the camber changes a lot of the way that you drive this course.
Mm-hmm.
The elevation changes obviously help as well, but the curbs here,
I was
in
just going to say
particular,
how you use the curbing.
they're really tall but gradual curves, right? So yes, the height differential is there, but it's drawn out over multiple feet. And in a higher ride height car, basically anything other than your formula cars, watch Danny Stain through there. Watch it as you come into turns 9 and 10 here. You can really climb up on those curbs if you have the trajectory of the car right and the car is settled as a platform. Watch Skip Brock here in this blue and yellow car headed towards our camera. Doesn't look like he's on a flyer. Stays off the curb there. Neither do any. Same with the cars behind.
Yeah, most of them seem to be using it off there, and I think a lot of that is to keep the car from over-rotating possibly.
That's probably true, but I think it's going to be the drivers, in these classes in particular, the drivers that are going to be able to attack those curbs consistently and keep predictability in the cars throughout this weekend, that are going to be able to pick up those tenths on tenths over their class competitors. Greg, we've got a car stopped over at the exit of turn 4 here, just outside our window.
Yeah, indeed we do. Let's see if we can get...
looks like the 07 based on Flagtronics?
That's what I think, indeed. Yeah, the 07 machine is off, and let me see if we can pick who that is. Because I think that's one of our... Is that one of our SMX machines? No. 07, John Hamner. Out of Dallas, Texas. One of our Spec Miata drivers currently sitting 30th in the field. And we've got a number of drivers, it looks like, heading back. Came down the pit lane, checking in with their teams, maybe making some tire pressure adjustments. Just had the 75 here. He is now headed back out into the fray. Danny Stain in his Spec Miata machine, the number 39 car. He comes down the pit lane, and he's going to head back to the paddock. And let's see where Stain, also in his return to SCCA road racing action this season, 14th in the field currently in Spec Miata.
A couple of cars off at the top of the hill at 12 and 13 with some debris out on track there, as we just saw. Nobody came to a stop. Kind of playing the lottery when you get back on the power out of turn 12 there, Greg. If you're really pushing the car, you're committed to full throttle with the car loaded up on the left-hand side, pointed at the sky basically as you come up over the crest of the hill there. You go over the tunnel that leads into the photographer's section in the infield, and you're just kind of hoping that the trajectory of the car takes it right up to the edge of the exit curve, but no further. Easy to get it wrong. The trouble is, this afternoon, probably not a big deal. First thing in the morning, these first few sessions with really wet, dewy grass from overnight.
And we've seen cars have been
really
sliding. We've seen some of the cars go for pretty lurid slides through the grass. All right, a number of our racers now starting to return to the pits. I think getting that to that point of diminishing returns, not setting any fast laps.
2 quick points there. One, tire marking in these classes, Greg. Remember, one set of tires for the weekend.
Whole weekend.
And if you find yourself making mistakes, pushing too hard, loading up to the outside tires too much, a lot of long corners here at Barber. Turns 2 and 3 put a lot of load through the left front. Turn 12, turn 14, and into 15. Same thing on those left-hand side tires. Maybe we don't need to be pushing that hard. Second thing, remember we started this session with more or less 2 pretty distinct groups of cars. Inevitably, you are going to find groups of cars coming together. And I think maybe that traffic is providing some fewer opportunities, let's say, for cars in either class to be able to improve their lap time.
Attention in the paddock. Race Group 4, Formula Atlantic and Continental, FE2, Prototype and Prototype 2. Please head to the grid. Your session is next. Race Group number 4, Formula Atlantic and Formula Continental, FE2, Prototype and Prototype 2. Please head to the grid. All right, checkered flag is out to wrap up our first session of the weekend for Spec Miata and SMX. Of course, all flying laps will count.
New pole sitter in SM, Greg.
Yes.
How we were talking.
Oh, my.
Somebody has finally found the tenths required to unseat Skip Brock Jr. from the top of SM, and it's John Salerno in the 134 with a 1 minute 43.537, just about 600ths of a second clear of the number 61. John out of Fairfield, Connecticut, gets one in at the death of the session to go inside of the front row in SM. Good lap from Johnson.
Yeah, and I'm looking to see if Skip Brock came down the pit lane, and I think he did call off his final. No, Skip Brock Jr. just crosses the line, completing his final flying lap, and did not go green in any of our sectors here, and he is not going to be able to leapfrog John Salerno on his last lap. 62 one-thousandths of a second is what separates them. Logan Stretch, third fastest in the Wheels America number 89 car, with Preston Pardis, multi-time national champion, fourth fastest. That's going to be your front 2 rows. Then Travis Wiley and Jim Drago, Bobby Gossett and Vinny Barada for row number 4. And then rounding out your top 10, Brett Kowalski and Chris Rawlings.
One quick note in the chat from 77 SSC. Enzo Vidontiene from karting in South Florida also has run Formula Fara. Formula Fara is a Formula 4 adjacent type of series. Runs mostly down at Homestead, Sebring, some other tracks around the Southeast more recently. But it's a spec category.
Right.
And in some ways, these classes are pretty parallel in terms of the level of performance of the cars. The level of competition can be very, very high as well. And I think the level of fear required, or lack thereof, to extract the maximum pace out of really technical tracks like this, also very similar as well. So a lot of skill sets and mindsets that carry over there. As we said earlier, really good debut from Enzo. Puts that car on the SMX pole.
There you go, with a qualifying time of 1:39.982, 1300ths of a second clear of Skylar Cottrell, who'll join him on the front row. Jarrett Jones and Michael Riccio separated only by 7 one-thousandths of a second. They'll make up row number 2. Nathan Saxon and Cam Eben, row 3. Camden Gruber and William Wallace, who came off of his debut, we did talk about this, had his debut at Virginia International Raceway in the Whalen MX-5 Cup, was your pole sitter for one of the 2 races, and he will start 8th. And then also with her debut in the Pro Series, Michelle Squarick will start 9th alongside Jason Fichter. All right, that's going to wrap things up for qualifying for Spec Miata and SMX. Let's make a call to the grid for our next qualifying group, and then we'll take a little break. Attention in the paddock, final call for Formula Atlantic and Continental, FE2, P and P2. Please head to the grid. Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, Formula Enterprises 2, Prototype and Prototype 2 classes. This is your final call to the grid. So let's take that break. We'll be back here with more qualifying action in just a few moments from Barber Motorsports Park. Don't go away.
My name is Joshua Smith, Business Development Manager for Mazda Motorsports. We're happy to be supporting the SCCA and Mazda racers here. So our team support program offers a couple of tiers of support, part support, technical support. All of this is done through our MazdaMotorsports.com parts store website. It's basically like signing up for an Amazon account. Simple information, prove that you're a racer. It gets you access to our 800 hotline that you can call and speak to one of our parts representatives 5 days a week.
So what is the Tire Rack SCCA Time Attack Challenge? It's Time Attack at its best. It's fast, it's fun, it puts you in the driver's seat at some of the best racetracks across the country. So you might be wondering, can I do Time Attack? Short answer, absolutely. On any given weekend, you'll find everything from a novice driver in their street car to a seasoned racing professional in a mean machine like one of these, both out here to have an amazing time chasing their fastest lap. Now I know what you're saying. John, my car's not ready for this. I don't have a Time Attack car. Well, the beautiful thing is, you do. We have classes such as Sport, where it takes hand tools to bolt on some minor modifications, to Tuner, where you get to do some adjustability with coilovers and add a little bit of power. Then Max, you take that, add wings, more power for pure awesomeness, and then you get to Unlimited, which is, well, unlimited. So what's a Time Attack Challenge weekend look like? Well, that's up to you. Whether you're here to get a new personal best, maybe get on the podium, or maybe your goal is that new lap record. Either way, you're going to get 2 days on track where you can chase your fastest lap. And then we're going to take a fast lap from each day, put them together, and that's your result for the overall weekend.
It's a great event. It's a great track. It's our second year here. We will definitely be back next year. We're from Dallas. It's a long drive to get here, but it's worth it. This place is great.
Dude, the event's awesome. These guys are so nice. And then on top of that, like, everybody wants to help everybody. Everybody wants to see everybody improve, and it's just such a, like, the whole time you're here, you feel really good, you know. People are really nice, so I love it.
If you want to go the time trial route and put a clock on the car, everybody that's your competitor is also your best friend. You'll meet a new family here.
Sound like a good time to you? I know it sounds like a good time to me. So come join us. You'll find more information at timetrials.scca.com.
Attention in the paddock with the following racers. Please see the race director in tech, driver of the number 48 Formula F and the number 3 Formula 600 cars. Please see the race director in tech. Again, drivers of the number 48 FF and the number 3 F6. Please see the race director in tech. And we're back here at Barber Motorsports Park for the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Gregg Ginsberg along with Brendan Kaczmarek. Next up, Brendan. We had our smaller Formula cars a little while ago. It's now the big boys. It's Formula Atlantic, some of the fastest cars that you're going to see out on track here this weekend at Barber. Formula Continental, FE2, and then our prototype classes, Prototype and Prototype 2 as well. And as I look through here, as I would have suspected, we've got a number of former race winners, some national champions in the field, and things are, well, if it weren't for the fact that this was a timed session, I'd say things are going to go very quickly here.
Yeah, the improvements might be fairly quick. This is maybe the toughest class to find that pace on an unfamiliar track, because you've really got to trust the downforce and trust the tires. Now, if you're familiar with your car and you have a good feel for it, then obviously that's a little bit easier. But I think in general, the number of medium to high-speed corners here is going to mean that you've really got to be able to find the limits of grip, downforce, and tires to extract the maximum pace out of these cars. A lot of changing radius corners here as well. Got to challenge the FEs, even though they don't have a ton of downforce. So let's see what this session ends up looking like. Lots of traffic to throw in there as well. Could be a fairly chaotic 20 minutes here, Greg.
Yeah, indeed. And, I think also is taking a look through the field here, especially in Formula Atlantic, we have a few of the newer Formula Mazda FMZR chassis being driven, and including one of the drivers in the field making his return to the Sports Car Club of America after a number of years away and some time up in the pros. Our 2018 Formula Mazda national champion, Bryce Cornet, out of Norman, Oklahoma, of all places.
Just talking about that.
We were just talking about that. And currently, actually now third fastest with just a single flying lap in the books. And good to see him back behind the wheel. But again, we're starting to see actually now 4 of those FMZR machines, which are meant to be the next generation of Formula Mazda here in the SCCA, and trying to track down the engine that those cars are running. And I know at least earlier in the season there was a thought that they might end up in Formula Continental, and they've been moved to the faster class to Formula Atlantic.
Those FMZR cars, Greg, are they new chassis, or is that just new bodywork on the old Star Mazda chassis?
I believe, and I believe they're quite a bit longer wheelbase than the original Formula Mazdas. I'm trying to track, and yes, I know I should have done this before we ever got here on site.
Well, it's interesting you say that, because normally we see these cars, a lot of them in competition, kind of on their own when we get to, in the past, it's been Barber Motorsports Park or COTA back in 2023, because there's a really good contingent
out
of those old
in
Formula
Texas
Mazdas
and Crescent, I think.
Correct, yes. That oftentimes will come up to Hallett as well, as we get a slow prototype up here at start finish.
Yeah, right along the pit wall, you can see.
I think that's Matt Strand. Yep. Tisk tisk, Matthew. Spent many years sim racing against Matt in various series. Matt being very good in prototypes gives me hope that I could also be good in prototypes, but Lord knows that will never happen. But I can certainly drive one to a halt if that is the name of the game. This one,
another one
straight, is the number 15. That's Jarrett Voorhees. And that car, I don't think is going to make it. Oh, well, nope, gets it restarted.
Yeah, there he goes. And he's back on his way. Voorhees racing one of those FMZR machines, currently 9th fastest in Formula Atlantic. As we walk through the field, and again, you now can see our updated graphics package here that we're bringing you for the Super Tour, as well as when we present for the first time video coverage of qualifying at the National Championship runoffs, the Mission Foods SCCA National Championship runoffs. Graham Jacobson, your fastest driver in Formula Atlantic and fastest driver on the track at the moment with a time of 1:23.654. That's 1.1 seconds up on Larry Howard and Jean-Luc Liverato, who spent many years racing in the prototypes. Now, the last couple of years driving the Swift 016. Over in Formula Continental, it is Brandon Dixon with almost 6 full seconds on the rest of the field at the moment. Paul Douglas, Chris Charnow, second and third fastest. In FE2, going to the top of the leaderboard, Matteo Naranjo out of Edwards, Illinois, with about a second and a half on Tyler O'Connor and Keith Jocelyn, who, of course, has spent many years racing in the Formula 600 ranks, as well as Russell Strait in that field as well. Over in Prototype 2, it's Chris Young and Matt Strand. Now, then Strand did get that car refired, so hopefully we'll...
He's not stranded.
Correct. Yes. Thank you. And over in Prototypes, Todd Vanacore, former national champion, Daryl Schaff, and Wade Richardson.
Sorry, Greg, did he? There is still a waving yellow over here.
Yeah, there is.
Zach, do we have the turn 1 exit camera? Oh, the car's headed down the hill.
Let's see if we can...
They can pull up. No, one before this.
Yeah, it would be.
Yeah.
And if he is, and he's not behind the ticker there, I don't
wonder if he's in between cameras on driver's left up against the wall. He wouldn't have gotten very far because the road does kind of crest up the hill very steeply. It's also possible he's behind the Armco over here.
Yeah. But, yeah, we do have a local caution over at turn 1. Without the ticker there, you'd see the flag. And that flag has just now been withdrawn. So maybe he has managed to get on his way. Okay.
Either way, new provisional pole time in Formula C, 127.354 from Brandon Dixon out of Tuscaloosa, Alabama, just down the road. 5 seconds nearly clear of Chris Charnow in that number 24. Again, that's the regionality we were talking about, Greg. Just so much more familiarity with the track, with traffic. Speaking of traffic, look at this gaggle headed down the hill towards turn 1. It's a dozen cars easily packed into just 100 yards or so into a really quick left-hander. In IndyCar, that's 100-plus mile-an-hour corner.
Yeah.
Usually 4th gear, but it's a downhill and blind braking zone, so got to be really trusting and really aggressive to try and get the most out of the cars, and any amount of multi-class traffic will kind of throw that into chaos. Stephen Thomas improves in the number 114 in FA, but is still bottom of the heap in our top class, being led by Dudley Fleck in the number 74. Larry Howard back to 3rd, 2 seconds nearly in arrears of Dudley.
That's right, and Fleck, our 2024 Formula Atlantic national champion. See here, over in Prototypes, Vanacore still with almost 4.5 seconds on Daryl Schaff. That's a little surprising to me, both of those racers in Elan DP02s. As the number 9 car makes a run down the pit lane. Looks like he's going to be rejoining. That is Graham Jacobson, currently running 3rd in Formula Atlantic.
For FE2, Steve Whitston in the number 18 leads the pile ahead of Matteo Naranjo in the number 80. Now, why might that be, Greg?
I don't know. Why would that be?
Is it because Steve Whitston already has 20 minutes of track time this morning?
It could very well be, although very different between a Formula V and an FE2.
I actually don't know if it matters
it's
that
time.
much.
Yeah,
I think you're right. Very, very different. But if you know both cars well enough to be able to extract the performance out of them, then track familiarity goes a long way. And while Matteo Naranjo, Tyler O'Connor, Keith Jocelyn, down the rest of the FE2 running order, is figuring the track out.
Well, did we have to, was Jocelyn out with the Formula 600s as well? I need to go back. I'll need to.
We do need to go back.
Check.
It's a good point, actually.
Yeah, we'll see. Because of course I'm getting old and my memory is starting to leave me. But I think he may have been, and I'll check that.
Fleck and Howard now under, well, I was going to say it's under a 1/10 of a second between them, but Larry Howard puts the number 51 on the provisional pole in FA. 119.952 is just about a second clear of Dudley Fleck in that number 74. Graham Jacobson into 3rd. Lots of PBs being set elsewhere in the field. Michael Froehler with a PB down in FE2. Dudley Fleck sets the fastest lap now in FA. It's a 119.611. That's 3.5 tenths improved on his previous best. John McAleer improves, puts the car in 5th. Jean-Luc Liverato improves now. McAleer was to 4th. Liverato comes through right after in the number 5 and improves to P4, which dumps McAleer back to the 3rd row. Chris Charnow improves, 2nd place in FC. So finding a couple of tenths here, but remember, it's 5+ seconds that he needs to catch Brandon Dixon in the number 7.
All right, let's make a call to the grid for our next group here, Brennan, and then we'll take a quick break. Attention in the paddock, race group 5, Super Touring Under, Super Touring Light, T3 and T4. Please head to the grid. Race group 5, STU, STL, T3 and T4. Please head to the grid. All right, we'll take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments with more qualifying action from Barber Motorsports Park. Don't go away.
Wrong way. That was before I went to TireRack.com. TireRack's tire decision guide made it easy to find the right tires. Talk about secret sauce. You might ask, well, you bought them. Now how are you going to put them on? No problem. TireRack has thousands of recommended installers. I chose one that does mobile installation. A technician brought the tires right to my house. He's installing them now.
Almost finished, Herb. Take your time.
I'm just marinating. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Did you know SCCA members can save $20 on every track night they sign up for? That's right. Track Night America, driven by Tire Rack, now hosting 150 events at more than 30 tracks across the country, is the easiest and most affordable way to get you and your friends on track in street cars all year long. Visit tracknightinamerica.com to learn more and get yourself on track.
Welcome back to Barber Motorsports Park and the Super Tour. I'm Gregg Ginsberg with Brendan Kaczmarek. Let's check in here. We've got about 5.5 minutes remaining in our large open wheel qualifying session. Fastest driver on the track at the moment is Dudley Fleck with a time of 1:21.084. And got Larry Howard 0.3 of a second back from there, and then Graham Jacobson. That's your top three in Formula Atlantic. Over in Formula Continental, Brandon Dixon with almost 4 seconds on Chris Charnow and the rest of the field there. Paul Douglas running in third. In FE2, it is Steve Whitston with 1.7 seconds on Tyler O'Connor, who now moves up the second fastest in the class, displacing Matteo Naranjo, who's about 0.35 of a second back from there. Then we've got in the prototype field, Todd Vanacore with still 4 seconds on Daryl Schaff and Wade Richardson, and then Chris Young and Matt Strand. And although Strand got that car back up and running, Brendan, for a time, again, only completed 2 laps. And Young, I believe, still out and circulating.
Contact up there at turn number 1, Greg. We just saw it on camera. I think it was Daryl Schaff in the number 94, the most famous person out of Berks County, Pennsylvania, not named Taylor Swift. And one of the FAs that I really ought to recognize but didn't catch the number on, wait for him to crest the hill over here at turn number 4, able to get going, which is good, but for sure there was contact at the apex. It is the number 68.
Okay. And
that
that's
is
John
John
McAleer,
McAleer,
yeah. And McAleer running 4th fastest right now in Atlantic, coming over from the prototype classes. Also now Dudley Fleck heading to, well, he's coming down the pit lane. I thought he might be calling it a session here, Brendan, but Graham Jacobson now has gone to provisional pole with a 119.184, 0.4 of a second up on our 2024 champion.
Wonder if that was a tire pressure tweak, Greg.
Yeah.
Remember, we didn't have any testing yesterday. These are the first laps for these cars on track, so anything you do setup-wise is going to be a guess.
Right.
Really, for all of these cars. And these Formula and prototype cars in particular can be very, very sensitive to tire pressures, especially with these long sustained corners and track heating up constantly through the course of the day. You're just going to keep building pressure, and that does tend to take away grip as sessions wear on. So you come in, make a tweak, maybe drop the pressures, raise the pressures, whatever you need to do, get it exactly right for the session conditions, go out there and do it again. Dudley is going to have it all to do here. They're almost half a second up to Graham Jacobson in that number 9. Larry Howard is not terribly far behind either, just 0.3 of a second in arrears on the inside of row number 2. So with just 2.5 minutes left on the clock here, I think tires should be relatively warm still on Dudley Fleck. So outlap and then get 1, maybe 2 flyers in here to close the session, see if you can steal that pole away.
Well, he's working our final sector right now, and he's coming on to the front straight here. Going to start his first flying lap after making those tire changes.
Let's try and follow Dudley around here in that blue and white Formula Atlantic, see if we can get a feel for the undulations and constant changes here around this 2.3 mile layout. Down the hill out of turn number 2, full throttle all the way out to the exit curve. You climb the hill into turn number 4. It's a blind crest, full throttle till you get just to the tip of this hill, down into the braking zone, through all the gears into probably a second gear corner through 5, A, B, and C. Left-handed sweep at turn number 6, not really much of a corner, but you're banging up through the gearbox all the way. Late as you dare on the way into turn number 7, stand the thing on its nose, but off the brakes before you tip it into the first right-hander, coast it over the crest of the hill, over the middle curb there at 7B, dab the brakes again through 8, and then hard on the throttle through the camber, all the way up through this fast left-right flick, quickest sequence on the track before you get up into 5th gear likely at 11 and 12.
And already, Brendan, he has personal best in Sector 1, however, a little bit off of his best in Sector 2.
Probably a little bit more curb could have been used there at 13. Yeah. It's a flat curb there, just pure pavement, no rumble strips there, and some meters to be taken out of the track distance. Good out of 14, sacrifices to set up the run through 15. Dudley Fleck comes through in the 74 and does not improve.
Nope.
It's a 120.2. Let's see if there's anything left in those tires here, Greg, as he works through 1 and 2 for the first time. 94, Daryl Schaff is going to head back out, maybe do one more installation lap, try and get a feel for things. Remember, he just had that contact over at turn number 1. Brandon Dixon resets the fastest lap in FC. 125.561, 3.5 seconds ahead of Chris Charnow. As the checkered flag waves, flying laps will count here, Greg.
Indeed. All right, coming across the line now. Number 14 machine first to take the checker. That's Aiden Shue, currently running 9th in Formula Atlantic. He does not improve. Steve Whitston had just a moment ago reset his fast lap in FE2, going almost 0.9 of a second up on Tyler O'Connor, who reset his personal best. Matteo Narano currently 3rd fastest here as our racers are coming across the line for their final laps. And so as we watch also Dudley Fleck on what would be his final flying lap, he has not improved in any of the sectors. So I think we're going to see Graham Jacobson hold on to the overall pole in this group with a qualifying time of 119.184, with Fleck slotting into 2nd position, Larry Howard 3rd, John McAleer 4th. That should be your top 4 in Formula Atlantic. Over in Continental, Brandon Dixon with that 125.561, Both he and Chris Charno improved on the final lap here at, well, Dixon actually just now crossed the line, so the penultimate lap he improved. 2.9 seconds separating he and Charno. Paul Douglas, Mark Stern will round out that 4-car field when they go racing this afternoon. Todd Vanacore, the fastest of your prototype class racers, with Daryl Schaff and Wade Richardson over in P2. It's Chris Young and Matt Strand. All right, so that's going to wrap things up for our final open wheel qualifying session of the day. Let's make a call to the grid for our next group, and then we'll take a break. Super Touring Under, Super Touring Light, Touring 3 and Touring 4 racers, please head to the grid. STL, STU, T3, T4. This is your final call to the grid. All right, we'll be back here in just a few moments with more qualifying action for Barber. Don't go away.
We're not supposed to be out here. Outside expectations. Built for the outdoors. With the capability to climb this high, we're not supposed to be out here. Which is exactly why we are. The off-road ready Mazda CX-50. We're looking for outsiders.
My name's Pat Prevenus. Dave Onischuk, Chicago region.
I'm Tiffany Bingheim, and I'm with Milwaukee region.
So my name is Carter Kundinger. I'm a part of the Milwaukee region, and I have been doing this for 3 years.
Since about 88, so 30-some years. I've been doing this for 50 years.
2009 is when I started, so I don't remember a year how long.
What makes you keep coming back?
It is honestly, it's one of those, the cars and the racing are great, but you stay for the people. It's come for the racing, but stay for the people.
Racing and, good people.
It's not only the racing, but it's the people too. I mean, I can't go away from that. I've met a lot of my very close friends here, and just connections that you make with your fellow workers, even drivers, safety crew, just about anyone is honestly just something that, it just keeps me coming every single year, every single weekend.
Because both my son and my daughter and my brother also flag, so it's a family thing. Well, there's a lot of excitement. There's a lot of excitement. If you're a race fan, there's no better spot. There's been a lot of great memories, a lot of friends, a lot of racing friends. It's a great group of people. Everybody cares for one another, helps each other out. Those are probably the biggest memories, more than just the racing.
I mean, it's fellow workers, the drivers. It's been amazing. I've met my best friend here. My husband. So it's really a family event. I mean, it's great.
I came out here when I was a high school student as a spectator and kind of fell in love with the place. And during my college years, I joined as an SCCA member and started working corners right away, and I've been doing it ever since. And this is the best seat in the house.
Tension in the paddock, tension in the paddock. I know we have a bunch of hungry people here at Barber Motorsports Park, and we got a nice treat for you. We're going to have Pop's Barbecue and their food trucks here today starting at 10:30 this morning. They're going to be located on the second tier of the paddock near the gas pumps. So if you want a nice Alabama barbecue lunch, they'll be here starting at 10:30 today. All right, let's check in now. Brendan is heading out on track right now. We've got many of our touring cars here, and it is Super Touring Light, it's Super Touring Under, and then the not-so-super Touring 3 and Touring 4.
Another kind of a repeat of what we saw in the last session with Steve Whitston, although multiplied many times over here.
Yeah.
Lots of drivers in SMX taking the opportunity for some additional track time by running an STL, which is part of the reason that we couldn't kind of split up the SMX and SM cars.
Right.
Because we did have so many double dippers, we typically refer to them as. Colloquially there, you'll notice Emmy Kissick, Danny Stain, although Danny's running his proper STL car, the number 3 this weekend in that class as well. Did we have Nick Leveroni in SM?
Not an SMX, no.
No, an SM though.
Yes. Right.
Yeah, so he'll be in his STL car this weekend as well. Actually, not as many as I thought, but enough to make it worthwhile, at least thus far. Also, the fact that we don't have Tom O'Gorman back with us yet makes me wonder if they're still getting these cars turned around after the quick qualifying session this morning. Of course, you've got to go through impound. It's an impound all after
they have a driver's meeting for the drivers.
Yep, tire marking, all kinds of things go on.
Yeah.
That maybe these guys and girls just not ready to get their SMX cars back out for STL. In any case, we've got 4 classes worth of cars to qualify here, Greg, and only 20 minutes to do it.
Not a lot of time, some interesting notes here also in STL. We've got our defending national champion in the class. There's Mr. Foreman. We've got our defending national champion in the class, Mike Taylor, in the number 39 Acura Integra. Also with him, Trevor DeGianni, who shares a car many times with Salt Ferenczi. That's the red and white number 18 Acura Integra in STL. Emmy Kissick, fastest of our drivers on the outlap with Nick Leveroni there in STL. We'll see if that holds up. Over in STU, we've got Peter St. Pierre in his turbocharged Honda Civic SI. Ray Philibert as well. And always love seeing this machine come out. Peter Federlin in his Toyota Supra, bringing that out for STU this weekend. Over in Touring 4, Leanne Falk has brought her Mazda 3 sedan back out. I know that car has been a bit of a challenge for the folks over at Chris Taylor Racing Services, and hoping to see a good result from longtime racer Leanne. Madden Workman, or as former F Production National Champion Mason Workman, or he likes to refer to himself as Madden's dad. Madden is, I believe, the national points leader currently in Touring 4, and this is only his second year of racing. I believe he's 15 years old. And Derek Ambrose, another bringing out his Mazda 2 in Touring 4 as well. Interesting to see that Mazda 2 in Touring 4, Tom. So, we typically think of those as either H production or a B-Spec. Might have a bit of a power disadvantage here in Touring 4.
I would say so, but he's having fun either way. This is a pretty busy racetrack. I think you mentioned it, but it was maybe about 30-some cars out there across a whole handful of classes. So finding some space, for this long of a racetrack, and there's a pretty severe handling section right at the very end, which means even if you haven't caught somebody by this camera shot, you are likely to run them down in those last couple corners. So it's really, really difficult to get some space on this racetrack. However, I was just out there, and everybody was incredibly well behaved. So it looks like it's kind of continuing on to this one. It's very fun.
So why don't you give us some of your impressions of, besides the fact that everybody was, for the most part, was well behaved, and it was a very good session as went green the checker. And just as I say that, we've got a driver off in the gravel trap over at the final corners. And we are going to, and actually I'm getting word now it's 2 cars, so we are going to a black flag, Tom. Tom, talk, don't just give me fingers.
Sorry, yeah, that's exiting turn 2. Looks like
yes.
That car was
Got it.
Pretty late in turn 2 as well.
Oh, coming through the
to end off
carousel.
there.
Thank
One
you.
of the Touring 4 cars, I think it's the number 43 MX-5. It's actually in Touring 3 for Ben Sedler, and he's pretty well beached.
Yeah.
14 and a half minutes left in this session, and they got spec racers back out in pretty good time as well. So that's maybe not the end of the world for this session, but it is going to interrupt things as we have pretty good lap times started to roll in, but I don't think we're quite at where they could have been. Mike Taylor is your current provisional pole sitter, in STL. Zach Hillman in his BMW 3 Series in STU has the top spot currently, provisionally. Simon Foulweather in his BMW in Touring 3 is at the top, and Madden Workman, as you mentioned, in Touring 4. Those are your current pole sitters after, what did they get in this session? 4 laps so far?
3 for
3
Mike
laps.
Taylor.
Yeah.
Yeah, and most of the drivers only 2. They'll complete their 3rd lap when they come across the stripe on the pit lane. So I know Mike Taylor was here, I think 2 weeks ago, doing some testing with another race group. But again, I think the majority of these racers probably haven't been able to get in many laps yet, with the exception of maybe some of the double dippers. We see Emmy Kissick, who is racing an STL that has her NC Miata out for this session as well.
It's my my honorary teammate for the weekend back in Group
Yes,
3.
that's right. I saw her over there in the Mazda 10.
It's a good point. I mean, I know for a fact Mike Taylor works with another track day organization that comes here quite often, and he's been here a whole lot. So that's kind of the hometown advantage, even though he's 3 hours east of here.
Near Atlanta, yeah.
The drivers who have made an effort to come to this track for other reasons other than club racing are probably the ones that are going to shine the most here. On top of that, the drivers who learn a racetrack really quickly, spend some time in the simulator, and are able to put that to good use quickly as well. That's a big, big advantage for a track like this with a, basically a 2-day event and no practice.
All right, so as we are under black flag conditions here, real quick, we'll just run down. Actually, we've got them right on the side of the screen there for you over in STL. Mike Taylor, Nick Leveroni, and Jose Osiris Pena, who has a national championship to his name. He's driving the 199 Honda CRX. As we said, Madden Workman now your fastest driver in Touring 4, with Leanne Falk and Derek Ambrose 2nd and 3rd fastest in Touring 3. Simon Foulweather in his BMW 330. He's right outside the gate here, lives in Birmingham. Javier Sanchez, 2nd fastest. Andrea King, 3rd fastest, and then over in STU, Hillman, Peter St. Pierre, and Ray Filbert. All right, as we're under black flag conditions, and well, we've got that car out of the gravel trap, we should hopefully be releasing them here in just a moment. And let's do this. Yeah, there we go. It is the 43 machine that was off over at turn 2. As that is Ben Sedler, as Tom said, he's going to return to the pits. Why don't we do this, Tom, since we actually have a couple seconds before we head out, and they're all going to be doing an outlap anyhow. Why don't we take our break, and then when we come back, we'll take you, hopefully, all the way to the checkered flag here at Barber. We'll be right back.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance, priced to make your project affordable, and it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Okay, track day checklist. Let's go. You got your gloves, your helmet, water, snacks, sunscreen, your car is prepped and ready to go. Oof, forgot your track day insurance, didn't you? If you want to be covered for the whole value of your car, you need high-performance driver education coverage through Hagerty. We'll get you a policy for track days, time trials, and more in less time than it took you to apply that sunscreen. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
Green flag is in the air here at Barber. We're back underway with qualifying for STL, STU, T3, and T4. I'm Gregg Ginsberg along with Tom O'Gorman. And Tom, I originally thought that the driver that went off there over at turn 2, Sedler, might have a bit of an advantage with the ability to set a flying lap while everybody else was on an out lap. He did bring the car down the pit lane, however.
Yep, had to spend a little time with black flag, I think, just to, hey, what's going on? How did that happen? And then they'll send you right back out. We're back on to green flag laps as well. Warm-up lap is done for a majority of the cars. Jose Pena was the first to take the green flag here in the second half of this qualifying session. Lots of time on the board, Greg. Probably still 4, maybe even 5 laps, depending on where the cars are on the circuit. So everybody still has plenty to play for. But I did mention they didn't quite hit the lap times that we might expect. To give you an idea, track record for Super Touring Under and Super Touring Light, our fastest 2 classes in this race group, are in the 38s and 39s. We currently have the fastest time on the board at a 1:41. So that was still certainly in the window of getting the cars up to pace rather than being at pace. Now they're going to have to light the wick a little quicker.
All right, so real quick, Tom, let me make a call to the grid for our next group. I probably should have done a moment ago when we came back. Attention, the paddock, GT1, GT2, GTX, American Sedan, Touring 1 and Touring 2. Race Group 6 drivers, please head to the grid. GT1, GT2, GTX, American Sedan, T1, T2. Please head to the grid. All right, as we have Simon Foulweather coming across the line in the red and white, number 61, Touring 3, BMW 330. He resets fastest lap of the session, 1:38.207. That's the bogey time, especially for the T3 drivers. Sanchez, 1.6 seconds back. Tristan Smith, another 4 seconds back from there in his 300ZX. Then Andrew King and Sedler as well. Over in Touring 4, Madden Workman with a little over a second on Leanne Falk, and Derek Ambrose about 4 seconds back from there, which, Tom, I think we're fairly certain is a B-Spec car, essentially. So it is down probably a good, 50, 60 horsepower from most of the other Touring 4
like
cars.
120.
Yeah, maybe.
Probably a lot.
Yeah.
Give Derek the benefit of the doubt, but that's still a good way to qualify in for the runoffs if you'd like to bring. He has a Touring 3, Mazda 3 as well. Touring 4, excuse me.
And over in the Super Touring field there, just checked coming across the line, the 2 Integras running nose to tail. Taylor and Dejiani. Taylor briefly went to the top of the leaderboard at a 1:46.11, but only about 3 seconds back was Nick Leveroni and his Mazda Miata. Leveroni, your new provisional pole sitter in STL, at a 1:39.3.
Now we're getting there. Jose Pena was on pole for about a half a lap as well before Taylor dethroned him. He's down to 3rd. And that lap from Simon Foulweather over in Touring 3 is faster than the track record that we have on record here for the Sports Car Club of America. So he's moving over there. Had another issue on the back straight at turn 10 for that 43 car out of Touring 3. Ben Sedler, something not happy in that MX-5 as he went for a big old ride coming out of the chicane on the back straightaway, which should be, in a car like that, relatively flat and easy. So something up, very unhappy with that car, but he was able to keep going and the local yellow's gone. Another improvement for Simon Foulweather down into the 37, so 137.7. He now sits on the pole provisionally by 1.5 seconds over Javier Sanchez in the new GR86. Looks to be the only driver that might be able to hold a candle to Foulweather this weekend so far anyway. Over in STL, Nick Leveroni's on a pair of personal best sectors on this lap. Mike Taylor also on a pair of personal best, or a single personal best sector in sector 2. Jose Pena goes back to second, having sat third for a lap. Haven't seen much shuffling in STU or in Touring 4. It's still Zach Hillman over Peter St. Pierre. St. Pierre sitting about 5 seconds back. I think that car is probably not healthy based on his experience and that build. I know Peter's been here plenty as well. And then Madden Workman at the top of Touring 4 over Leanne Falk. Two very different Mazdas there, MX-5 versus Mazda 3. And they're only separated by 1.3 seconds. That's within the raceability realm if Leanne can get a good start, especially.
And of course, Leanne, many years of racing experience, many years in the World Challenge, and has been spending the majority of her time in Touring 4 the past number of years. As you said, currently, I think once we go racing, and we'll see also, although we have the 4 different classes here, typically on the Super Tour, we'll have a split start with the 2 touring classes together, the 2 Super Touring classes together, and so perhaps you won't have as much intermingling of classes when we start this up this afternoon. And this group here, Group 5 for our touring classes, going to be one of the shorter 25-minute races this afternoon.
I didn't give Peter St. Pierre enough credit. He just hadn't gotten up to speed yet. Now he's your new provisional pole sitter in STU. Second fastest in the race group as well at a 138.2. Fastest of all is still Simon Foulweather in Touring 3. In STL, not big shuffles this time, but some improvements. Nick Leveroni still on pole. Jose Pena within 2/10. Mike Taylor's about a second and 2/10 back from there. And then I'm also keeping an eye on Trevor DeJournay, who shares this car with Jolt Ferenczi at times, bumping between improved touring in the regional classing and then this STL prep level. But he sits 4th, and that's a driver that was in contention for the runoffs podium a couple of years back and doesn't drive this car nearly as much because he has to share it with the car's owner. But that was just we actually just caught him there on the camera, the red Integra with a bit of a dive bomb down the inside, trying to find some clear space.
All right, we've had a couple of drivers in Touring 4 head back to the paddock. Robert Spence in the number 59 MX-5 out of Ackworth, Georgia, did not manage to set a single time in. That car seemed off pace when he brought it out for his out lap. He took it back to the paddock a few moments ago. Dirk Strassfeld out of Sealy, Texas in the 122 Mazda MX-5. He also has returned to the paddock. They technically run 4th and 5th in the 5-car field currently.
New pole sitter in STL, Jose Pena picks it up by less than a 1/10. It's basically a tie at the top there between the CRX and the Miata drivers, but Pena now has it at a 139.2. Still about 2/10 off the track record for this class, which of course only gets set in the races, so it's just kind of a fun reference point here in qualifying. I'm still watching a lot of those STL contenders on our live pictures here, coming through the chicane down the back straightaway and into turn 11 and 12 next. Mike Taylor has not been able to respond to the increased pace, let's say, there in STL. He's the white Integra that is in the final sector, and there's still just a lot of busy traffic. I think it's worth racing through rather than trying to find clear space, because you're going to have to do it in the race anyway.
Exactly.
You might as well figure it out now, even though the lap's gone. Rather than back it off and throw the lap away, try to race through it and get it and throw the lap away that way.
All right, Leveroni comes across the line, does not improve, still sits 9/100ths of a second back from Pena, who is your 2024 STL National Champion. And the Dejiani machine, the red and white Acura of Dejiani, the 18 car, comes down the pit lane now. Crew taking some tire temps and pressures. So we have less than a minute remaining on the clock.
Nice pickup for Christopher Jerem, who just, or Jerem.
We've been going back and forth all season. Jerem, I think. 4th there in his
Spec MX-5, double dipping here into STL, and he's up into the top 5, just bumps Trevor DeJournay from 4th down to 5th. You mentioned the checkers out. Peter St. Pierre still went a little bit quicker, up on pole now by 5 seconds, nearly over Zach Hillman, who had that pole for a while.
All right, Pena called off his last lap, came down the pit lane instead, so he is, for the moment, it is Pena and Leveroni, your top two in STL. We'll see if Mike Taylor can respond on his final lap. And Taylor currently, where is he on track? I think Taylor might have taken the checker. Possibly, no. He is. He's just completed sector 2, but he has not done personal best in either first or second sector. And there he is, I think, coming into our view now.
Leveroni, though, on a personal best sector 2. He's on the front straight. Comes across the start-finish line, only needs a 10th. What's he got? 39.3 was his best. That's a 39.5. No help.
No help.
But he is absolutely on pace with Jose Pena. It's going to be a great race in STL.
All right, the Supra of Federland comes across the line. He is set third in Super Touring under, as Leanne Falk completes her final lap. And Leanne Falk will settle for second, I believe, here, unless Derek Ambrose can make up 5.5 seconds on his final lap.
Some good improvements there in STU. Zach Hillman picks up nearly a second for a personal best. He's still second there in class, 11th fastest in the session. Peter Federland also a personal best on the last lap, as well as Ray Filbert. So a bunch of PBs. Green lap times on timing and scoring in STU, but they're fairly spread out. And we will grid those cars not by class within the split starts. They will be gridded overall. So there's going to be a smattering of STL cars breaking up that STU field. Come to the green flag. That's a pretty critical thing if you can get a couple cars between yourself and your next closest competitor in class.
All right, so that's going to wrap things up for Super Touring and our smaller touring classes. Next up are these fine ladies and gentlemen, drivers of GT1, GT2, GTX, American Sedan, Touring 1 and Touring 2. Please head to the grid, GT1 and 2, GTX, American Sedan, Touring 1 and Touring 2. Please head to the grid. And Tom, I know we've got a huge GT2 field here this weekend. I'm really looking forward to it. Also, let's make a quick call. Would Matt Strand, driver of the number 11 Prototype 2 car, please see the race director in tech? Again, Matt Strand, driver of the number 11 Prototype 2, please see the race director in tech. Okay, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back. Stay with us.
Choose joy. Choose the road. Choose your people. Choose your shot. Take it. Choose to get in there. Even better, get out there. That's it. Way out there. Choose your calling. Choose to really care. Choose to go for it. Just choose. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
I wake up.
And it's time for the ground pounders here at Barber Motorsports Park. It's the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Gregg Ginsberg along with Tom O'Gorman. And next up, Tom, GT1, GT2, and what a huge GT2 field we have here this week. And I think almost 25 cars deep. Also American Sedan for the pony cars. And our larger touring car classes, Touring 1 and Touring 2. As we still have racers leaving the pit lane and heading out on track for their outlap, what is seemingly just an endless line here of race cars.
And this is a busy and relatively small driving racetrack in cars like this. So give you kind of a reference, some of the other races we've been to this year, let's say Road Atlanta, Road America, VIR, a lot of the cars in this race group will clear 150, 160 miles an hour. GT1 cars sometimes 170. We'll keep an eye on the timing and scoring screens. We do have a trap speed out there, but I would be surprised if these cars eclipse 140 even. So it's a much slower track. It's a lot of time spent turning as well. And that's not necessarily exactly what these cars are best at relative to maybe the Formula cars that we've seen or some of the sports racers. There is a prototype out there that we'll get to, but for the most part, this is a busy and kind of an up-on-the-wheel lap for most of these classes, if not all of them.
Yeah, you know, it was interesting when you were coming back from your qualifying session, Brendan mentioned that, you know, this is actually a decently wide track surface, and I think when you put it in perspective, we were talking about Formula Atlantics and Continentals at the time. Here's we've got a driver off the pace here on the opening lap, and having just come off the pit lane. And going to get the number on that. I think the number I heard was possibly the I thought 62 car possibly, but we'll get a verification on that in a moment. Actually, it might be, no, it's not the 47. We'll try and get a number on that momentarily. But going back to, you know, Brendan alluded to that it was a fairly wide track for those much more narrow Formula cars. For many of the race cars that we have out here, not just because they're physically wide, but, you know, the way they race here, and the way for especially a lot of these slower corners where they're going to be maybe out of the throttle, waiting to square things up so that they can. And we are going to be going to a black flag, Tom. But it races very differently for these cars than certainly the Formula cars out here. As I think where I'm getting is we've got a driver. Well, drop the wheel in the dirt there, going through the S's there at turns 9 and 10.
Yeah, a pair of late models. I saw them. There were a couple paddock spots over from me over in the paddock, and they look so cool. Also landing in GT2 here in SCCA Club Racing, those two oval track cars you see coming through one of the final corners before we'll get to pit lane. But to your point, it's just a track that drives narrow because it turns into just one racing line.
Right.
And it's really difficult to get side by side with someone. You spend time threading needles quite often through the museum turn, through the chicane on the back straight, even the line choices from turns 1 to 2 and 14 to 15 at the end of the lap. It turns very single file. Most of these drivers are not going to be able to have gotten a clear full lap. Our fastest car right now is in GT1, Patrick Paul, at a 132.2. And our top time in GT2 was Jim Lebecco, maybe using some of his confidence and view of the track this morning in Spec Racer Ford to light the wick pretty quickly here. He's at the top at a 134.0. But I think most of these lap times are not going to be representative unless the track doesn't go back to green flag.
All right, and fairly certain now that the driver that is disabled over by turn 2, Tom, David Fairstand, driving the number 82 Panos GTS, and actually one of, I think, 3 or 4 Panos entries that we have here. They're GT2 cars. They've got the small block Ford, I think just the 302 in them here. But very interesting to see not only one but multiples. And Fairstand for a number of years had been racing in GT1 in an Oldsmobile. One of the older GT1 cars, and it looks like we're going to get him pulled. And actually, no, that is definitely not a Panos. That is a Mustang TA2 car. So, well, maybe Fairstand thought since it's a Ford motor car, it's a Panos. I don't know. All right, well, we'll try to get some confirmation on which Mustang that is and who it belongs to.
Saw that car trying to refire a couple times, just shooting black soot out of the passenger side, which is where the exhaust exits. So that car must have stalled and lost power, just trying to get it refired and couldn't get it done. He's right in the middle of that toilet bowl drop between turns 3 and 4, where gravity settled him. And I'm wondering, Greg, if that's even a car that had trip timing and scoring, because I thought that would have been a GT1 Mustang, but
yeah,
I can't place who that might be.
He should have trip timing and scoring when he came across the stripe here on the pit lane. Well, let me see. So Fairstand is the only one of the GT2 racers. Oh, actually there is another one, the 34. Well, the 34 of Evans I don't show as having completed Sector 1, but I show it as completing Sector 2. So I don't think it's the 34 machine. I mean, Fairstand's the only one that I have that hasn't completed a single sector.
Yep.
Real quick, let me make a call here. We got a driver we need to get a hold of. Attention in the paddock with Sean Hines, driver the number 67, Super Touring Light Car. Please see the race director in tech. Sean Hines, driver of the 67 STL car. Please see the race director in tech. All right, so we are under black flag conditions. All of our racers had come down the pit lane. And as soon as we get that car cleared off, we'll be able to send them back out for qualifying action. But in the meantime, Tom, why don't we take our break, get it out of the way, and we'll be back here in just a few moments with more action from Barber. Stay with us.
Shopping for tires used to really grind my gears. So many tires, and the thought of choosing the right one made me, Precisely. That's before I went to TireRack.com. I got the best deal hands down. My tires ship fast and free, arrive the next day like clockwork. Tire Rack even gave me 2 years of free road hazard protection. Precisely.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Want to try SCCA racing but with an approach focused on fun and learning? The SCCA Race Experience program is exactly that, with both short sprint races you can drive by yourself and endurance races you can do with friends. All you need is an SCCA membership, a driver's license, a properly equipped car, and the right driver gear. Visit scca.com/racex to find more information and events near you.
It's the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from around the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 25 championship classes. Production to GTs, prototypes to Formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
Welcome back to Barber Motorsports Park, the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Tom. I'm Greg. He's Tom. I don't even remember who I am anymore. But we've got our Big Bore Racers race group number 6 of 7 heading out on track, back out on track for their qualifying session. And so, Tom, the majority of our racers, they got, what, maybe 1 lap in?
Yeah, maybe 1. And they did get up to pace pretty decently, so we'll go through that maybe real quick to give you an idea. But we do know for a fact quickly that the Mustang that was stranded had not trip timing yet, so that's why we couldn't figure it out quite. That was Dane Smith, who got a flat toe back after getting stuck dead stick out there in turn 2. But at the top of GT2, Jim Lebecco up by, he's probably the only one that got a decent lap. He's up by 4 seconds over Jack Stanford, but they're still off the track record by a couple of seconds there in GT2. And GT1, Patrick Paul became the fastest car on the final lap there, 132.2, fastest car in the group, fastest car on in the class. They're also about 3 or 4 seconds off the track record there. In Touring 1, Wes Humphreys got a lap time in. There's no representative lap times, though. That's a 155, well off pace. Alec King, also nothing representative there in the 150s as well. Finally, we have American Sedan, also probably not really any representative laps there in the 150s. Michael Kamalian was at the top, and he may be solo this weekend. And then we mentioned the prototype, the GTX car, the Norma LMP3 car. Gary Crook is out there as well. Wouldn't be surprised to see this be one of the fastest cars in the race group, just because it is designed for a track it's more conducive to a track like this relative to other racetracks, as well as just being a really fast prototype car built for pro racing.
All right, as you mentioned there, T3 driver, and I think this might be the first time we've seen him in T3. I got a little confused when I saw Russell King and then Alec King. Alec in a BMW M2 CSR. He's out of Somerville, South Carolina, whereas Russ and his wife, Andrea, are out of Minneapolis, Minnesota. So that should have tipped me off right away. Alec, at the moment, is your provisional pole sitter in Touring 2. Comes from racing Improved Touring in the Southeast, and he was last year's South Atlantic Road Racing Championship Invitational winner at Daytona, and so good to see that. And said he used to compete in Loretta Lynn's Amateur National Motocross Championship previously. That's one I've never, I don't think, he may be the first that we have there. And he's...
I didn't know Loretta Lynn rode dirt bikes.
Yeah, either did I. I mean, I guarantee you she was singing the national anthem for every single one of those events, though. He's got a small little team made up of himself and his 2 best friends. They've come down here to Barber. Great to have them out here. And we'll see how he does. At the moment, though, Robert Wellington now in his M235 IR has moved to the top of the class leaderboard. At least I think he has. As racers are completing their outlaps again and getting back up to speed. Now, Tom, you did mention the one outlier in the class, or in the group here, and he's our sole entry in GTX. We've got Gary Crook running his Norma M30 here this weekend, the one prototype car that's in the field as opposed to the rest of these ground pounders. What can you tell us a little bit about that?
Well, it's actually it's a pretty straightforward car. It's a V8 in the back of a prototype chassis. It's one of maybe 4 or 5 chassis that are built for LMP3 competition, which is a global homologated class. If you're a fan of motorsports, you've seen LMP3 cars in other series, IMSA, etc. But in WEC, I think they run in WEC sometimes, maybe. No driver aids. You know, it's a pretty straight, maybe traction control, but certainly no ABS. Way more downforce than most of the rest of the cars on the racetrack here. So that's where he will be. If anything, he might be kind of just running people over and finding it difficult to find space on the racetrack through some of these long corners. There's a quick glimpse of him coming up onto the front straightaway at the final corner. But we are finally getting a bunch of lap times. The timing screen just turned green everywhere. Tony Ave is the big mover and shaker. He's the new fastest race car on the track and your provisional pole sitter in GT2 at a 129.5 in his Porsche 911. Maybe one of the more suited cars to this racetrack is it's obviously you put a Trans Am car next to a Porsche at Barber Motorsports Park, you probably pick the Porsche. But either way, he's up now by 3.5 seconds over Jim Lebecco, who got back to the second spot in his Mustang over John Atwell, who was also in a Trans Am Mustang. He sits third. Tom Patton up to fourth. A great showing for the Sunbeam Tiger before we get to Ian Barberi in a really aggressive wide-body looking BMW E36. All of those cars on roughly the same second. Lonnie Hostetler gets up in there as well. We're talking in the 132 to 133 range. Robert Kaczmarek is also in there. Over in GT1, it's still Patrick Paul at the top, but Adam Ramito was able to get to second. As now we were just talking about Gary Crook. I'm not sure if commentators' curse counts.
It may very well be.
But his car is stopped at the exit of turn 5 up on the access road and being covered by local yellow.
All right, and he has pulled that pretty far off the pavement there, and I think out of harm's way. It's actually a little cut through that they have for the race course to run alternate layouts here at Barber. So for the moment, the green flag stays out, although, Tom, we only have about 2 minutes remaining in the session here. That being said, let me do one thing here. Sorry, Riley. Attention to the paddock, B-Spec, E-Production, F-Production, and H-Production. Please head to the grid. Race Group 7, E-Production, F-Production, H-Production, and B-Spec. Please head to the grid.
Another improvement for Jim Lebecco is keeping Tony Ave honest between those two very different cars at the top of GT2. Lebecco now within 7/10 or so of Ave's provisional pole time. Ave, though, purple in Sector 1. We'll keep an eye on that Porsche. It is going to be quick on this lap if he can complete it. Scrolling down to Touring 1 and Touring 2, doesn't look like a whole lot of movement, but it's still Wes Humphries over William Bolt over Richard Grant. Those are your 3 competitors in Touring 1. Then Alec King still has the top spot in his BMW M2 CSR in Touring 2, but Rafael Asuncao has been able to get his Porsche Cayman up to second, splitting Alec King and Russ King.
Yeah, you know, Tom, as I was watching here early on, Wes Humphries in the 49 Mercedes AMG GT4 just was looking for any piece of open pavement that he could find, and he was literally slicing in between and weaving in between numerous GT2 cars. As that T1 machine just seems to have incredibly good pace. He's down in the mid 133s, which is frankly up faster than I think all but the top 9 or so of our 25 GT2 cars. So it's been a little difficult for him to find time out there, but he's managing to do it.
That is one of the big challenges of Barber when you're in a multi-class situation, or even in the same class with multiple different types of cars. This track does reward momentum in a lot of places, these long sweeping corners, where maybe something like the AMG GT4 is going to handle that a little bit better than a Trans Am car, even though they're not the same class. Finding that bit of space can be difficult. The checkered flag flies, you see it there on your screen. As multiple cars finishing their last flying lap. Handful of cars still on flying laps, though. Lots of green through the mid-pack of GT2, maybe from 6th to 22nd, really. They're all improvements right now. But it's still Ave on top. He went quicker at 129.4. John Atwell also went way quicker, a 129.9 for him, up to second in class. Jim Lebecco down to third. Frank Widmoser, name we hadn't said yet, up to fourth at a 132.8 last time by over Lonnie Hostetler. Tom Patton down to seventh. Ian Barberi up to down to eighth. Steven Sowers and Robert Kaczmarek is going to round out the top 9 or so there in GT2. Not seeing a whole lot of improvements here late, although there was a lot of green on timing and scoring. Maybe that final sector.
Yeah, I was going to say, it looked like the final sector was calling out some of these drivers here as they went through that big sweeping right-hander over turns 14 through 16.
By the way, there's 3 different ways to number this track. So if you hear us say a corner number, it's what you know it is. We're doing our best.
Yeah, we're trying. We've got the station. We've got the station numbers. We've got the corner numbers, and about 3 different variations.
It's like
over the last 20 years, exactly.
But it's no matter what, it's 15, 16, or 17 turns.
Right. It's one of those.
One of those 3.
I think the only thing we know for certain is maybe the length of the track, and I think that's like a 2.25 miles or thereabouts. All right, so final drivers coming across the line here, and I think most of our drivers now have seen the checkered flag. So let's go and try and break this down by class. And I think Tom gave you the bulk of it here, but Patrick Paul should find himself, and I'm taking a look to see if our GT1 driver was the fastest out there, and he was not. It was indeed Tony Ave in GT2, but over in GT1, Patrick Paul and his Ford Mustang will be your pole sitter for the class. Adam Ramito this year moving over to the Toyota Camry from Opelika, Alabama, having previously raced a Mopar machine. He's second fastest. Brian Garcia, third fastest, and again, Dane Smith only completing, well, a couple corners. Over in GT2, and we did see 24 of the 25 cars put in lap times. Tony Ave with almost a half second on Jim Atwell. Another 3/10 back to Jim Lebeco with Frank Woodmoser fourth, Lonnie Hostetler, fifth, and Tom Patton rounding out the top six. In American Sedan, just a sole racer this weekend, Michael Kamalian. In Touring 1, Wes Humphreys with 3 seconds over William Bolt and Richard Grant. And in T2, Robert Wellington. Let me see here. Trying to get a beat on this, and actually I think, Tom, in looking at the timing for Touring 2, at least on one of my systems here, yep, Alec King is your pole sitter going into this afternoon's 25-minute race with 1.2 seconds on Rafael Asunciao in his Porsche Cayman. Then Russell King, not related, in the BMW M2 CSR, third fastest. And then Robert Wellington in his BMW M235 IR, fourth fastest. Those will be the first two rows. And have I left anybody out? I don't think I have, with the exception of Gary Crook, who is our sole GTX racer. He managed a 134.782, and just put it in the whole scheme of things about 5 seconds off the pole for the entire group. All right, that's going to wrap things up for our big bore race group. Next up, we go from big bore, we go to small bore. Attention the paddock, final call to the grid for E production, F production, H production, and B-Spec racers. Please head to the grid. Race group 7, E production, F production, H production, and B-Spec. Please head to the grid for our final qualifying session of the day. All right, we'll be back in just a few moments with more action from Barber Motorsports Park in just a moment. Stay with us.
Mazda's been very supportive of racers within the SCCA and all the other grassroots organizations for many, many years. Really, their support for racing and our type of racing is unmatched from any other manufacturer. They've been a great partner for many, many years.
Mazda, hands down, is the best company to work with for sports car racing. Factory support is second to none. It just feels right. You feel connected.
I'm John Hunter, and you might know me as the SCCA's Time Trial Program Manager. But did you also know I'm a driver? I've been autocrossing and doing time attack for a couple decades now, and here we're going to talk about some of the similarities and some of the differences in driving style between the two. So what we mean by plan of attack is you want to make sure you have a really good game plan going out. And that involves making sure that you only give yourself 1 or 2 things that you want to fix, whether you're going out for a new session of laps or that next run in autocross. So next, let's talk about things that are similar but slightly different. And the biggest thing of all is where you're looking. Obviously, with both, you want to look ahead. But with time attack, you're looking so much further ahead to find the exit of that corner. Where in autocross, you're looking for the exit and the next element, and the next element, and it's more rapid fire. So one's a little faster pace, but one requires you to look way further out into the distance. In autocross, things come at you a lot faster. It's rapid fire, and you need to move the weight around very quickly, typically. Whereas on a track, you'll have a lot more space between corners, so you're slowing the weight transfer down and making sure that you're maximizing your grip in a different way. So when you're coming from autocross and moving onto track, you'll really want to slow down your hands because you have more time to to properly set the car up and get that weight transfer done to maximize the grip through the corner. Another thing that's similar but different is how you use the pedals. In both instances, you want to be aggressive but squeeze and maximize the weight transfer in each situation. However, once you move to the track, you really want to know how to heel toe so that you can manage that weight transfer even better. So let's talk about what's different. The biggest thing that I can think of is in autocross, you typically want to make a plan and stick to it because you only get 3 runs. But on track, when you're doing time attack, you typically can run that track over and over and over again. So it affords you the ability to change up that plan and explore new options on lines and how you take certain areas of the track. So even though I'd autocrossed for decades, once I started doing time attack, I found it helped me as an autocross driver as well. So don't hesitate to try the other sport. Whether you're an autocross or a time attack driver, do both. It'll make you a better driver either way.
Welcome back to Barber Motorsports Park. It is the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Gregg Ginsberg along with Tom O'Gorman. We've also got a special guest here joining us, and we'll bring him in just a moment. But on track at the moment, it is B-Spec. It's F production, and we have one H production racer, but a very important one. I think is a 9 or 10-time national champion at this point, Steve Sargis, our sole H production racer.
Yeah, pretty light on production cars this weekend, but Greg, I'm going to speculate this is Runoff's rebuild season. This is when you get the car apart, you put it together again for the big show in a couple of, well, really just a couple weeks. It's a little over a month away at this point, so maybe not a huge surprise, but the meat of this race group is going to be in B-Spec. We've got 19 of them.
Wow.
And this is a pretty, I think, you know, we've talked about it a lot. This is a racetrack that not a lot of people have been to and not a lot of club racing happens at. So I'm really fascinated to see how does B-Spec unfold at Barber.
All right, and, you know, as you were talking about, drivers that, you know, are looking to get their cars ready for the runoffs. One of those racers is your 2024 F Production National Champion, Mason Workman, who is out here in a Mazda Miata. It is not the normal 52 F Production car that he races. It is a Friends ITA spec Mazda Miata. So he said he's basically just looking not to get lapped by the B-Spec racers.
There you go.
All right, want to bring in special guest also, Dorian. Want to go and introduce yourself real quick?
Yeah, hello everybody. My name is Dorian Davis. I am the Flagtronics manager for Racing America, but I've been affiliated with SCCA since I was 15 years old, did my first autocross, and I've loved every event I've been able to be a part of with SCCA.
All right, well, Dorian, says he knows quite a bit and has been racing in B-Spec, and so want to bring him in. And glad to have some local flavor from the Tennessee Valley region, right? Or
My
Alabama
home region is ALSCCA.
Okay, Alabama region.
Yeah, so
okay.
we do our solo right there at the Proving Grounds just across the street here at Barber Motorsports Park. And it's awesome to have that partnership with the track to be able to kind of get some of that racetrack flavor. You know, we're actually out here at our local racetrack doing our solo, but here at the Super Tour, it's awesome to be able to see a lot of drivers from around this region and around the country bring their cars to our home track and kind of get to see some stuff we don't see at your average track day, too. That's a beautiful thing. Seeing cars that are all in the same class is another privilege. You know, when we come out here for a track day, we'll have GT3s and MX5s on track at the exact same time, and that's not always the most exciting thing to watch because they're just going to have to give those point buys. But it's beautiful to come out here and see some of these B-Specs run alongside with cars that are so closely classed to them.
All right, well, as we've got our racers in B-Spec, for example, now completing their first flying laps, Gale Corley out of Willis, Texas, in his Mazda 2 goes to the top of the leaderboard, closely followed by, and this is a bit of an outlier, Tom, and I didn't expect to see this, a Nissan Versa. I think one of the very first Nissan Versas that has been raced in SCCA B-Spec racing, actually being piloted by Chris Taylor from Chris Taylor Racing Services. He goes second. Rice Robinson in, I believe, the bright pink number 50 Mazda 2, third fastest, all separated by about a second and a half here early on. Over in E-Production, Don Tucker and Mark Webber separated. Webber, I think, just coming up to speed, a couple seconds off in rears. And then over in H-Production, Stephen Powers. I'll tell you, for Mason Workman working in ITA Mazda Miata, from only to be about a second back right now from Stephen Powers, I think shows that the man's wheel in the car.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm really curious to watch this Nissan Versa. The last time I saw one of these cars in this class was the 2015 runoffs at Laguna Seca. David Daugherty ran one.
That's right.
And I remember he kind of just figuratively wadded it up and threw it away. It's like, that didn't work. That wasn't a good experiment. But whenever you see a driver swap really late in a season like this or bring out a car you would kind of raise your eyebrow at, there we go, it's usually because they think they know something the rest of us don't. So that might be a bit of a strategic call by Chris Taylor to bring it out, see how it works with the class prep. You know, there is effectively a balance of performance in play in B-Spec to keep the cars all even. Right now it's going great for him. He just finishes his second flying lap and moves back up onto the front row. Still chasing now Gale Corley at the bench. Oh no, I didn't scroll. Yes, Gale Corley at the top of the class there.
Yeah, and I think you make an excellent point there, Tom, just talking a little bit about that BOP. You know, you really can throw your competitors for a loop and even throw them off their game a little bit behind the wheel when they're thinking, you know what, that's the only car of its type out there on the track. I would hate to, be losing a second or two, So it's even that mind game with your competitors of, oh, well, what's that Versa going to do? And right now, they may be hearing on the radio, hey, guys, the Versa's in second place, and instead of focusing on, oh, what can I do to get better exit speed out of turn 6, they're now thinking, well, why don't I go talk to the stewards about this Versa? You know what I mean? So it's just those little things that can kind of give you that edge when you're the only person in your class with one specific make and model.
It is common here in B-Spec to swap cars around. If you're a fan of the runoffs, at least you'll see drivers rotating all the time. Now, Dorian, I'm curious, from the Flagtronics perspective, new this season, I think mandatory this season for the first time here in SCCA Club Racing, a display in the car that shows the flags in the section of the racetrack that the flaggers would also be showing. So that's pretty common knowledge. We know that it can do that. We also have a display that has, basically a location device that we can see on the racetrack where people are roughly. That's pretty useful. But what's something about Flagtronics that maybe we don't know and that is either a feature or a part that you use that we're not aware of?
So one of the most important aspects of the Flagtronics system is the GPS capabilities of the system. So the drivers, when they purchase their Flagtronics kit, are given a GPS that's mounted to usually the rear deck lid of the car. And with that GPS, we can track a lot of things. So it's really good for incidents where if a car gets stuck in a gravel trap, we can say, okay, we have a car off driver's left, and the safety team and the clerk of the course can start making that plan on how they're going to either retrieve it or change the course condition to reflect that ahead of time, because we're getting calls from the marshals in real time, but at the same time those marshals are flagging, those marshals are taking in the situation. So that GPS allows us to really well respond to incidents, but it also has another really good feature, which is speed logging. So we can see how fast a car is going in certain zones. And something that drivers should always be aware of is the fact that we can tell what their speed is in the paddock, we can tell what their speed is in pit lane. So that's one of the things I like to tell my drivers when we talk Flagtronics is, you know, this is a little bit of a big brother system. You know what I mean? We are able to track some of the things that you guys are doing out there. And, you know, it is for their safety, but it's also for the safety of pedestrians, for the safety of our fantastic workers down there on pit lane. So the GPS is really that key to the Flagtronics system where, you know, it's really good for allowing the drivers to know where they are on track and know which flag condition they should be seeing, but also for us on the race control side to be able to say, hey, you know, this car is in a position where he's not too safe. You know,
Yeah,
That's really powerful.
All right, so Tom, I started to draw the conclusion here. We have Richard Osborne in the chat, and he threw up that the recent BOP changes in B-Spec have really helped the Versa. And then I went back and compared the car, the 151 machine that Chris Taylor is racing, and that is actually Richard Osborne's car, which, by the way, he had a Hot Wheels made about a year ago of the car, which I thought was pretty cool. So apparently the BOP changes have helped considerably, although Chris Taylor now falls to third fastest behind Rice Robinson, albeit only about 16 hundredths of a second back from the Mazda 2, the 50 machine. Derek Ambrose, another racer who's getting a lot of seat time here at Barber this weekend in the white number 62 Cork Sport machine, and is currently running fourth fastest. Looks like we've got one of our F-Prod Miatas maybe a little bit off the pace there, or is that that was not Don Tucker's machine? That I would say it might have been Mason Workman's car. Is Workman now third fastest behind Stephen Powers? And well, no, actually that wasn't. I just picked up where Workman is. He's in the baby blue Mazda Miata, and Workman now goes back to second fastest, and I'll tell you, as Ken Kennard now, and I think his new Mazda Miata that I know Jesse Prather Motorsports have been working on, didn't bring out his Acura Integra. Kennard now falls to third fastest, albeit about 9 seconds back, so that might have been the open-top Miata that we just saw come down the front straight.
Over in the prod side, Steve Sargis was actually the fastest race car on the track, period, for the entire session up to about a minute ago in his H production car, putting on display just how little horsepower matters here.
Yeah.
Cut to me making a horsepower excuse in SMX later. But anyway, just finally, Stephen Powers does reclaim the top time. He's pole in F production and now the fastest race car on the track as well. Steve Sargis still second quickest. And then it is our E production provisional pole sitter, Don Tucker, who is third quickest in the session. And I think, Greg, this is maybe one of the sessions that we've, Dorian too, this is one of the sessions we've seen the learning curve on display, because we can really focus on, you know, the smaller prod classes. Some of the cars are dropping seconds and seconds and seconds still. B-Spec, they've gotten up to speed just a little bit quicker. But Dorian, maybe, you know, you've driven this racetrack. Talk us through maybe some of the nuance. What do you think is the biggest learning curve someone who's not been here before needs to know about Barber to go quick?
So Barber has a few, it's got a lot of elevation. And some of that elevation brings with it some blind turns. So like, for instance, we have turn 4 coming up the hill. You kind of have to spot where you want to point the car at. So one thing instructors will tell the drivers is to use the scoring tower as sort of a landmark. And there are a few different places around the track where you have to do that. And, you know, just looking at what the B-Spec has on offer, you know, given that front-wheel drive platform, a turn like our turn 5, 6 area, which we call Charlotte's Web, a nice little downhill into uphill hairpin, that's going to be pretty good for the B-Spec cars. That front-wheel drive, you're going to be able to get on the gas real early down here in this turn and really sort of extend that acceleration zone all the way down the mid-straight. But then you're heading into turns 8 and 9, where you have some heavy braking, you have a downhill, and then you're curving all the way around to the right, and that's going to leave that rear end of these B-Spec cars really lightweight. Going to potentially induce a little bit of oversteer, which can be a little scary in a car like that. So, you know, it's got its pros and cons, and I would say, just the most important thing, and something that people might take for granted a little bit out here, is that balance at speed. Because especially in some of our heavier braking zones, downhill braking zones, and then our kink over in 10-11 area, there are some points where if you're too twitchy on the steering wheel, you can really pay for it later on.
All right, so with Gail Corley, your provisional pole sitter in B-Spec, Don Tucker in E production, Stephen Powers in F production, and Steve Sargis in H production. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, more qualifying action here from Barber. It's the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Stay with us. Good job, man.
Yeah.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance, priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance. What's stopping you?
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside about how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
Welcome back to Barber Motorsports Park in the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. It's small bore qualifying, our final qualifying session of the day. So let me make a quick call to the grid for our first race group. Attention the paddock. Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 racers, please head to the grid. Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 racers, please head to the grid. Your race is next. All right, so let's take a look, see if we've got any changes here. Gail Corley continues to lead the B-Spec field, a very deep, what did we say, 19-car deep B-Spec field, 16-car deep B-Spec field, with Rice Robinson now about 3/10 behind. Chris Taylor, third fastest. Miles Gertz now in his Honda Fit moves up to fourth, did that in our absence, and puts it a time of 152.099. Eric Yeagle, our defending national champion, after taking a pretty big amount of damage, Tom, at Virginia International Raceway earlier in the season, brings his Honda Fit back, and he is currently fifth fastest.
Yeah, I've been watching him turn in personal best sectors for about 3 or 4 laps now, and he's just been continuously improving, but not able to close the gap from, it's a bit more spread out from basically 7th and 6th up to 4th, and Eric just keeps getting closer and closer in that gap. Stephen Powers also continues to just dump time out of that Miata. He's down into the 141s now, being set, just last time we checked up on him in the 43s. He's now got a pretty good handle on F production there over Mason Workman. You mentioned that car being borrowed by a friend. I've been watching that car since I started club racing up in Ohio, so that is a well-used ITA and maybe sometimes spec Miata, Miata out there. Steve Sargis hasn't improved until now. He was down in the 43s for quite a while and just drops a 142.7 to maintain his second fastest car status. He will start on the front row alongside alongside that F production car of Stephen Powers when we come to the green flag a little bit later. And final comment, in B-Spec, we do have a spec tire on that car that tends to kind of settle into its pace after the first lap or two. Not a big surprise to see drivers not improving a whole lot at this stage in qualifying, but a couple drivers do still manage to find time. One of them is Josh Schmidt, who just leapfrogs Eric Jägel for 5th in the class. His Chevy Sonic moves up into that 3rd row position, and he is the highest scored Sonic on the racetrack right now. Stuart Black also in a Chevy Sonic, typically one of our contenders, but maybe struggling to find pace here at Barber early on. He's about 3 seconds off.
And I think that, well, it's not a new chassis, but the car that Stuart Black is racing is, I believe, the original B-Spec Sonic that he raced a number of years ago. He's had some mechanical issues, some engine issues with the blue and white car that he'd been campaigning for, I think, the last year and a half or so. So he's switched back to this white with orange machine. Gail Corley now taking, probably not Gail Corley, Rice Robinson taking his Mazda 2 now back to the paddock. He, I think, is content with a 151.893, good for 2nd fastest in the class.
So taking a look at Josh Schmidt yet again, one of our only drivers to have improved on his most recent lap. So that's something to really keep an eye on, considering, like we said, that spec tire kind of finds its groove pretty early on in the session. We've got our driver, Josh Schmidt, out there still finding his groove, still putting out his best stuff there late in the qualifying session, which is always something we like to see. And, you know, improving lap after lap is that step just above consistency. You know, when we look at instruction, when we look at coaching, consistency is great, because without consistency, there's no point in coaching. There's no point in learning a new technique if you can't replicate it. So we love to see that as the checkered flag flies on this qualifying session.
All right, with the checkered flag out and last flying laps here will count. Let's take a look back over at F Production, where Stephen Powers has about 7 seconds on both Ken Kennard and Mason Workman. And Tom, you covered the history of the Workman car. It's actually his brother's car that he brought out. License plate on the back says Racer X, because his brother's name is apparently unknown to the rest of the racing community.
His chat name in the live chat doesn't give it away at all.
No, not at all, not one bit. All right, yeah, thanks, Keith. All right, and so Ken Kennard on the last lap, that's personal best in all 3 sectors, enough to leapfrog Mason Workman. He'll be 2nd fastest in the session. Of course, Steve Sargis, our sole H production racer. All right, we've got I think got a couple of people that we need to call to see the race director. Let's do that real quick. With the following drivers, please see the race director in tech. Dane Smith, driver of the number 62 GT1 car. David Fairstand, driver of the number 82 GT2 car. Michael Kamalian, driver of the number 9 American Sedan, and Tony Cook, driver of the number 63 GT2 car. Please see the race director in tech. Again, Dane Smith, 62 GT1, David Fairstand, 82 GT2, Michael Kamalian, 9 American Sedan, and Tony Cook, 63 GT2. Also, this is the final call to the grid for Race Group 1, Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 racers, please head to the grid.
Comes to a close. We've got the top 3 drivers in B-Spec: Gail Corley, Rice Robinson, and Chris Taylor. And F Production, Stephen Powers, Ken Kennard, and Mason Workman in that order. E Production will be Don Tucker and Mark Weber. And H Production all alone, we have Steve Sargis.
All right, and so coming up, it is going to be quite a bit of racing for you here today. We've got 3 of our 7 race groups. They will have their feature-length races here today. And again, these races are going to be 21 laps or 35 minutes, and then the remaining 4 groups will have their sprint races today, 25 minutes. We'll flip the order tomorrow, but a great day of racing. We're going to have 1 race before we take a break today, and that race is going to be for Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Then we'll take a break, and then we'll come back with our remaining 6 racers as our final racers from this qualifying session head back to the pits. And while they do, what we're going to do here, unfortunately, we lost a very important person to the Alabama racing community and Barber Motorsports Park in general earlier this year. George Barber, the namesake of Barber Motorsports Park, passed away this February at the age of 85. His own racing resume included 63 race victories, and of course, the park and the museum remain the centerpiece of his motorsports legacy. So I'd like to ask you all to join me in a moment of silence for George Barber. Thank you. All right, so in just a few moments, we're going to have our first race of the day. It is Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, and we'll get underway with that in just a moment. Welcome back to Barber Motorsports Park, the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, and it is time to go racing. First up this weekend on the docket is Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Let's run down the starting order. Starting on the front row today, your pole sitter, Brian Schofield out of Lakeland, Florida, with Tyler Stevens starting second, right on the outside of the front row. He's out of Bixby, Oklahoma. Row number 2 is Peyton Long with Jim Goffrey starting in fourth. Then we've got Richard Stevens out of Bixby, Oklahoma. He's going to start right alongside Jackson Deal. He's out of Granger, Indiana. Jim LeBecco will start seventh today. He's out of Chagrin Falls, Ohio. He's in the number 198 machine with Matthew Horst starting in eighth. He drives the number 41 car. He's from Roswell, Georgia. Then we got Connor Grant. He is out of Collierville, Tennessee. He's going to start ninth with probably three-time national champion in Spec Racer Ford, Cliff White, starting 10th in the number 156 car. Liam Snyder in the 127 Spec Racer Ford is going to start 11th. He's out of Joshua, Texas, with Stephen Coates starting 12th out of Murfreesboro, Tennessee. Then we got Dexter Suba out of New Hampshire. He's going to start lucky 13th today in the 89 car. Sean DeCold will start 14th. He's out of West Union, South Carolina. Keith Grant from Germantown, Tennessee, will start 15th, with Carter Coat starting 16th. He's out of Overland Park, Kansas. Then Shoreline, Washington's Tom Burt will start 17th. He's in the number 45 car. I think he's run every single Super Tour round so far this season. Wade White out of Vail, Colorado, will start 18th in the number 59 car. That's Cliff's father. Then we've got in the number 21 car, Charlie Rogers out of Pittsburgh, North Carolina. He starts 19th, with Craig Jansen starting 20th. He's out of Pittsburgh, North Carolina. Then we got Craig. Then we have. Pardon me. Did I give 19th? Oh, I did 20th. There we go. Starting 21st is Scott Ross. He's out of Nashville, Tennessee. It starts alongside Todd Vanacore from Ormond Beach, Florida, in the number 119 machine. Then we've got Russell Oakes. He drives the number 43 car. He starts alongside Scott Monroe. They'll be 23rd and 24th. Starting 25th, Steve Zamatis out of Hartwell, Georgia, is in the number 4 car, with TJ Preble from Fort Lauderdale in the 16. He starts 26th. Starting 27th is Tim Preble out of Lake Worth, Florida. He's going to start 27th in the 20 car, with Frederick Haas from New Orleans, Louisiana, starting 28th. And he's in the 158 car. Then we've got Keith Clay. Keith is in the 06 car. He's going to start 29th. Grant Heinig out of Jenks, Oklahoma, will start 30th. Starting 31st is Nick Heinig, also out of Jenks. He's in the 73 car. He's 31st, with Russell King out of Minneapolis, starting 32nd. He's in the number 12. As our racers come to the front straight, and green flag, Tom, is in the air and jumping out early on. Peyton Long cutting across the nose of Jim Goffrey, and to ensure that he's going to be the first driver up the hill out of turn 1 as they come to the carousel.
Yeah, it was a poor start, I think, for maybe Cliff White or Goffrey. One of the two is Goffrey. He rolled it back just a little bit. Schofield back to the race lead, and then it's Long and Stevens. A bit of a break back to the next group, but into the braking zone. A huge lunge from the number 58 Goffrey around the outside. They're going to go 2 by 2 for at least 10 rows down into turn 5.
As they come out of the hairpin now, still 2 by 2, sometimes 3 by 3. Coming through the hairpin as they make the short run down to the corkscrew or the museum turn here on the brakes there. A little bit of smoke in the air. I don't know if that was an early break, Tom, or if that was just maybe on the overrun there. A little bit of oil smoke out of the back of the car. But it looks like now finally, as they make the run out of turn 8 and head towards the S's, finally all of our racers in line here.
It's one of those yellow Alliance Autosport cars. It was either Jim LeBecco or Connor Grant, I think. One of them had a great start, one of them did not. We'll have to keep an eye on those 2 yellow cars in the top 10 and see which ones come through. Bit wide in the kink at turn 13 for Tyler Stevens, almost allowed Peyton Long and Jim Goffrey to let the nose up the inside. Big slide for Goffrey, trying to keep the momentum as the cars stack up big time there at the apex of turn 14 before fanning back out onto the front straight. Schofield leads lap 1.
There you go, 1 lap now in the books. And looks like we're having perhaps some transponder issues with Schofield, that he's not showing up on our system. Peyton Long sliding into second. Jim Goffrey, Connor Grant, Liam Snyder rounding out your top 5. And then Cliff White making up a number of positions on the first lap here, now moving up to 6th, having displaced Jim Lebeco, Stephen Coates, and Carter Cote. And I think they're one racer that maybe got caught out. We'll see if he actually took the green. Jackson Deal, and I'm showing Jackson Deal, who was scheduled to start, I think, what is 6th, did not take the green. Either that, or we're having transponder issues for him as well. And Tom, we've got a number of cars off at the hairpin now. Looks like 2 cars around, and another 2 in the gravel trap. One just losing the rear end of the bodywork. I think might have been the number 2 machine.
Well, that'll be nearly an inevitable full course caution, but we're not there yet. Schofield just maybe sees the Flagtronics tick over to a yellow flag. He backs it down at turn 12 and stacks the rest of the field up. Importantly, right before that, Peyton Long was able to get back around James Goffrey for 3rd position. That was back at turn 5. And for the rest, I think we'll have to wait to see the next timing and scoring screen if there were any other important changes, but it's still Schofield, Stevens, Long. Goffrey, I believe the last time I saw Goffrey might have slipped behind Jackson Deal, though, at the start of that second sector.
Yeah, and it looks like one of the racers involved might have been Wade White, and we have gone to full course caution now. One car still stuck in the gravel trap. That is the number 65 car. Trying to get some information there on the 65. That's Scott Ross out of Nashville, Tennessee. As the 59 car, of the 3 cars involved, of the 4 cars involved, 3 of them were able to move out of the incident area, but with that car still in the gravel trap and a very large piece of bodywork, Tom, was sitting mid-track coming out of the hairpin. We've gone full course caution.
It's close to half a Spec Racer Ford when that bodywork falls off the back. And it's an easy mistake to make. It's a great camera shot here on our live pictures. That downhill braking zone into turn 5 kind of means missing your brake marker is an exponential mistake. It's not just like braking late on a flat surface. It kind of shoves you downhill even more, and it's a very easy mistake to get in there a little too deep when you're wheel-to-wheel, side-by-side in a race like this. But we did get that first full green flag lap, and indeed, Connor Grant did get through on Goffrey at the exit of turn 5, effectively. And that will move that Alliance Autosport car up into 4th. It was Jim Lebeco that had the poorer of the 2 starts that I mentioned there. And between them, we have a whole bunch of cars, but unfortunately, Greg, timing and scoring is a mess. So we're struggling a little bit here to keep up on which cars are which for you.
Yeah,
do our best.
And I think the other car that might have been involved in the incident was Steve Zemaitis in the number 4 car out of Hartwell, Georgia. He's just ahead of Wade White on track now, but also it started this race off in 17th position and now sitting back, I believe, in 21st. Or, well, 21st of the cars that we have transponder information on. Again, we are under full course caution here, Tom, and as they're looking to get that car out of the gravel trap, why don't we do this? I know we've got a 35-minute race, but why don't we get our break out of the way? Because of hope against hope, it's going to be clean driving, clean all the way to the checkered flag here. So we'll be back in just a few moments with more racing action from Barber Motorsports Park. Don't go away.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance, priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside about how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Welcome back to Barber Motorsports Park, and we are still under full course caution here in our first race of the day, Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, where at the top of the leaderboard it is Brian Schofield, Tyler Stevens, Peyton Long, Jackson Deal, your top four. And so you see, Jackson didn't lose 65 spots or whatever it was. He actually moved up a position from the start in the fourth. But again, Tom, we are under full course caution here, and maybe this is a good thing when we go back to green flag racing, because one, we'll have everybody already lined up single file, but they'll think about their actions.
Maybe a bit. I mean, it was a relatively clean start, I think, with a fairly simple mistake leading to the consequences of at least just one car stuck in the gravel trap. But it's a very fast turn one. It's a very fast transition into turn two. So it's much easier to accomplish on a single file restart. We can also confirm the top 10 for you now that timing is updated. You ran through that top 5 down to Deal and Goffrey. Then it's Connor Grant in 6th. Richard Stevens has settled into 7th. Liam Snyder had a great start. He's up to 8th. Jim Lebecco has slipped to 9th at the start of this race. Matthew Horst will round out the top 10 with Cliff White just sitting outside. One car out of the gravel trap is able to leave under its own power, and just a piece of bodywork to grab. I think, unfortunately, Greg, the timing has worked out just that we're going to end up with one more lap under yellow. Let's see. 25 minutes left in this race, or 18 laps on a 35-minute or 19-lap feature race here. That means tomorrow Spec Racers will get a shorter 25-minute race. This race, I think if you didn't get the qualifying you wanted, indeed we are getting one more full course yellow lap. If you didn't get the lap you wanted in qualifying with that local yellow and black flag, ended up splitting that session in half and almost cutting the duration in half as well. You might be able to play the game and get a clean lap for the grid tomorrow in this race. Something to think about, especially if you're a driver that's maybe buried outside the top 20. Give yourself a little bit of a gap and put a lap in this race to make tomorrow a better day.
Yeah, indeed. And since the grids for the Sunday races are going to be made up of the fastest lap times, either from qualifying today, the races today, or the qualifying session tomorrow morning, think of this also as a qualifying session in its own right. And there you go, one of the white cars, that is the 156 car coming down the pit lane now. And the driver that was retrieved from the gravel trap, that was Scott Ross out of Nashville, Tennessee, in the number 65 car. And so he is currently now showing as, I guess, 3 laps down, if he is going to continue
The car on pit lane was Wade White, who had been down in 36. The bodywork was dislodged on the back of that car. I have to imagine there was a meatball flag that brought that car back to the paddock.
Yeah.
As it was almost certainly going to blow off as soon as he got back to race speed. The pace car is moving right now. They're trying to get us back to green flag racing down to turn numbers 7, 8, and 9, the museum corner. Be one of our faster pace caution laps that we'll get all weekend.
I mean, and it looks like we've got it's a Dodge Challenger with a big honking V8 in there. If he can't pick up the pace, nobody can. As we've got the drivers right at the front of the field trying to keep heat in the tires.
Yeah, less interested in keeping up with the pace car, more interested in getting the tire in the window.
Yeah. And Schofield doing a good job of moving that car from side to side, getting the rear end to break loose a little bit as well. All right, and the lights are off on the pace car, pardon me, the safety car. See, I'm even bringing over my PCA language here, Brendan. The safety car lights are out. As Brian Schofield we'll see if he tries to back up the rest of the field. He's got Tyler Stevens out of Bixby, Oklahoma, and Stevens' teammate Peyton Long right behind.
And remember, they're only separated by 4 points in the Super Tour points for this season. Those two teammates that sit second and third, but it's Stevens at the disadvantage. If he picks up a win this weekend and Peyton Long doesn't, he'll tie it up for the season.
All right, pace cars on the pit lane, turning things over to Brian Schofield, another national champion in his own right, as he brings the field onto the front straight. Starter looks over the field, and green flag is out. And immediately pulling to the inside, right alongside Brian Schofield, is Tyler Stevens. And as they come through turn 1 and up the hill, now Schofield's able to sweep around the outside. He's got the position as the track switches back to a right-hand turn through the carousel and down the hill. But what an opportunistic jump there from the Oklahoma driver, from Tyler Stevens. Just could not make it work, Tom.
Just not quite. Now into the braking zone. We're going to stack things up a second time after this green flag wave. Schofield, Long, Stevens through, no problem. We're side by side for 9th and 10th as they come off the corner, but everybody very well behaved this time through. And that was beautifully managed from Brian Schofield back at turn 1. Didn't panic, just rolled the outside and picked up the position again after that opportune start for Stevens. He's played the game the best most of the time this season in Spec Racer. It didn't pan out that time.
All right, Jackson Deal gives up a position. And is that, let me see, that is Grant that moved up, because I didn't recognize the normal Goffrey livery right back behind there in 4th. So we'll track them as they come back into our view and down the hill.
Yeah, go a little bit of contact maybe there for Tyler Stevens. Gets into the back of Schofield. It looked like that's what caused some rotation for Schofield at the turn-in point for turn 12. That was sketchy. If not, Schofield's car is just really on the limit as he rolled speed down in there, but he holds on to it. Door opens at the final corner, and he shuffles wide. It's going to put Tyler Stevens and Peyton Long both through. We're side by side for 3rd. Schofield and Deal. We're going to go 3 wide. Goffrey up the inside.
As they come through, and then the 58 car, pardon me, that was the 56 car coming down the inside as well. So big changes up at the front of the field as Stevens now takes over the lead. Schofield, and you know, you said it, Tom, Schofield's car just looks very, very loose, not a lot of grip there. And he now falls back at the line to 3rd. Jackson Deal in the 92 car sits 4th with Goffrey, Grant, and Richard Stevens. And so a great run there from Goffrey in the 58. And that's why I was a little confused. Goffrey's not in his normal silver car. I think he's in one of Wade White or Cliff White's machines there in the purple 58, and a great run for him as well.
Yeah, and that classic fuchsia. There are 3 of those cars on the racetrack. That's what got us out. It's also a big move for Richard Stevens around the outside of turn 5. He picked up 1 spot, I believe, over Matthew Horst potentially. More big rotations for these mid-engine sports racers down into the museum corner. Stevens and Long are organizing a pretty good breakaway here, but Jackson Deal going to try to go with them now into 3rd position. Schofield, still floundering slightly, has held up Jim Goffrey for 4th and 5th. Then it is Stevens that's gone through for 6th, Horst in 7th in the orange machine. Actually, the big loser in that exchange was Connor Grant. He got pinned to the inside back at turn 5 and slipped back 2 spots. That's the car that Stevens got around.
As they come to the line now, it is still the 125 or the 105 car, and a bit of a breakaway here at the front of the field is Jackson Deal in the yellow 92 machine has really managed to hold on right to the rear of Long and Stevens ahead, and they've got about 6 car lengths now on Schofield, Goffrey, and Richard Stevens as they came across the line and started to make their way through the first couple corners here now, and under braking here. We'll see if the group closes up now as Schofield, I believe, has dropped back a few more positions.
He's still in 4th.
Oh, no, there he is.
Certainly
okay.
Slipped back even further. I saw another wiggle out from the back of that car at turn 1. Just not seeming to have the balance that he'd like for this race. The top 3 completely nose to tail coming into the museum corner. Here they are down to the compression point. It looks like the front tires maybe a bit prone to lock up right through the entry at turn 7, and you have to have the car gathered up for the real corner, which is down at turn 9. Now, Greg, Barber Motorsports Park's a pretty interesting racetrack in that the longest straightaways lead into incredibly fast corners. They are not big braking zones other than turn 5, really, and that's not a very long straightaway. So the draft that we typically see here in Spec Racer Ford that makes and breaks the races may not be a huge factor here. As we watch down the front straightaway lap after lap, no one really able to create big overlap before that turn 1. And again, turn 1 is maybe a 10-mile-an-hour speed adjustment. It's really just a quick drag of the brakes. And then you flick the car left. So we have not seen much opportunity to pass here, which is why we said qualifying is just so important. Here's a side-by-side race outside the top 10 down into turn 1. That was the 119 machine of Todd Vanacore trying to go through maybe on Craig Jansen, I think.
Yeah, and that, you know, Tom, I was thinking about that, and what you said there is certainly I think this racetrack doesn't have the flavor of a Watkins Glen, but I think in many regards it races the same way, where qualifying is incredibly important because these corners are so quick and you're not scrubbing off speed. Hi, Mr. Photographer. How are you doing there today?
Yeah, it's a great point. That's exactly a great comparison. Fastest lap of the race last time by Tyler Stevens by a little bit over Peyton Long, those two running in lockstep. An incident again here at turn 5, Greg. Another incident in the braking zone, 2 cars sideways.
Yeah, and that's very difficult there as the cars come down under the braking zone there, because they can't typically see where that second car is there as they come down on the braking. As one of them has now left the scene, and trying to get the number there. I think it might be the 21 car, and actually now they have all left the scene. And yeah, I think one of the cars involved was the 21 of Charlie Rogers out of Pittsburgh, North Carolina. He now has continued, and I'll see if I can get the number on the second car.
Here's a move for Matthew Horst on Richard Stevens up onto the front straightaway, gets it done and puts Stevens on the back foot. It's going to open the door for Connor Grant to try to go through down at turn 1. Watching the white and the red and white machines side by side. Indeed, Grant is going to get through, so Stevens loses 2 positions, and a big spin for the car clinging onto the back of that lead pack. That's going to drop him off. I missed the number exactly, but it maybe was Keith Grant.
Grant, I believe.
That's going to promote the 127 of Liam Snyder. Oh, excuse me, the Liam Snyder is the next car on the track to try to attack Richard Stevens. That side-by-side exchange at turn 1 for Stevens and Grant is dropped them out of that lead to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cars now. You have to be really strategic. Is it better to pick up the 1 spot and lose the chance to pick up any more, or do you hang out even longer? We still have a long way to go, 14 minutes. Which is going to be something closer to, 7, 8 laps at
about
least.
7 laps or so. And do we have a car off over by 14? That is, and he's up against the wall. That is the 158 car. So we have a local caution going into the final sequence of turns over at turn 14.
Oh, another big move for Matthew Horst. He's working the outside of turn 14 perfectly. He's picked up 2 spots in the last 2 laps for it. He's now up to 5th as he's just gone through on Jim Goffrey. Shuffled the orange and gray. Number 41 up another spot. Look at that big slide again from Schofield. No rear grip in the number 61. And he's now falling into the clutches of one of the fastest cars on the track in Horst, just behind. Watch that orange machine.
All right, we've got word from race control that the 158 car likely going to be sitting there up against the Armco for the rest of the session. They'll get the have the local caution there for another couple of laps so all of our racers have seen it, and then that will likely be withdrawn. That's been, so far this morning, probably one of the most challenging corners, besides obviously the hairpin, as we've had a number of racers go off there coming over the crest of the hill.
Exactly, yeah, that crest really upsets the car. I know in the SMX that I drove, tons of inside wheel spin, and it really wants to walk the back end around as well. And so the incident that ends up sitting at turn 14 started back at turn 12 earlier. And 13, yeah.
And a lot of tire rub from one of our spec racer Fords actually coming up the hill at a turn 1 now. Body work hanging on by the sheer thread of a clip, I guess. And also getting a lot of left rear tire rub from that car as well.
Going to have some lap traffic in play for our race leaders in this final sector. They were just coming up on them there. It caught them at the apex of turn 15. Lap car seems a little uncomfortable with where the other cars may go. Lets them around the outside. Will this open an opportunity for Jackson Deal, who's the yellow machine running in third? Not quite. Just Greg, again, not able to get alongside coming into turn 1. I think the best opportunity, just visually watching last time, there was a huge head of steam for Peyton Long from second on through the draft of his teammate Tyler Stevens down into turn 11. The question is, when do you pull the pin on that? I think that's more of a last lap effort type move than it is to start the battle now.
And I guess if he pulled the pin early, would he see Deal come along with them and running a challenge there as they come through the hairpin now? And again, that second group led by Brian Schofield just has not been able to close the gap to our top 3.
Brian Schofield still holding on to 4th as well, but Matthew Horst is hounding him. It doesn't quite look like Jim Goffrey has the ability or the speed quite right at this time of the race to keep up with them, so they've kind of stabilized into a twosome there for 4th and 5th. Then there's Goffrey, Stevens, Grant, Snyder, and Cole all in that train as well. Again, look at just how close Peyton Long is in the white and orange in second position. The big question mark is, can he get alongside? How far alongside can he get? And then the other problem is you turn left a little bit, but then you turn right. So you're going to end up in the outside of the entire final sector if he makes a move down in the inside in that section of the track.
All right, with 10 minutes, only 10 minutes elapsed now, 25 minutes remaining. It's Stevens, Long, and Deal. Schofield, your top 4. Matthew Horst rounding out the top 5. If we go back to the top 10, Jim Goffrey, 6. Richard Stevens, Connor Grant, Liam Snyder, Carter Coate, and Keith Grant just outside the top 10.
And it's the other way around. We're under 10 minutes to go in this race. So
am I not counting?
I see how you did it. It's just a count up instead of down thing.
Hey, usually, too many fingers and toes.
Right.
Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, 9 minutes and a half remaining.
And more lap traffic up the road in front of our race leaders. It's just kind of speckled here and there. It's not a pack. And they've been very generous and smart to get out of the way so far. But you just never know, especially into a section of racetrack like that, where it becomes very single file into the chicane, down the back straightaway, out of the museum turn. Race leader Tyler Stevens will be the first to get there. You get all the options, but you also are running the risk of being the one that gets caught out and opening the door for the drivers behind. That driver in the lapped car does get out of the way nicely, sticks to the right side of the racetrack, and will let all of the top 10 through. Beautiful
and
heads up.
He's got a nice little gap there that he can get through and get through the corner without impacting. Yeah, that was probably worked out the best that you could ever hope to imagine there.
And the other one's going to disappear to pit lane, so our race leaders continue to get good fortune when they catch these lap traffic. Ooh, big wiggle for Connor Grant in the 7th place car. Just caught the nose. It looks like these cars really out of sorts through turn 14 into 15. Tons of speed management just roasting the left side tires. Again, Schofield a wiggle. This is going to open the door maybe for Horst. Has to go the long way around turn 2 if he's going to work it, though.
Well, let's see as they come over the crest of the hill and work their way down, not able to get around from the outside. And it is a long way as you crest over the top of the hill, and the track then cambers down for you there. It's just a much shorter distance for the 61 machine. But still, that group now losing more and more ground to our leaders at the front of the field with not 25 minutes, but only 10 minutes, now less than 10 minutes remaining. I guess actually less than 8 now since my last gaffe.
Just checking up on fast laps. Tyler Stevens was quickest of all last time through and resets the fast lap of the race into the 135s at a 135.8. Peyton Long is a little bit slower than that. Jackson Deal fastest of all in sector 1. He goes purple there. Doesn't have very far to go, though. He's already kind of crammed underneath the back end. But those three are easily the fastest cars on the racetrack right now by about a half second, in fact, to the cars behind. I have to imagine Schofield just holding on for dear life as he rolls the car through 11 and 12 nicely, pulls away slightly from Matthew Horst. But Horst has been so good in this section of the racetrack. He's getting around the outside of drivers here at turn 14 and 15. He's going to take a look again, but Schofield has him covered. And in the background there, Jim Goffrey, who had such a good start, has just kind of found himself stuck in 6th.
I was going to say, it looks like he's just kind of stuck. He's taken a look a couple times on Horst just ahead, as Horst has maybe been looking for ways to get around Goffrey, and he just hasn't been close enough alongside to do anything about it.
So cool to watch the amount of trust that these drivers have between the three of them. You're just driving on assumption that the other cars around you are going to do the exact same thing you're intending to do. Just really driving off of that trust as to keep the speed up and to be turning laps as fast as this. In fact, Jackson Deal did reset fast lap of the race at a 135.82. That is exactly a whole 1,000th faster than Peyton Long went last time. And they're going to have some traffic into, no, they just got by through it and now have clear track again. That's beautiful for these drivers. Coming up on 6 minutes to go. We're going to be in the last 4 laps, I imagine, here or so. We're going to end on time, Greg.
Yeah, I think we are going to, because of the full course caution I had earlier, definitely going to end on time. So when we completed the last lap, Connor Grant had managed to get around the 127 of Liam Snyder and move Snyder back to 9th. Snyder got the repass made coming out of the hairpin. So move him back up in the 8th position, Grant back to 9th, as Carter Code has fallen off the pace of that pair just a little bit.
Also just caught, that was side by side for Jim Goffrey and for Matthew Horst, and unfortunately for Horst, he runs it wide at turn 13 and falls off the racetrack and is going to slip back at least 4 or 5 positions. There he just gets back into the rhythm of things, I think having lost 5 spots. Schofield finds himself with some breathing room, and it was Jim Goffrey who had made the move up the outside of that back straightaway.
Yeah, so Horst now, I think Horst moves back into 10th. So almost 5 positions lost there in that miscue. But I told you, Goffrey had been looking for a way to finally get around him, and I think his time was running down. Took the only shot he had.
Now it's Richard Stevens up the inside of Goffrey at turn 5, trying to pick up a spot. They're going to have a drag race off the corner, and Goffrey, the long way around, carries the momentum and closes the door. But that battle for 5th has ignited for sure with 5 minutes to go. The top 3 have yet to pull the gloves off, though. Tyler Stevens and Peyton Long running the show at the front with Jackson Deal in 3rd. I have noticed it looks like on kind of these critical corners at the end of each edge of the track, let's say, you know, turn 2 and turn 9, not the fast sweepy stuff, but all the critical corners. Stevens and Long have them covered a little bit, and then the straightaways in the draft do bring Jackson Deal just a little bit closer again. But visually on our camera shots, at least, it does appear that the Stevens and Long machines have a little bit more speed in the key corners. Watching on our pictures now, the battle for 4th, which is still Brian Schofield in an unhappy race car holding back. Jim Goffrey, Richard Stevens, Connor Grant, Liam Snyder, and Carter Coate all in that train. In fact, we're going to tack Matthew Horst back onto the back of it.
as well.
He's got that big wiggle, but he's still in touch with this 7-pack.
Oh, and as they come down, head down in the one before it drops down there into the compression, you can see under braking right behind Schofield. Jim Goffrey I don't think he expected Schofield to throw away that much speed going into turn one, and just had to check up into the corner now. As now we're seeing where right back behind Richard Stevens trying to take advantage of that, maybe a little bit of a miscue from Goffrey as they came out of 3 and made the run down to the hairpin, and now they're side by side going through the hairpin through Charlotte's Web and making the run over to the corkscrew.
Stevens able to complete the pass, I think, closes the door coming into the museum turn. That's up 1 spot for the white number 5. And now he can have a go at Schofield, who has been in the movable force, even though he's kind of struggling with the balance of that race car. In the background, Matthew Horst trying to pick up a spot on Carter Coate. He's going to get through just before the turn-in point for the chicane here at turn 10 and 11. Huge high-speed sweep up over a crest, down into a compression. It loads the suspension, pulls the car through, and then it's all decreasing radius from there. No movement this lap. Everybody taking slightly different lines, but no advantage to anybody until now. 127, the Liam Snyder machine pops to the inside. This has not worked very often down into turn 1, and in fact, he thinks better of it and rolls it right back in line. That's the 5th car there against Schofield sideways, and at some point, Greg, look, Richard Stevens has gone through. He's up to 4th.
Up to 4th position now, getting around Schofield now, as Schofield just cannot seem to keep the rear end of that car underneath him, and did a very good job. Perhaps all the movement from side to side scared off a number of the racers behind from making a move, but Stevens gets the pass done. Jim Goffrey not able to follow him through, so Goffrey will stay in 6th position. Now, I was watching the top 3, Tom, and I think, from looking at it, Jackson Deal does not seem to get as good a run out of the final corner onto the front straight. He seems to lose maybe a half a car length to a full car length before they come into braking for turn 1, and that's when he gets back up to them. Yeah. And I think, I think at this point, Peyton Long, knowing that situation, he's waiting as long as possible before, as you said, pulling the pin on the hand grenade on his teammate Stevens.
Lots of traffic for your race leaders through the compression at turn 13, over the crest into 14. And this lap traffic's not going to make it quite as easy. Does open the door for the inside lane down through the braking zone into 15 here. And are they all going to get through? They are, but Peyton Long got a little bit out of lockstep there in 2nd. Is this an opportunity for Jackson Deal up onto the front straightaway? I think he's going to push. Greg, it's a bump draft down the entire front straightaway to try to get Peyton Long back towards the race leader.
Yeah, indeed. By the way, white flag now, Tom, out 1 lap remaining as they are coming into quite a bit of traffic there. And indeed, Long had to maybe get out of the throttle just a little bit, get the help from Jackson Deal as they are continuing to have to work through some slower traffic here, which has allowed Tyler Stevens to open up about a 3, maybe a little bit greater advantage, 3 car lengths over Long and Deal. They now manage to get back up to the leader, maybe a half a car length back as they come through Charlotte's Web.
Really heads-up strategy for Deal. He knows his only hope to pass for any position, really, is to work with Peyton Long, and they're going to stack up nose to tail once more for the final time into the museum corner. This is the last passing opportunity, I think. This flat-out run through the chicane, create overlap before turn 12. That's the idea anyway, but you got to pull it off. Look, Peyton Long with a bit of a run, starts to pull in on his teammate. Does he pop to the right? Yes. Overlap just slightly? No. The lap traffic's going to take it away.
Yeah, there's just nowhere for him to go as they enter that corner and sweep down the hill. And so time running out here, Tom, with only 3 more corners, well, a little bit more than 3 corners remaining here now as they come up through the final sequence. These big sweeping right-handers before the track switches back to the left. Deal, try to make a quick look to the inside of Peyton Long as they come into the final corner, not able to get alongside, and as they come to the checkered flag, your first race win here at the Barber Super Tour. It is Tyler Stevens out of Bixby, Oklahoma. Peyton Long will finish 1/10 back from there in second. Jackson Deal another 3/10 back in third. Richard Stevens will finish fourth. Brian Schofield doing damage mitigation there. He will finish fifth after having the early lead. Jim Goffrey will finish sixth. Connor Grant seventh. Matthew Horst eighth. Liam Snyder ninth. And Carter Coate will round out your top 10.
And on Super Tour points, Greg, that is the win Stevens needed. He will drop a second. He will pick up a first and tie up the points season with Peyton Long. Of course, tomorrow's race and the runoffs yet to go. That is just how tight Spec Racer has been, but also just how dominant those two drivers have been this year.
Exactly. I mean, there have been a couple outliers where at tracks where we know Schofield is incredibly strong, but they have absolutely dominated this season. All right, that is going to wrap things up for our first of 7 races today. We've got 6 more to go, and we're going to be coming back in just about an hour as we take a break for lunch here at Barber. And we'll put up the return time so you have a good idea both on screen. We'll put it in the chat as well. And we'll be up next with Formula F, Formula V, and Formula 600, our first of 2 open wheel races in just about an hour. I want to thank you so much for joining us this morning, and stay with us.
My customer experience with Mazda has been absolutely fantastic. I think they kind of cater to the whole crowd of people. They got the SUVs for the soccer moms and stuff like that, but then you got your Miatas and your Speed 3s for your car enthusiasts. So I think they cater to all crowds, and so I think that's something that everyone can get behind.
In terms of maintaining equipment, I mean, running a prep shop, I mean, day in, day out, we're maintaining cars for customers all over the country. Mazda, hands down, is probably the best company to work with for sports car racing. Factory support is second to none in terms of specific competition parts availability, pricing, access to their technical knowledge and base. It just feels right. You feel connected.
So our team support program offers a couple of tiers of support, part support, technical support, contingency support as well. All of this is done through our website and the team support program and the Parts 800 number. We have 2 main ways that customers can acquire parts from Mazda Motorsports. It's through our MazdaMotorsports.com parts store website. It's basically like signing up for an Amazon account. You know, simple information, prove that you're a racer with a race result. It gets you access to our 800 hotline that you can call and speak to one of our parts representatives basically 5 days a week.
We got into Mazdas largely just because it's a fantastic platform. You know, a lot of guys would run double stints just to get time on track. They're super reliable, don't break. And Mazda Motorsports has some of the best just support for the grassroots racer in parts and technical advice and everything else. So they make it easy for us to run these cars.
Mazda's been very supportive of racers within the SCCA and all the other grassroots organizations for many, many years. Really, their support for racing and our type of racing is unmatched from any other manufacturer. They've been a great partner for many, many years.
There's nothing else like this. There's no other big class that has the highest quality of drivers in it. And it's really attracted the right level of people. The other aspect is I'm probably not the richest person out here, and they're extremely reasonably priced, and you can buy parts easily, and so it's a class that fits both what I want from a racing standpoint and what I can afford.
It's one of those things that once you get hooked into it, it just never leaves. Really helps understanding where they come from. It helps the communication between customer relations. You can very much understand their needs of the day. May not necessarily be the same each day, but you know how to adapt to it, and you know how to best serve the customer is really what it comes down to.
Welcome back to Barber Motorsports Park. It's the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Hope everybody had a wonderful lunch. I know I did. I know Brendan right alongside me did as well.
Don't speak for me.
I'm sorry, I won't speak for you. But I do know that Tom O'Gorman, who's getting ready for his race, which is going to be up right after this coming one, did as well, because he actually did share that with me. Anyway, we've got 6 more races for you here today. We've got 2 more feature races, including the group that is heading on track right now at a severe angle. The Formula F, Formula V, Formula 600, the first of our 2 open wheel race groups. Today, let's run down the starting order. And we're going to have our Formula F and Formula 6 racers together in one group, and then the Formula V racers, and there they are, led by the Formula V pole sitter, who will let you know who that is in just a moment, going to be slightly behind. Ted Burns, Theodore Burns, driving the number 81 Piper, is your pole sitter for our first group. He's going to start right alongside Nathan Down in his Swift DB6. The number 96 Formula F starts second. Stephen Jondal is your Formula 6 pole sitter. He drives the number 38 Red Devil. He starts alongside Miles Crabb, who's in another Formula F machine, the Citation F1600. Then we got Chris Smith. He's going to start 5th. He's in the number 57 Formula F Van Diemen RF00. Aaron Ellis in Formula 6. In his Ellis AE16 will start 6th. Then we've got Jeff Jorgensen in the number 0 Phantom. That's a Formula 6 machine. He starts 7th today, with Glenn Tilke starting 8th in the number 98 Red Devil Formula 6 entry. And then we got Carl Myers going to round out our first group. He's in a Scorpion Formula 600. That is the number 3 car. Pardon me, that is the number, that's the number 3 car. I got it right. And he starts 9th overall. Now let's move over to Formula V, where your pole sitter today in that red, white, and blue number 12 Protoform belongs to Andrew Whitston. His brother Steve is going to start right alongside in the number 18 Protoform. That is the first of 4 Whitstons we'll see in the field today, because starting 3rd is Zach Whitston. He's in the number 127 Protoform. He's going to start right alongside Mike Lawrence, also in a Protoform, not part of the same family though. He's in the number 36 machine. He starts 4th. Then we got Hunter Phelps Barron in the 113 Mysterian. He'll start 5th today, with Simon Hughes starting 6th. He's in the number 110 Womer. Then we got William Stasinski, starting 7th. He's in the number 21 Vortec. Anthony Henderson will start 8th. He's also in a Vortec. It's the number 17 machine. And then rounding out our Formula V field, starting in 9th position in the number 5 Protoform, it's Ron Whitston, and Ron will start right alongside Steve Meyer. Actually, I'm showing Steve Meyer as being in Formula F. I think Meyer did not set a lap time. He should be up with our first group, which is now coming out of the final corner and onto the front straight. Here, followed closely behind by the Formula V. Starter looks over the field. Do they like what they see? Indeed, they do. Green flag is in the air. We're racing once again here at Barber as the number 96 machine of Down on the outside, and as they go through turn 1, he's going to give up the position early on to our pole sitter, Theodore Burns, as they come up the hill. Can he make the switchback and come underneath as they run down the hill towards turn 2? No, he cannot, as our Formula V's now onto the front straight, and they are underway and now coming down the hill.
A good clean start, Greg. Wondered at the front of the FF and F6 field if maybe we might see a little bit of shuffling. Really all that's happened is it looks like it has kicked Glenn Tilke and Carl Meyer a little bit further back in the pack. It's now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 FFs at the front of the field.
Yeah, indeed, as the Formula 6 drivers maybe not getting up to speed as quickly as their Formula F brethren here on track. We'll see here, and as Tom was talking here, the Formula 600s, very good in a straight line here. I think the Formula F's certainly going to have the advantage on some of these slower corners. We'll see how that plays out and how those 2 classes interact now, as we're seeing already here. Now battle for 3rd position in Formula F with Miles Crabb and I believe Chris Smith. Now making it down the hill into turn 13 and through the final final sequence here. We'll watch as they come onto the front straight, those two white machines. And it is now at the line going to be the number 8 machine up into third place. To move Miles Crabb up to third, move Chris Smith back to fourth, and then Aaron Ellis and the rest of the Formula 6 field right behind him.
Pretty impressed with Nathan Down in the number 96, second place in Formula F as things stand. Was able to stick right with Theodore Burns, Ted Burns, on that first lap. Remember, Ted was the class of the field in qualifying in FF, like not even close. Really.
Yeah. I think like 4 seconds.
It was close to it, yeah. But Nathan Dowd, good first lap there to stay within a second, DRS range, of course, of Ted Burns.
Now, if they only had a rear wing,
or any sort of arrow,
any arrow. Exactly.
You know, it's an interesting point you bring up, Greg. Barber is really known for being an excellent motorcycle track.
Yes.
Good for car racing, great for bike racing. I feel like this group is about as close as we have to motorcycles.
Yeah.
Tire limited, really not a whole lot of fancy stuff going on. There's no driver aids, nothing like that. Just very what you see is what you get.
Very elementary.
And does require a bit of physicality and creativity to drive quickly. And I do kind of wonder if we're going to have that paid off in the type of racing that we get, particularly back here in Formula V. Although, as I say that is Steve Whitston, who is beginning to clear out ahead of Andrew Whitston and now Mike Lawrence, who finds himself in the podium positions.
Yeah, indeed. And now we also have a local caution going into the S's as the 110 car, Simon Hughes, has been off in the grass, and it looks like that is where he's going to stay. They're going to end up calling to bring him, to get him towed out of the grass over there. And we are going to be going to a full course caution as our racers complete now lap number 2, where Theodore Burns does lead Nathan Down. And of course, with that caution, Down is going to be right on the gearbox of Burns when they restart. Then Chris Smith and Miles Crabb. It's not until we get to the 6th driver to come across the line until we see Stephen Jondahl, who is your Formula 6 leader. Jeff Jorgensen second, Glenn Tilke third. And then, as you mentioned, the yellow number 18 there, Steve Whitston. He is your Formula V leader, and he's got Andrew in second, Mike Lawrence, and then Zach Whitston. Hunter Phelps Barron, much like in qualifying, not able to make up much ground on the top 4 or 5 racers here, and he finds himself about a couple car lengths back, as looks like the 110 car has managed to gather himself or his car or his equipment back up and exit the premises over from turn 12. Just as the emergency services teams are out there, they're gonna find a big open piece of grass where the Formula V used to be.
Be interesting to see what happens next here, Greg. I know a couple of years ago we were in a position where the theory was complete the process.
Yeah.
Right? If you throw the full course yellow, you've got to at least collect the field, do your one lap, bring the pace car, and then at least then you've cleaned everything up.
Right.
I wonder, we've got a short lap here. The safety truck obviously didn't have to come to a stop. The 110 is safely into the pit lane. I wonder here if maybe they're going to go back to green without sending the safety car, which is still safely at the end of the pit lane.
Yeah, and maybe just get the entire field past the one truck that had gone to respond.
I don't think so.
No,
Actually,
he's on the front straight.
Track, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, and so they're going to need to send that vehicle back to its resting spot, and looks like we're going to do probably one more lap here under
They did
caution.
send the safety car as well, so
Okay.
this is a complete the process again here, Greg, which I actually don't disagree with. The field did a nice job of gathering themselves up, but that doesn't always happen.
Right.
Sometimes you get a leader that will pace the field around at something slightly more than pacing speed, but less than racing speed, and it means you never get the field into a bunch. This allows us to actually do what the safety car, the safety car is required to make things safe for incident recovery, but in this case anyway, you ensure that everything is done per the rules, you ensure that everybody is grouped together, and we can make this, with any luck, one lap and back in.
Yeah, and I think that makes a lot of sense, especially since we likely would have, since we were going to have another full lap, another 2.25 miles, and I mean, there was no, when the call came out, there was no necessary indication that Theodore Burns was going to do such a good job of keeping the rest of the group at pace. And as you can see, all formed up. We don't have any stragglers at this point trying to get to the back of the pack. And so there is the call from race control that the safety car will head to the pits this next time by. And so we'll see the lights be extinguished on that Corvette in just a couple turns. And we'll be going back to green flag racing in about a mile and 3/4.
It may not end up mattering much here, Greg, but if anybody is a loser here, even though it's a safety car within the first 2 or 3 laps, it's probably Steve Whitston in the number 18.
Yeah.
Primarily what we would consider a drafting class, certainly a momentum class at the very least, able to put a significant margin in just 2 laps ahead of Andrew Whitston. Obviously, that gap is now reduced to nothing. We've got the cars back in a pack. Mike Lawrence has disposed of Zach Whitston, so we've got, I think, what have been on balance for this first session and some change anyway. The 3 quickest cars at the front of Formula V. Some traffic potentially for Steve Whitston, your class leader as well. Remember, we had the gap start just a couple of laps ago. Now, we've got everybody right in a row, and there for a minute, Steve was actually having to work through some traffic, had some Formula F and 6 cars in between himself and Andrew Whitston in the number 12. So margin is gone, traffic ahead, everybody back up into a bunch. Let's see what we get.
See there as the Formula V field comes through, and they've got Steve Whitston has a couple of our Formula 6 racers directly ahead of him.
Lights do appear to be out on the safety car here, Mr. Ginsberg.
Yep, and there we go. So we will be going back to green flag racing this next time by.
Remember here, as we come to the restart as well, it's a fairly long pit entry, so the safety car will disappear at what I've been calling turn 14A anyway. That's the way it's labeled in most places for a 15-turn layout. And the leader will have control of the field all the way through 14 and 15. Does Ted Burns decide to go early and try and jump Nathan down, who, remember, did a pretty good job of sticking with him on the initial start?
Much like we actually saw at the restart of the Formula in Spec Racer Ford, where we had the second place driver try to jump the pole sitter, the leader, coming out of the final 2 corners, and maybe it made the pass a little bit early before the green flag came out. But we are back to racing now here at Barber, and Ted Burns leads Nathan down through the carousel, down the hill, as the Formula V's doesn't look like there was a change in position there.
Well, you say that. I think Lawrence has jumped or was actually trying to make a move on the number 12 of Andrew Whitston. Didn't end up getting it done. Zach Whitston now up onto the...
Late braking from Zach Whitston going into Charlotte's Web. And and as he got on the brakes very late, did not get the exit speed that the top 3 racers received. And so they both Steve, Andrew Whitston, as well as Mike Lawrence, able to open up a bit of a gap back to Zach, who did not lose around. He had a little bit of a buffer back to Hunter Phelps Barron as they went into turn 5 there, and now there is that bit of a gap.
Battle for the lead, actually pass for the lead. Andrew's now ahead of Steve in the battle of Whitston family members here at the front of Formula V. One of the interesting things we don't really understand yet, Greg, is where these different drivers and cars are making their speed.
Right.
We saw the big differential in speed in qualifying first thing this morning. Everybody's got a couple of racing laps under their belt. Everybody's got that full session under their belt. We don't know where people are stronger, weaker, where that kind of racecraft can come into play, where you might see somebody pounce and maybe catch somebody unsuspecting. For now, though, it's really good for Andrew Whitston, able to get that move done on the way into turn number 7 and get a lead change. Let's see if he can draw away just like Steve did on the first start.
Well, and we saw there how differently Steve Whitston attacked the final corner, or the final 2 corners compared to Andrew Whitston. Andrew going much wider through what you're calling 14A before they get to the final corner to 15. Then both Steve Whitston as well as Mike Lawrence and Zach Whitston. And it appeared as though that actually happened to work a little bit. He was actually able to open up a little more ground going through the first corners. And there you go as they now come out of turn 2 and head up the rise towards 3. Looks as though Andrew Whitston's starting to build a gap here early on.
Could see at the exit of turn 3 there, Mike Lawrence in the black number 36. This is where we find out where he's quicker. Looks like through 2 and into turn 3, able to get on the throttle really, really early. Draw right up to the back of Steve Whitston in the yellow number 18. That's a great place to be fast, Greg, because it's the best passing zone on the track down into turn number 5. Yes, it's downhill, and yes, it's tough if you carry more speed than normal into there, but if you can draw up alongside somebody, it can be really difficult to hang around the outside.
Yeah, and it looks like we made. Did I just see another? I think a pass for. Did we just see Hunter Phelps Barron possibly get around Zach Whitston? Let's take a look at that as they come through.
Well, we've got more going on than that, Greg.
Yeah.
There's Formula 6 that's inserted itself
Right
into this
into that.
battle in Formula V at the moment, and I think
that's Glenn Tilke in the 98.
You're right. Or it's Timothy Freese who slid back. I think it is Timothy Freese, actually.
Okay.
Yes, it is, in the number 66. Not able to, he's not quicker anywhere, obviously. But you can see what it's done here is it's actually put Zach Whitston in the number 127 now ahead of Mike Lawrence and bottled him up behind the F6 instead. So we've now split the FV leaders, excuse me. No fault of anybody's there. Just Timothy Freese kind of being in the wrong spot at the wrong time. We had the gap start. That goes away. And now you've got this kind of jumbling of the field. It's cost Mike Lawrence pretty handsomely. Instead of being able to try and get a pass done on Steve Whitston, get himself up into second, he's now kicked off the back of the podium.
Yeah, exactly. He's now sitting back behind Zach Whitston, who moves himself into a podium-paying position. And as they came down into the hairpin, I was trying to see whether or not that difference in braking with Zach Whitston compared to Mike Lawrence or the two brothers ahead would affect him. And as they made the run back up the hill out of the hairpin there, I think probably owing more to horsepower than anything else, Mike Lawrence couldn't pull up alongside, but he did get a better run out of there than the 127 car.
Group's coming back together again here, Greg. Looks like maybe a little bit of draft and some clear air for Zach Whitston. Has him up onto the back. Well, not quite the back. A couple of car lengths off the back of Steve. Good use of the curb there. Just nipping the curb with the left front tire on the way into turn number 9. Shortens the route up and allows you to open that arc into turn number 10. Should be just about flat out, even with these bicycle tires, essentially, on these Formula Vs. Not a whole lot of grip through there, but also a long uphill climb, so not a whole bunch of speed being carried through there overall. Elsewhere, just quickly, Greg, we did have a decent little battle on between Chris Smith and Miles Crabb in Formula F that I wanted to bring your attention to.
Yes.
Turns out Steve Jondal, the leader in F6, has now kind of got
right between them.
And instead of it being about 1.0, 1.1 seconds, it's now out to 3 seconds. 3.2.
Indeed, and Ted Burns continues. Took a little longer than maybe we expected, but just had reset fast lap, and now has about 4 seconds on the rest of the Formula F field.
Into the pit lane comes to number 7. That is John Benson out of Dade City, Florida. Unfortunately, looks like it'll be day done for that blue Formula F. Battle in Formula V rages on out our window here, Greg. Looking back towards turn 6 and headed towards turn number 7.
And Zach, I would say Zach Whitston taking a look now underneath Steve Whitston as they came into the corkscrew or come in, whatever we're going to call this turn.
It's ahead of Andrew. Andrew has slipped from first to third now in a matter of 3 or 4 corners. Steve Whitston, your pole sitter, back to the point. Zach from 4th up into 2nd, 4th on the initial start. Mike Lawrence still sits there in 4th, just kind of biding his time in that number 36. Mike out of Charlotte, North Carolina, your hometown there, Greg.
That's right.
Doing a decent little job here. I wonder if he's just playing the long game here. As Zach Whitston goes to the front in the 127, gets around Steve on the way into turn number 11, carried that good speed all the way up the hill through 9 and 10. And in what is not a tremendous passing zone over there at turn number 11.
I was just going to say that's not your prototypical passing zone for Formula Vs or any other cars right there, especially knowing how the Formula Vs will usually leapfrog you, where they go to make passes. So new leader now, Zach Whitston, who started this race off in 5th position, now up to the lead. Steve Whitston 2nd, Andrew Whitston 3rd, and Mike Lawrence in the black protoform now sitting at the back of this 4-car protoform battle. sitting off somewhat in no man's land there, a little bit further back, that is Hunter Phelps-Barron, about 4 seconds in arrears of that battle for all of our podium positions. All right, so Brendan, we are just about halfway through this 35-minute Formula Car race. Why don't we take a quick break? And when we come back, we'll take you to the checkered flag here at Barber Motorsports Park. Don't go away.
Shopping for tires used to really grind my gears. So many tires, and the thought of choosing the right one made me, Precisely. That's before I went to TireRack.com. I got the best deal hands down. My tires ship fast and free, arrive the next day like clockwork. Tire Rack even gave me 2 years of free road hazard protection. Precisely.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Want to try SCCA racing but with an approach focused on fun and learning? The SCCA Race Experience program is exactly that. With both short sprint races you can drive by yourself and endurance races you can do with friends. All you need is an SCCA membership, a driver's license, a properly equipped car, and the right driver gear. Visit scca.com/racex to find more information and events near you.
It's the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from around the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 25 championship classes. Production to GTs, prototypes to Formula Cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
It is the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. And your Formula F leader is Ted Burns. He's got now almost 7.5 seconds on Nathan Down. Chris Smith running third in class. Over in Formula 6, Stephen Jondal, your leader. Tim Friest second. Glenn Tilke in third, as I think Friest just managed to get by Tilke. And then over in Formula V, the race we've been watching here, and here it is, coming through the S's once again. And your new leader in Formula V, that is Steve Whitston in the yellow number 18. Zach Whitston second in the blue and yellow number 127. Andrew in the white, and Mike Lawrence in the black number 36. Hunter Phelps-Barron sitting out of this race in fourth, just hoping to pick up some pieces if they arrive.
Yeah, unlike some of our other, let's say, drafting type classes where we tend to get these bunches of cars, Spec Racer Ford, Spec Miata in particular, it's generally better to try and hold position if you can, right? You don't do a whole lot of position swapping. Better to stay tucked right up to the gearbox or the rear bumper of the car ahead of you and build your momentum that way as a duo. In Formula V, you do tend to see a lot more of the swapping. So none of this is particularly out of the ordinary. Doesn't make it less impressive or less exciting. So we're going to get a move here coming into turn number 5. Let's watch for Andrew Whitston up the inside in the number 12 on Zach Whitston in the 127. Tighter exit here means he'll have to kind of pinch the car. Maybe loses a little bit of momentum. Indeed, he does. They're going to go back to single file now between turns 6 and 7. So it's Steve, Zach, Andrew, and then Mike Lawrence. Here comes Zach Whitston up the inside in the 127. Takes the lead back from Steve in the number 18.
Yeah, you know, and it was very interesting there to see Zach and Andrew side by side through the hairpin, because typically, Brennan, what you're going to see here is, yes, you see the passing all the time, but more importantly, typically, unless you're getting down to the last lap, you're not going to see a lot of defense. And the reason is because with these cars that only have 60-some horsepower, you need to keep that momentum up the entire run. If you do anything, try and pinch another driver, go side by side through an apex, what have you, you're going to lose ground to whatever car is ahead and possibly fall out of the draft. And I think both of those racers did a wonderful job of minimizing the damage, so much so that Zach was able to get a good run out of the hairpin and make the pass on Steve before they ever got to the next corner.
Yeah, you can hang tough on the outside there, not necessarily at the apex, but when you get to that exit curb, you're so much wider of an arc that I think it's easier to commit to coming into the throttle earlier as the lead changes hands again here at turn number 1. Let's watch for Andrew Whitson in the 12. Maybe a move around the outside of 2. Let's wait and see around the other side. No, back to single file by the time they get to the bottom of the hill at turn number 3. Heard somebody describe that as the toilet bowl earlier, Greg. It does look a bit that way when you're standing over there in person.
Yeah, I guess it does. As maybe when you stand on the bridge and look back there, and one flush one driver out is all you need to do. All right, here as they come out of the hairpin once again. Steve, who had worked his way back to the lead with Zach behind. Let's see if Zach tries the same move here as they come and make the run down towards turn 6.
4-7.
Or whichever one it is on this particular lap. Big wiggle there as he comes down the hill from Steve Whitson as they're coming up on some slower traffic now. Correct? Yeah. Is that slower traffic, or is that just was that Ted Burns in the 81 car?
I think it might have been. Yeah. That's, fear not, dear viewer, if you're wondering what else is going on elsewhere around the track, this is pretty much it as things stand. For sure our closest battle and the most engaging thing we've got going. Ted Burns still leads Nathan down by 11.1 seconds. Chris Smith is 25 seconds further back. Steve Jondal has almost over a minute on Timothy Priest in the 66. There is a decent battle between Anthony Henderson in the 17, Bill Stasinski in the number 21. That just measured by a couple of car lengths as well. But this battle of 4 has raged basically since the restart. And this is the first time we've seen Steve build that margin up a little bit here, Greg.
Yes, he's built up now about 5 car lengths, and at this point, it is back behind Zach Whitston, Lawrence, and Andrew Whitston, who's now sitting back and forth, whether or not they can push back up to the second place runner Zach. They have as they came through the carousel. Let's now as they come and make the run under braking into the hairpin. And it appears that both Zach and also Mike Lawrence closed down a little bit to that gap that Steve had built up for about a half a lap. It's now gone, and we're back to that 4-car fight. All right.
Spinner here, Greg. Yes, turn number 14.
Down 14.
Is that Nathan Down? I think it is.
The red and white. I think you are absolutely right. I'm showing it as the 57 car.
It is Chris Smith.
Yeah. Yeah, and so they're trying to get that car restarted as we have about 10 minutes remaining on the clock. See, I got it right this time. By the way, real quick, Brendan, let me make a call to the grid for our next group. Oh. Try it again. I almost fired the rooster off. We didn't want that. Tension in the paddock. Tension in the paddock. First call for race group 3, Spec Miata and SMX. Please head to the grid. SMX and Spec Miata, please head to the grid.
Yeah, this car cannot stay here, Greg.
No.
It not only is it blocking pit in, but it only takes dropping a wheel or being a little bit wide at turn 14 and getting
He's
it
definitely
wrong.
in an impact zone.
Yeah.
All right, so that may very well bring out the full course caution. I think they're going to wait for Ted Burns, who is just now coming out of the museum turn, the corkscrew.
8. 7 and 8. Yeah.
And there we go. Yeah, full course caution now. And as we have the field now coming under control, going into the hairpin, Steve Whitston leading Zach Whitston, Andrew Whitston, and then Mike Lawrence. Now that's also going to likely bring, let's see, I guess Hunter Phelps Barron, who had a couple of Formula 6 cars between he and the front pack, probably bring them a little bit closer. Should mention that the 00 Formula F, or probably Formula 600 of Jeff Jorgensen, headed down the pit lane and back behind the wall. So that leaves just 3 Formula 600 racers, Stephen Jondal, Tim Priest, and Glenn Tilke. And so this may take a little bit longer, Brendan, to get the entire field gathered up compared to the first caution that we had to start this race off.
I think we may have had a spin from Bill Stasinski in the number 21. It has put Anthony Henderson and Ron Whitston well out in front now.
Yes, yeah.
Although that matters a little bit less with the full course yellow.
Right.
Bringing everybody back together. But yeah, that battle was 4 or 5 tenths of a second last time we looked at it.
And now, well, before the caution came out to 10 seconds, as the safety car now has the field. And right at the front it is, of course, Ted Burns, who's our overall leader in the number 81 machine. And then directly behind him is the 66. That is Tim Friest, who's running second in Formula 600. He's going to split our 2 Formula F leaders, Ted Burns and Nathan Down.
I'll tell you who hates to see this full course yellow, Greg. I think it's this lead quartet in Formula V.
Sure.
The battling has been tremendous between these 4 drivers, the 3 Whitstons and Mike Lawrence in the 36. But when in traffic, things get a little bit more difficult. Not everybody on track is driving at 110% at the moment.
Right.
And I don't think the Formula V drivers are either, but they're definitely closer to it. And I wonder if just the way those Formula V cars have to make their speed, and we saw how long it took Tim Friest to clear that group, I wonder if traffic is going to end up playing a part here before we get to the checkered flag.
You know, and you look at the pack there, and we do have, I think, Glenn Tilke sitting right behind a row of 5 Formula Vs. And you know, when we go back to green, he could very easily end up right in smack in the middle of that race, whether he wants to or not.
Yeah, and there's going to be traffic from behind as well. The yellow FF,
right,
a little bit further back, or just directly behind that quartet actually, is probably not going to want to hang around back there for very long.
No.
Part of the challenge here, Greg, it's a good racing track at Barber, but not a lot of opportunities to really stretch your legs in an underpowered car. You know, think back to our last Super Tour 2 months ago at Watkins Glen. Nothing but stretching your legs.
Right.
Right, especially in cars like these. You're flat out from turn 1 all the way up to the inner loop. It's down maybe 2 gears, and then you're through the chicane at pretty decent speed. Here, tighter corners, longer corners, not as obvious in terms of passing zones. Let's see if that Formula F is able to just kind of clear them and be done with it and just go be fast somewhere else sort of mentality, or if he ends up hanging around trying not to get in the way.
May make things worse.
Exactly. Sometimes by trying to not be in the way, you actually just get it all wrong, and you end up very in the way. But time will tell here.
All right, so we are going to do at least one more lap under the safety car.
Oh, it's a checkered flag, Greg.
Oh my, yes. So this race, and again, this is a race that was scheduled for 35 minutes. We're coming right up, Brendan, on about a half hour. And if they had to do one more lap under the safety car, they would have maybe gotten a lap, and that might have been pushing it. So checkered flag is in the air, and that is going to bring an end to our first open wheel race of the weekend here at Barber. Taking the win both overall and in Formula F is going to be Ted Theodore Burns out of Fitchburg, Wisconsin in his Piper. Nathan Down will finish second. Miles Crabb third, and just off the podium will be Steve Meyer. Over in Formula 6, Stephen Jondal goes green the checker and will take the win in his Red Devil. Then Tim Friest will finish second, and Glenn Tilke will round out the 3 cars running at the finish. Jeff Jorgensen will show as being 5 laps down. I think technically he gets a finish there. Over in Formula V, Steve Whitston, he got to the front when he needed to just before the full course caution came out, the yellow number 18 Protoform. And your pole sitter for the class, he takes the win. He's out of Georgetown, Texas. Zach Whitston will finish second. And then rounding out the all-Whitston podium, Andrew Whitston will finish in third. Mike Lawrence finishes just off the podium in fourth. All right, let's make a call to the grid. Final call for our next race group. Attention in the paddock. Final call for Spec Miata and Spec MX-5. Please head to the grid. Spec Miata and Spec MX-5, race group number 3, is your final call to the grid.
just want to make one quick point before we wrap up here, Greg. I know it's an early checkered, and we don't always like to see early checkers in SCCA, in any racing, really. You want to see the race go to its full distance, be that laps or time. In this case, Brian Stasinski in the chat actually makes a great point. I didn't like the way that was setting up with 1 lap of traffic on cold tires. Cold tires, track temp's probably 130 degrees. Maybe it doesn't matter very much. However, what we got in Formula V, yes, it's not a race finish under green, and it doesn't feel organic. Actually, I think it was, and it's probably more organic than what we would have had if we had gone back to green, right?
Right.
What you get is traffic. You get kind of a jumble. You get the lottery of restart timing and who can take advantage of that. I think the race we saw in FV was really, really good. Would rather have had the 3 extra laps or whatever, to be sure.
But better
However,
than...
under the circumstances, I think what we got with Steve Whitston taking the class win, Zach in second, Andrew third, poor Mike Lawrence ends up booted off the podium in P4. I think it was actually a pretty good race for the circumstances we had. I'm happy with it. Let's go to SM and SMX. I think we're going to have a great time.
There you go. All right. So we're going to take a quick break, and we will bring you Spec Miata and Spec MX-5 here in just a few moments at Barber Motorsports Park and the final Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour of the season. Don't go away.
We're not supposed to be out here. Outside expectations. Built for the outdoors. With the capability to climb this high, we're not supposed to be out here. Which is exactly why we are. The off-road ready Mazda CX-50. We're looking for outsiders.
My name's Pat Prevenus.
Dave Onischuk, Chicago region.
I'm Tiffany Bingheim, and I'm with Milwaukee region.
So my name is Carter Kundinger. I'm a part of the Milwaukee region, and I have been doing this for 3 years.
Since about 88, so 30-some years.
I've been doing this for 50 years.
2009 is when I started, so I don't remember a year how long.
What makes you keep coming back?
It is honestly, it's one of those, the cars and the racing are great, but you stay for the people. It's come for the racing, but stay for the people.
Racing and, good people.
It's not only the racing, but it's the people too. I mean, I can't go away from that. I've met a lot of my very close friends here, and just connections that you make with your fellow workers, even drivers, safety crew, just about anyone is honestly just something that, it just keeps me coming every single year, every single weekend.
Because both my son and my daughter and my brother also flag, so it's a family thing.
Well, there's a lot of excitement. There's a lot of excitement. If you're a race fan, there's no better spot.
There's been a lot of great memories, a lot of friends, a lot of racing friends. It's a great group of people. Everybody cares for one another, helps each other out. Those are probably the biggest memories, more than just the racing.
I mean, it's fellow workers, the drivers. It's been amazing. I've met my best friend here. My husband. So it's really a family event. I mean, it's great.
I came out here when I was a high school student as a spectator and kind of fell in love with the place. And during my college years, I joined as an SCCA member and started working corners right away, and I've been doing it ever since.
And this is the best seat in the house.
Welcome back to Barber Motorsports Park here in Birmingham, Alabama. Just like a couple feet over the line here in Birmingham. I'm Gregg Ginsberg along with Brendan Kaczmarek because our teammate this weekend, Tom O'Gorman, well, he's actually racing in this very race. It is Spec Miata and it is Spec MX-5. And we're going to run down the starting order for you. I'm going to give you the first 14 drivers in SMX, and then we'll move over to Spec Miata. Starting on pole today, driving the number 195 machine, it's Endo Vidmontiene. So he's going to start right alongside Skylar Cottrell in the number 9 machine. Then we've got Jarrett Jones and Michael Riccio making up row number 2 in the 86 car and the 19 car respectively. Nathan Saxon will start 5th. He's driving the number 6 machine alongside Cam Eben in the number 66 car, who starts 6th. Camden Gruber, runner-up at this year's National Championship runoffs. He's going to start 7th in the number 24 car, with William Wallace coming off his successful first outing in the Pro Series. He will start 8th in the 52 car. Then we've got Michelle Squerick in the number 75 machine and Jason Fichter in the number 70. They'll round out your top 10. Tom O'Gorman driving the number 94 SMX car. He'll start 11th right alongside Wes Duchek, who drives the number 40. And then we've got Lincoln Larson and Gavin Vaughn in the number 16 and the number 48 respectively. Again, those are your top 14 in SMX. Let's move over now to Spec Miata. On pole today, driving the number 34 Mazda, it's John Salerno, and he's going to start right alongside Skip Brock Jr. at his home track, driving the number 61 Mazda. Logan Stretch drives the number 89 car. He's going to start 3rd alongside multi-time national champion Preston Pardis. Then we got Travis Wiley in the number 78 machine. He'll start 5th. Jim Drago will start 6th. He drives the number 2 machine and starts right behind his teammate Preston Pardis. Then we got Bobby Gossett. He drives the number 44 car. Currently running 2nd, I think, in points in the Pro Series. Vinny Barata will start in 8th. He drives the number 58 machine. Brett Kowalski will start 9th with Chris Rollins 10th in the number 35 car. John Hamner will start 11th with James Newell starting in 12th. Then we've got Austin Farr, lucky 13th. Alongside him, multi-time STL champion Danny Stain in the number 39 car. Henry Banks will start 15th. He has the number 0 on his door, with Lucas Jensen in the 56 Mazda starting in 16th. Jackson Kimbrough will start 17th in the number 17 Mazda. Ryan Kipke will start 18th in the number 18 car. Nick Leveroni will start 19th. He drives the number 2 Flat Out Motorsports entry, with Alessandro Boas starting 20th in the 196 car. Ellie Gossett will start 21st today. Ellie is driving the number 77 car, and she will start right alongside Cole Lucas, who drives the number 11. Then we got Cliff Brown. Cliff is in the number 1 numbered Mazda Miata. He starts 23rd alongside Henry Taylor in the 10 car. Matthew Davis will start 25th. And Robert Garrison will start 26th as our SMX racers come onto the front straight. The starter looks over the field, and green flag, and what a jump from the very back of the pack. Here at the front, though, it is Endo Vidmontiene getting the jump on Skylar Cottrell as they go into turn number 1 and up the hill. Cottrell, very easy to pick out with that pink nose on the car. Jarrett Jones, Michael Riccio slotting in behind as our our Spec Miatas now get the start, and they work their way here on and through the carousel, a little bit behind our SMX racers here, and side by side and with inside position. Now it is Skip Brock Jr. With John Salerno trapped to the outside as they come into the hairpin. Salerno, though, manages to stay driver's left. He's going to come right across the nose of Skip Brock Jr. as they come out of the hairpin, and still door-to-door directly behind is Logan Stretch in the white number 32 machine. That is Preston Pardis as they come into the into the museum corner.
I think our boy Zach is going to have his hands full here trying
Yeah.
to bounce between these two separate battles. Really good work on the start just before we get this race underway to get the whole field grouped up into two groups. It looked for a second like we might have a second pace lap on our hands. SMX drivers did really well to slow it down. SM drivers kept the pace up, got themselves together, and we've been rewarded for it. Dramatic starts in SMX with Enzo Vidmontiene out the front of Skylar Cottrell. They were 2x2 there for a little while. That's now a single file set of 4 out at the front. SM, meanwhile, they were too deep, 8 or 9 rows back. And ultimately, it was John Salerno in that number 34 able to get the move done on pole sitter Skip Brock Jr.
Yeah, we had 2 drivers run wide through the grass, one of them being Nathan Saxon in the number 6 Flat Out Motorsports SMX car, and then a little bit further back in the field, I think it was Jason Fichter in the number 70 machine. They drop, I think, 5 positions each now back in the pack. That last corner being a challenge. Oh, we've got it. Oh, very large, and there it is. That is the number 14 car.
That is Christopher Duran. Just hooked it there on the exit of turn number 3. You're full in the throttle as you come up over the top of the hill there. You drop down the other side, and you want to keep your foot in it because you've got a long straight up to turn number 5. The car hooked the other way as he kind of overcorrected and then really hard into the arm code there on driver's left.
Oh my, that was a very hard hit as we have now gone to full course caution, and I've just gotten word from a good friend of mine that Enzo Vidmontiene has had exactly 0 race car starts. Brendan, and of course he's and I think somebody earlier on in the chat told us that he is a national karting champion, certainly showing his capabilities here early on in this race as we are under full course caution now. And he is your leader, Skylar Cottrell second, Jarrett Jones third, over in Spec Miata now. And trying to check here is we've got one driver, well, we're wondering if it's an issue with our timing and scoring, showing Ellie Gossett as having dropped a number of positions, but John Salerno, your leader, with Skip Brock Jr. running second. Then Preston Pardis third, Logan Stretch in 4th place. That's over in Spec Miata. And they will be coming up to the back of the SMX pack here under full course caution, Brendan. So, that could make for a very interesting restart, as there is, I think, a bit of overlap in the speeds between the back of the SMX field and the front of the Spec Miata field. Well, let's do this since we are under full course caution. Why don't we take our break here early on, if that is okay? And when we come back, hopefully we'll be ready to go back to green flag racing here at Barber. Don't go away.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance, priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Okay, track day checklist. Let's go. You got your gloves, your helmet, water, snacks, sunscreen, your car is prepped and ready to go. Oof, forgot your track day insurance, didn't you? If you want to be covered for the whole value of your car, you need high-performance driver education coverage through Haggerty. We'll get you a policy for track days, time trials, and more in less time than it took you to apply that sunscreen. Haggerty, let's drive together.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
Welcome back to Barber and the 2026 Super Tour. I'm Gregg Ginsberg along with Brendan Kaczmarek, and I guess kind of along with Tom O'Gorman, who's currently sitting 12th in SMX.
Technically.
Yeah.
He's here.
Yeah, he's here. And Tomo currently sitting 12th. Says that as he brought the car over the scales a little bit after the qualifying session, he was about 60 pounds overweight, which is enough to for these very evenly matched SMX cars to give him a bigger challenge maybe than some of the other racers. But interestingly enough, when we talked to Tom, first time ever in the race car was for qualifying and managed to put the car in the top 10.
You know, Greg, I don't think Tom has any excuses because our boy Enzo up at the front of the field.
That is true. Yeah, either. Yeah, but he hasn't had a race start.
That's a good point. That's a good point. But honestly, when you're shotgun on the field, you're number one on the field. Does it matter if you've had a race start or not?
Nope,
There's
not
nobody
at all.
in front of you. Really, nobody to worry about.
Exactly. All he's got to do is shut out what's behind him.
If Enzo Vidmontiani can do it, I'm sure Tom O'Gorman
can I totally agree. Hell, even I could do it. No, that's not true. No, Brendan was very quick to nix that. All right, so at the front of the field, it is Enzo Vidmontiani with Skylar Cottrell second, Jared Jones, Michael Riccio, Camden Gruber, your top 5, and then Cam Evans sitting just outside of that in 6th. Over in Spec Miata, it's John Salerno, who is your pole sitter in the class. Skip Rock Jr., Preston Pardis, Logan Stretch, Jim Drago. Of course, Pardis and Drago, 2 teammates. We'll see if they hook up to try to move forward on the field. It might be a bit of a challenge for the Spec Miata racers right at the front of the field because, again, they're going to be right at the back of our SMX field, and they're running. Well, from the looks of it, the Spec Miatas were running before the full course caution came out, Tom, about 2 seconds a lap faster than the back of the SMX field. And so that just probably going to create a bunch of chaos.
Yeah.
Speaking of chaos, there's Tom O'Gorman.
You did call me Tom there. I don't know if you
I
noticed.
did.
That's
Did
what
I?
I was processing. I was trying to come up with a clever way to respond.
Thank you, Brian.
And all of those.
Thank you, Brian.
All of those things that I could have said would have just been compliments to Tom. Like, Tom has more hair than I do.
Well, that is true.
Oh, Tom is better at racing than I am. I don't. There's just nothing.
So many.
Nothing you can't say about Tom that isn't complimentary. Anyway, it's a good start. He's up into the top 12. Your point about the SM traffic is an interesting one, Greg, because I think you're right. I think it's going to get a little bit messy here. I actually wonder if the SM class leader, John Salerno, if he just hangs back a little bit.
Yeah.
And tries to let things. Oh, we get a stack up here, headed up into turn number 9. I wonder if he tries to let things breathe a little bit and gives himself 3, 4, maybe 10 car lengths.
Yeah, but look, if they're lapping 2 seconds a lap faster, he could give them 30, 40 car lengths. They're still going to come up on the back of that field much more quickly, I think. Than
agreed.
Yeah.
Yes, but at least it takes some of the chaos element.
At least out of the start.
We go racing, and now immediately we're trying to pass SMX cars that. Yes, okay, are slower than the SM leaders are going, but they've got more power, so it creates this really odd dynamic.
Yeah, absolutely. They can dig out of corners a little bit better. Yeah.
Exactly. And again, that 2 seconds is probably only true in clear air. Right. Now as an SM, you're in traffic, and let's see what happens here. Yep. A lot of that decision making is going to be in the hands of John Salerno. I'm sure Skip Brock Jr. will be up on the wheel there as well. Preston Pardis, almost called him Preston Pardue. Logan Stretch, Jim Drago.
We'll tell that to Edwin Pardue when you work with him next week.
I heard somebody refer to Preston as Preston Pardue a couple weeks ago. Now it's just trapped up there somewhere. But let's see what happens. Also, let's see what happens up at the front of SMX. I mean, Skylar Cottrell didn't quite get the start that I think maybe he would have wanted to try and go put the challenge to Enzo Vidmontiani, but again, it's a new restart. You're single file instead of double file. Maybe you don't get trapped on the outside. You pick your lines a little bit better, and maybe you can make something happen down at turn 2, up here at turn 5. I think this should be the last lap under full course yellow.
Yeah, so. I'm fairly certain the injured machine had been removed actually a lap and a half ago, and they were just actually waiting for some open track to bring it back home. They were waiting for all the cars here stacked up behind the safety car to clear so that they could get to the back of the line. But yeah, we should be going back to green flag racing. When we do, we'll have probably around 20 minutes remaining on the clock. So a lot of racing to go here at Barber.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that we've lost the early part of this race to full course yellow, bearing in mind that this is kind of the feature race, or at the very least the longer race for the SM and SMX cars. I think a full course yellow at some point was inevitable with 57 cars out on track. Fortunately, it was a single car incident, able to get it cleaned up, and we'll go back to racing sooner rather than later. But we've already gone through about a full third of this one, Greg, on time. Worth noting, because I don't know if you and Tom had made the point earlier today, I think almost every race we have here is going to end up going to time, except maybe the Formula cars. The average speed of the track is just not high enough to get through the full race distance in 35 minutes. It'll definitely be true, I think, for the 25-minute races. This one certainly will go to time now with the full course yellow as well.
Indeed. All right, lights are out on the safety car, and so we will be going back to racing this time by. And, maybe one of the big questions here, we know Enzo Vidmontiene has not been behind the wheel of a race car previously. That also means he's never...
9 race starts in Formula FAR is what.
Oh, in Formula FAR. That's
yes,
that's right. You were talking about this earlier.
Yes.
Oh my gosh, Greg and me, you fail me. Not to call you out, but I was going to say if he's ever been in a race restart now, as the green flag is in the air, and they're heading down to turn 1 now, and Skylar Cottrell not up to the back bumper, took a look to the inside, which would have forced him wide. That wasn't going to be a wise decision. And as they come through the carousel, it is all still until you get about 10 cars deep. And oh my gosh, thought we were going to have a redo of what brought on that full course caution a moment ago. Almost every car in line is the Spec Miatas now. And Brendan, you got it. Over in Spec Miata, John Salerno did back off to give that group a bit of a gap, but they are already coming up towards the back of our SMX field. They've got Jillian Fichter and Emmy Kissick about 15, 20 car lengths ahead. And I think probably by the next lap, our Spec Miata leaders are going to have to contend with the rear end of the SMX traffic.
Slightly slow red Spec Miata car headed up out of turn number 6, able to gather it up, maybe missed the shift or something through turns 5 and 6. Anyway, up at the front of the field here, Greg, Skylar Cottrell has done well. He has zigged where Enzo Vidmontiene had zagged, put his car in decent passing position, tried some different lines through the first 2 sectors of the lap, not able to get anything done. We've got a spun Spec Miata here at turn 7 and turn 8. That is the 17, Greg.
That is the 17 car of Jackson Kimbrough from Fort Worth, Texas. He was running 18th at the beginning of lap number 6, and that also likely, Brendan, will bring out a full course caution. And indeed, there we go, full course caution as Kimbrough's Miata right in an impact zone. And very interesting here. I may have just seen possibly, and again, nothing that I say is official, but Cam Eben and William Wallace pushed past Camden Gruber, I think just as the full course caution was coming out on the starter stand, made the pass just past the starter stand going down into turn 1, which would drop Gruber back into 8th position if that stands. We'll see if they decide to ask Mr. Gruber to retake his position. And when I say they, I mean the racers. That is not something that will be dictated from race control. And again, it's all a question of when those caution flags came out at the starter stand.
Yeah, looking out the window here, Greg, I think that is Is Joey Andrews still ahead of Camden Gruber?
The 111 car.
Yeah, that maroon and yellow.
Yeah.
I think it is. So it looks like things have kind of stayed as they were. Anyway, a lot of times you'll get that pass happening because the lead car rolls out of the throttle, sees the yellow flag first. He doesn't have a windshield full of other race cars, or sees it on the Flagtronics first. I wonder if that's the case. Yeah.
And there you go is Eben and Wallace also now back behind the 24 car, and I think that's exactly what happened. And the drivers decided to work it out on their own based on the situation there. And so it is still Enzo Vidmontiene, your leader, with Cottrell second.
Go ahead, Greg. I was trying to motion to you. We've got a replay queued up of that spin over at turn number 8.
Oh, well, let's take a look at that if we can.
First time we'll see it this weekend. Don't have the Stinger transition queued up, but let's watch for. Is that Ellie? That's Ellie Gossett.
Ellie Gossett,
yeah. 1, 2, 3 hits. The third one kind of popped the side of that number 17 up into the air. An inch or two, sent the car around, and unfortunately, being a motorcycle-heavy track here, Greg, all these gravel traps.
Yeah, you're done and you're stuck. Exactly.
There is a chance there. Actually, some of them are pretty shallow.
Well, we saw a couple of the Spec Racer Fords manage to get out of the one over by the hairpin.
And in particular, that one over at turn number 8 is downhill. So if you can get a bit of momentum, roll up over the top of some of the rocks, you might have some better luck. But
he's got the nose pointing up the hill at this point, so going to be a little difficult there. All right, so we are back to full course caution with a little bit over 16 minutes remaining. Vidmontieni, Cottrell, Jones, Riccio, Andrews, your top 5 in SMX, and then over in Spec Miata. Let's get the current lay of the land as they are now all coming across the stripe. And it is still John Salerno, Skip Rock Jr., Preston Partis, Logan Stretch, Jim Drago. So no change in the top 5 in the short time that we had gone back to green.
Really been able to get this one going, Greg, unfortunately.
No.
It's been just kind of this cycle in and out of these full course yellows. The racing has been promising. The wheel-to-wheel competition has looked really, really good. And we saw it in the Formula Vs earlier. Okay, different type of cars, but this track will race well if you let the race develop a little bit. I know when we've covered some endurance races here on DriversEye Live, tremendous. And not just tremendous endurance races, like really good wheel-to-wheel races. I think this one will deliver it. We've just got to settle in and let this thing get going. Having 57 on cars on track definitely doesn't help. No. Some of that is a matter of circumstance, but these can be 2 really good independent races if we're able to get this thing cleaned up, and certainly we have over here at turn number 8, and we're able to get some green flag racing in the final 13, 14 minutes.
All right, so during the caution period here, Jillian Fichter has brought her number 22 SMX entry back behind the wall. Looks like her race is done. I think we're actually possibly showing her as the leader in SMX. And she was able to make it a little more quickly down the pit lane than our leader, Vidmontieni, was able to do on the race course itself. We are getting word now from race control as they have removed that disabled car from the gravel trap, that the lights will be extinguished on the safety car, and indeed they have. We'll be back to going green flag racing this time by. So with about 13 and a half minutes remaining on the clock, we'll see the green flag come out.
A little bit less orderly here, Greg. I think it was a quicker return to green. The front of the SMX field looks pretty good, but it's a little bit messier and more strung out towards the back of the Spec Miatas. As we head back onto the front straightaway, just under 14 minutes left on the clock.
There you go, green flag in the air. And let's see now if Cottrell can make any headway here on the opening lap. We saw him take a quick look to the inside on the prior restart. He's just going to slot back in line here as they come up the rise. I love that shot. I love that. That's better than any roller coaster ride you could imagine, as they now come down in a little bit further back in the pack. And that is William Wallace being challenged by Wes Duchak for 8th now. And I think that's the same that we saw on the prior lap as our leaders come into the hairpin, and Vidmontieni getting pushed very wide coming out of the hairpin, but gets great exit speed. Maybe he wasn't pushed. Maybe that was just a good adjustment there, and he carried a couple miles an hour. We've got a car now disabled. Well, it's not disabled.
It's spin there.
He's still moving. And he continues on coming out of turn 2.
I believe it's the 37, Greg. Can't pick up the number. It's Brian Slater. Out of Anacoco, Louisiana. Slides even further back down the SM field. Vidmontieni able to hang on at the front of SMX. Cottrell did really well. I said earlier, zigs were Vidmontieni zags. Put his car up the inside just a touch at turn number 5. Vidmontieni back in the throttle early, pushed him out wide, but it opened the radius so much it almost didn't matter. And Cottrell ended up having to fall back about half a car length behind Vidmontieni, and that's where things stand as we go side by side. through the bottom of turn 12.
As we have a car going off, and that's sitting right around Nathan Saxon. He's fallen back to 11th. I think Saxon, Michelle Squarick, Lincoln Larson, Mitch Lowry in that group. We had one of the drivers running a little wide. That might have, I don't think it was Tom O'Gorman. Tom O'Gorman's right in that group as well. And Lowry, I think, was the driver who went off as he now falls back into 14th position.
We had as we go on board with Tom O'Gorman. Down in SM, the lead quartet is exactly that. They've begun to stretch themselves out just a little bit from P5, which is Jim Drago. So it's Salerno, Skip Brock Jr., Preston Pardis, Logan Stretch. Bobby Gossett's the fourth car in line, so he's a little bit further back. And then it's Jim Drago in P6, Travis Wiley 7th, Chris Rawlings out of Reading, Pennsylvania in 8th, Brett Kowalski and Danny Stain round out your top 10.
All right, as our camera car makes it out of the hairpin and going to go down now to the corkscrew or the museum turn.
Yep, over that inside curb there at 7. You ride up over the middle one there at 7A and B, depending on how you number it. I think it's 7A generally. Down through turn number 8, onto the throttle early. Let's see if Tom's able to sneak up the inside of Michelle Squarick here. Tough passing zone. Definitely tough to go too wide. Tom has to breathe out of the throttle because the car protests massively.
And I think Squarick was still there at that apex.
Yeah, I think you're right, trying to leave enough room there. It was still there, actually, the length of that straight. Tom is able to clear Squarick as we get down towards turn 11 and 12. Job is done. Now let's see if he's got anything for the car directly ahead, which should be, I say, scrolling wildly. Well, let's see when they come by start finish, because I can't pick it out here. Cottrell has gone to the lead, by the way, in SMX. This is up at the front. Let's wait for that pink 09. There it is. Vid Montiene under attack as well.
And Jared Jones, for a moment, as they were at the line, Jared Jones had a nose up on our pole sitter, Vid Montiene. Vid Montiene goes and manages to grab the position back, though, as they come out of turn 1 and go up the hill. Wasn't a bad idea for Jared Jones to give that one a whirl. Michael Riccio now sitting back in 4th with Andrews and Gruber, with William Wallace and Cam Eben a little bit further behind. So Andrews maintains that 5th position, and then it's about 6 car lengths, actually more than 6, about 10 car lengths back to Camden Gruber in 6th.
You can see on the way into turn number 5 there, Vid Montiene was trying to bait Skylar Cottrell into moving around in the braking zone. Vid Montiene went left. Cottrell also went left. When Vid Montiene went back to the right, Cottrell held his line on the brakes, kind of the middle or inside third, let's say, of the racing surface. It's a tight radius on the way into 5, but ended up actually being able to defend pretty well, all things considered.
Yeah, was able to minimize the loss of exit speed there through the corner.
Did really, really well. Let's see what Jarrett Jones has to say about this lead battle as they head up towards turn number 11, down the hill into 12. It looks like it's going to be Cottrell and Vid Montiene in the reverse order of that, obviously. Out at the front, kind of making an escape here, Greg.
Yeah, I would say Jared Jones and Riccio now about 6 car lengths back as they went in the corner. Yeah, but now as Vid Montiene comes right underneath Cottrell, that has closed that pack back up as they come onto the front straight and complete lap number 11. And now it is 2 by 2 going into the first corner. Pardon me, Cottrell manages to hold off Michael Riccio now, and as they head up the hill, but that has brought Joey Andrews into the fight, and Camden Gruber in that second pack. They're still about 8 car lengths back, but Gruber with Wallace and Wes Duchek starting to close things back up again on our leaders.
That 14-15 sequence is really interesting, Greg.
Yeah.
You don't have to be in the optimum position in terms of your car positioning or your throttle application position at 14. You can mash the throttle as you get to 14 and aim right for the apex at turn number 15. When you get there, as long as you shoved the other driver out just a little bit wide, you can get, not physically shoved,
right,
taking that inside line away, you can get the move done. It's going to murder your apex speed.
Well, that's the problem, especially as you come onto the front straight.
But it's such a narrow corner exit there as you come up out of the camber. It kind of doesn't matter. Vid Montiene did exactly that. Really early on the throttle at 14, shot him out wide on the corner exit, but it's the inside right
allowed,
at 15
stuck
that
him right
matters.
down to the apex, exactly.
That's exactly it. Really good work and good racecraft from Enzo Vidmontiani. It's Michael Riccio in third now, by the way, in the number 19. Jarrett Jones back to fourth. Joey Andrews in P5. Camden Gruber recovers in sixth. Remember, that car was backwards earlier on this morning during our one and only qualifying session thus far this weekend. You can see it, you can see it there, how wide Skylar Cottrell tries to take 14 into 15 as Michael Riccio drops
goes
wheels
through
off.
the grass, exactly. That's not going to help him on the front straight. And indeed, as they go down into turn one, there, Joey Andrews taking a quick look to the inside, and I think we'll move Andrews up into fourth position now. Let's take a look here as they come down the hill. And indeed, yeah, there you go.
One other thing to note, and then we can kind of put this to the back of our minds till we get to tomorrow. Remember, this is the long race of the weekend, 35 minutes, 25 minutes to come tomorrow. It's hot right now. Full sunlight on the track. Track temps will be 130 plus. Ambient temperature is already 90 plus. Remember the tires. When we get to tomorrow, remember how hard Vidmontiani, Cottrell, Jones, Riccio, Andrews, that top five have been pushing. Because there's a good chance they're taking significant life out of these tires.
All right, let's see if we can jump over to the lead in Spec Miata as they're coming through the hairpin right now with Skip Brock Jr. right up to the back quarter of our leader there, John Salerno, as they make the run now down towards the corkscrew, and they are door to door. Salerno's got the inside position now on Skip Brock as they come in. Preston Pardis right there, as is Logan Stretch. Bobby Gossett has worked his way all the way up into fifth position, and he is just a couple car lengths back from the battle for the lead. And the more our leaders fight it out now with 5.5 minutes remaining, that's going to bring Jim Drago and his merry bunch of men, Travis Wiley, Chris Rawlings, and I think Danny Stain is right at the back of that pack also. Stain, who started this race in, I think, 14th or 15th position, he is now up to 9th as they cross the line. So definitely a net positive for him as they go through turn one.
I think we're working 3 to go here, Greg, if that math, my mental math is correct.
Your mental math is certainly better than mine usually. Is with 5 minutes remaining, and our racers turning in minute 41, 42 laps. That's what we go. Now here is a huge change coming across the front straight, going into turn one. John Salerno now in Spec Miata has opened up almost 10 car lengths on Preston Pardis. Now up in the second alongside Logan Stretch. Skip Brock Jr. in the blue and yellow machine. He falls back to fourth. He went into turn one side by side with Bobby Gossett in the 44. Oh my.
Sorry, long off there on the outside of turn number 3. I think that was the 32. Yeah. Pardis is falling all the way back to 5th, now being attacked around the outside at turn number 5, trying to...
that's with Bobby Gossett right alongside. Yep. Gossett right alongside, then Pardis' teammate Jim Drago with Chris Rawlings back from there. But now, again, it is Salerno, it's Stretch, it's Skip Brock Jr.
Nope. It's is that Gossett in the... Who's that red car in the middle?
The red car is Logan Stretch in the 89.
Oh, got it. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, and a slow
That's Tom O'Gorman. That's Tom O'Gorman.
Oh, boy, Tomo.
Oh,
what
no.
have you done?
Oh, my.
I wonder if he's been in the Armco there. Maybe the trouble on the right front corner of that car.
Yeah.
It climbs the hill.
Yeah, and that car's crabbing quite a bit.
Yeah. Let's jump back to this SM fight because this is really good. So their Stretch, Skip Brock Jr. is there in 4th.
There they are right there.
Here we go. It is Gossett in
Yeah.
So Salerno, Stretch, Gossett, Brock, and Wiley in P5. Preston Pardis is 6th. Drago is 7th. Man, I haven't seen a gap like this in a Spec Miata race for some time. This is all because 1 lap ago, we saw 2nd through 5th side by side. Salerno, the full width of the track, clear air out in front, nothing to worry about. Stretch that margin from 2 car lengths to 5 to 10, and now across the start-finish line, it's 1.2 seconds.
Attention in the paddock, Formula Atlantic and Continental FE2, Prototype and Prototype 2, please head to the grid. Race group number 4, Formula Atlantic and Continental FE2, Prototype and Prototype 2, please head to the grid.
hearing it was a mechanical for the 94.
I mean, it looked like something in the possibly in the right front suspension.
Yeah, it didn't look like it. Maybe he was feeling it out.
Yeah, from the looks of it, especially where he pulled the car off on the straightaway there. Yeah. Well, I'm sure we'll find out a little later today. Good thing we didn't have his in-car his helmet cam or his helmet audio hooked up. Oh, running wide. Oh.
Let's see if we can get the number here as it comes up towards turn 9. Didn't actually cost too much momentum or time.
And that was just ahead of Stain.
Oh, it's Drago. That's Jim
Yeah,
Drago.
that was the number 2.
Yep. Kept his foot in it. We've seen that fight. Obviously, Christopher Drem earlier in the race tried to do the same thing at turn 3. Car snapped on him, ended up in the wall. Drago able to hang on to it there. Cost him a couple of spots, unfortunately.
All right, so now Logan Stretch in the burgundy number 89, Skip Brock Jr. in the blue and yellow number 61. They were fighting each other all the way through 13, 14, and 15. Stretch now holds and moves in the second position. All the while, John Salerno opened up a 1.5-second lead over second, third, and fourth positions. That's Travis Wiley. Travis Wiley in the red and black machine directly behind.
This battle for second is the best thing we've got going on the track at the moment, Greg. Elsewhere in SMX, Enzo Vidmontiene 2 seconds even ahead of Skylar Cottrell, who's got 1.2 in hand over Jarrett Jones. Michael Riccio is fourth. Joey Andrews sits still in fifth place with a healthy little margin back to Camden Gruber. So much like we see in SM, Enzo Vidmontiene kind of controlling things out at the front. And is going to leave Skylar Cottrell to have to defend from Jarrett Jones for that second step on the podium. Back here in SM, however, side by side we go again. To me, I think, Greg, this hands the win to John Salerno as long as he keeps it pointed in the right direction. The scrap is going on for second, and it's only getting worse. You have to work together to try and go get that number 34, and that's just not how this is going to go.
All right, well, white flag is in the air for our SMX racers.
Well, it was awkward over the curve there at turn 11. Greg Skip Brock Jr. able to hang on in third as he drops a couple of wheels, but then so does Bobby Gossett in the 44. And I think, is that Travis Wiley?
Travis Wiley. Inside? Yes, it is. And so I think Wiley now, having taken over the position from Bobby Gossett, should move up in the fourth position. Skip Brock Jr. with that big lured run over the curb, over at turn 12 and into the dirt, trying to hold on now for third position, or probably for third position for the last step on the podium in Spec Miata. As again, most of our Spec Miata racers on their very last lap now, and in SMX trying to check up where Vidmontiene is in the green SMX car. Because
there he is.
Yeah, there he is.
Turn number 9. All alone out in front there, Greg. It's, about 12 car lengths back to Skylar Cottrell. Really just, you hear the phrase, we didn't have anything for him today. That's kind of the way this one feels. That's Camden Gruber, stranded on the outside of turn number 8. The Planet Miata SMX number 24 is stopped and now continues, but loses a heap of spots.
Exactly. So that's going to move now. We've got Jarrett Jones running in second, or probably in third. He's got Riccio directly behind him. As the check
the final corner, Greg.
Yeah, and here we go. Checkered flag is in the air for Enzo Vidmontiene, who in his very first Super Tour appearance will take the win. Skylar Cottrell is going to just beat Jarrett Jones. Well, he doesn't beat Jarrett Jones to the line by that much. There was a slower car right between them. Jones is going to come in third with Michael Riccio just a 10th behind, and Joey Andrews less than a second back from there. That's going to be your top 5. Nathan Saxon will take 6th with Wes Jutak 7th. William Wallace 8th. Cam Gruber and Lincoln Larson rounding out the top 10 is our Spec Miata leader. Now coming into the final corner, John Salerno. He started on pole today in the blue with stars and stripes number 34. He's going to come across the line. He'll take the win. Logan Stretch will finish second. Skip Brock Jr. holds Travis Wiley off at the line for the last step in the podium. 74 one-thousandths of a second separate the two drivers. Bobby Gossett will finish 5th. Preston Pardis 6th. Chris Rawlings, Danny Stain, who moves all the way up to 8th position. Vinny Barada will finish 9th, and James Newell will round out your top 10.
2 quick points here up in SMX, Greg. It was somebody in the chat saying it looks like it was a flat right rear. It was Ryan Christoph in the chat. Flat right rear for Tom O'Gorman appears to be the thought, and I could see out the window it's a flat left front for Camden Gruber in the number 24, which is how he would have ended up on the outside of turn number 8, headed down the hill, able to limp the car home, but straight into the pit lane and into the paddock.
All right, let's make a final call to the grid for our next race group, and then we'll take a little break. Attention the paddock, final call for Formula Atlantic and Continental, FE2, prototypes and prototype 2. Please head to the grid. Race group number 4, Formula Atlantic and Continental, FE2, prototypes and prototype 2. Please head to the grid. All right, Brendan, that was some kind of exciting, and we're going to take a break and hoping for about 4 more races just like that here at Barber Motorsports Park. It's the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Don't go away.
Mazda's been very supportive of racers within the SCCA and all the other grassroots organizations for many, many years. Really, their support for racing and our type of racing is unmatched from any other manufacturer. They've been a great partner for many, many years.
Mazda, hands down, is the best company to work with for sports car racing. Factory support is second to none. It just feels right. You feel connected.
Welcome back to Barber and the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Gregg Ginsberg along with Brendan Kaczmarek. Next up is our second open wheel and prototype race of the day. This is for our larger open wheel cars, all with ground effects and wings, as well as the prototypes, Formula Atlantic and Continental FE2, Formula Enterprises 2, as well as the two prototype classes, one called, appropriately enough, Prototype, and the other one, Prototype 2. So let's run down the starting order. We had 26 drivers set qualifying times, and on the pole today, driving the number 9 Formula Atlantic Swift 016, it's Graham Jacobson. Dudley Fleck, who's your 2024 Formula Atlantic champion, also in an 016, a Mazda-powered machine, will start on the outside of the front row in the Miller Beer entry. Ooh, I'm hungry and thirsty now. Larry Howard will start on the inside of row number 2. He's driving the number 51 Swift 016 in Formula Atlantic. And then John McAleer, also in a Swift, also in Formula Atlantic, he starts 4th. Todd Vanacore in his Elan DPO2 is your prototype or P-Class pole sitter. He's going to start right alongside John-Luc Liverado's Swift 016 Formula Atlantic car. Then we've got Steve Whitston. We saw him just a few moments ago take the win in Formula V, and he is your pole sitter in Formula Enterprise 2 in the number 18 machine. Brandon Dixon is your Formula Continental pole sitter in his Citation F2000, and he'll start 10th. Then we got Jared Voorhees in a Formula MZR, Formula Mazda MZR. That's a Formula Atlantic class machine. We got a little bit more information during the break today. We'll maybe run that down a little later. And then we've got Aiden Shu, who is also in an FMZR. He starts in 12th position. Tyler O'Connor in an FE2 entry will start lucky 13th in the 03 machine, right alongside Matteo Naranjo, who will start 14th in the 80 car. Stephen Thomas in his FMZR Formula Atlantic entry will start 8th, with Brianna Zemlach starting 16th in the number 59 FMZR. Daryl Schaff in his prototype class Elan DPO2 will start 17th overall, with Chris Jarno in a Van Diemen RF01 Formula Continental entry starting 18th. Then we got Paul Douglas in his Formula Continental Van Diemen RF01 starting 19th in the 21 car. Starting 20th is Michael Frohler. He is in a Formula Enterprise 2 car, as is Keith Jocelyn, who will start on the inside of row number 11 in 21st position in the number 55. Mark Stern in his Van Diemen Formula Continental will start 22nd. Then we got Russell Strait and Wade Richardson as our pole sitter. Graham Jacobson comes and leads the field onto the front straight. Starter looks over the field, and the green flag is in the air, and I believe Dudley Fleck from the outside. Did he jump to an early lead? Indeed, he did. Gets around our pole sitter Jacobson as they head up the hill. Here, of course, aided by all of these wings and what have you, but Fleck now with about 8 car lengths as they come under braking, going into the hairpin on the next fastest Formula Atlantic driver. He's got Larry Howard, John McAleer directly behind, and Todd Vanacore in the number 19 machine. He's making strides here early on, trying to move through that Atlantic class, Brendan.
Helps if you unmute yourself. Yeah, Todd Vanacore going to kind of be doing this one mostly on his own, I think. A little bit of front wing damage there deep in the FE2 field. That's, try and pick up the number on that. White with a blue front wing main plane. There's Vanacore 5th. It's the 13th place car headed through the field there, Greg. Is that's not Brandon Dixon. That's
no, I think that might be Matteo Naranjo, possibly, who's was showing his start
that's
in
Tyler
14th.
O'Connor. There we go. Number 3.
Okay.
Nope, sorry. Yes, the number 3. Yep.
Okay.
Wonder who he's gotten into the back of there, because there's only so many ways you can damage the front wing on an.
Well, things got pretty stacked up in turn 1, which is, I suspect, where it would have happened, and we already have 1 lap complete, 1 lap in the books with Fleck, Howard, Jacobson, your top 3 with John McAleer, Vanacore 5th overall, and Bryce Cornet, who is the first of our non-Swifts in the field. Cornet in one of those Formula Mazda FMZRs. He was your 2018, I believe, yes, 2018 Formula Mazda class champion. And after taking a few years away and going to, I think, graduate school, he is back with us here this weekend. And he is the standard bearer for that FMZR class. As I said, we did get some additional information about the class. Let me see if I can bring that up here. And so, as we suspected, it's a Mazda MZR engine, 2 liters, about 210 horsepower, which Brendan puts those chassis about 100 horsepower down from the Swifts that are running. I mean, quite a big loss there. Of course, they've got a SADEV sequential transmission as well as and Penske shocks. It was built up primarily as a spec class, and this is where they're running, obviously, in Formula Atlantic. Maybe they feel not the best place for it, but that's where it is for now.
Yeah, I think that's mostly a development out of the old Star Mazda. Certainly
Correct.
that MZR.
It's meant to be very much a replacement for the Star Mazdas, exactly.
But bring it up a little bit closer to the intended pace target.
Exactly. And so,
FA, formerly Formula.
Yeah, and so it is a completely new chassis. Interesting to note, 2 of the racers in the field, Brianna Zemlach, who we mentioned, as well as Brock Evans, they actually are some of the engineers that do the work and assembly on these chassis at the factory. And so they're here actually racing them this weekend.
It's Fleck from Howard at the front of the field. Graham Jacobson third, John McAleer in fourth. And they're beginning to spread themselves out here.
Yeah.
Other than this Howard and Jacobson battle, which has kind of come back together, was 0.6 of a second last time across the line. It's maybe 1 or 2 car lengths as they work towards, that's wide.
Oh my.
As they work through 11 and 12. They'll head back towards start-finish here in a moment. And it is still Howard from Jacobson. Vanacore all on his own there in the prototype class. FE2, it's Steve Winston from Mateo Naranjo. That gap is under a second. Wait for them to come across the line. Actually, it's extended now.
Yeah, it's a little bit more than that now.
Yeah. Steve Winston puts in the class's fastest lap, a 126.830. That is almost 3/4 of a second clear of Mateo Naranjo last time through, a 127.545.
Yeah, and Tyler O'Connor running third now, just now heading up the hill and into the carousel, running about 9 seconds in arrears of Winston and Naranjo. And so Naranjo was our Super Tour champion in Formula F a number of years ago, actually I think 4 years ago, and took some time to I guess get some GT or closed wheel car experience. Ran the SMX class here in the Super Tour 2 years ago, and has now made his way back over to the Formula cars here in FE2, and may still be getting the handle of the chassis. Oh my!
I think that was McAleer around the outside. I'm sorry, Jacobson around the outside of Larry Howard in the battle for second place in Formula A. Indeed, it was. That was power stuff around the outside.
That was a beautiful move there. As Jacobson moves around Larry Howard, John McAleer still about 25 car lengths back from that fight, and still working to move his way forward. That last time by, running on pace with at least with Larry Howard ahead. But Jacobson had powered through almost 0.5 of a second faster than Howard there, and once he got the pass made, able to extend out his advantage as well. Over in FE2, Winston now stretching that lead out over Mateo Naranjo. And as they come down, looking to see where they are with...
They're out of turn 6 now. Winston is headed up over the rise towards turn number 7. And it's not close, Greg.
No.
Lap on lap just draws away that margin. It's now out to, if I do the sorting properly here, it is 3.1 seconds, and that was up from under a second 2 laps ago.
Attention in the paddock with the driver of the number 59 Spec Racer 4 Gen 3. Please see the race director in tech. Again, driver of the number 59 Spec Racer 4 Gen 3. Please see the race director in tech.
Still a decent battle in P2. Matt Strand, who started at the back of the field, remember, after technical issues in qualifying, has jumped Chris Young, at least for the time being. It's 2.5 seconds, but that isn't really telling the full story there. With Strand's last lap of the 141s, Chris Young a 140.9. And actually, this is them headed out of turn 6 down the hill into 7. The two black P2 cars. A good recovery from Strand, but didn't want to let the P2 race go by without a mention. You see him here in the background, as well as the second place battle in FA. Who's caught up in some traffic there. Let's pick up that FA battle here if we can, Zach, as we work towards turns 11 and 12. Jacobson hanging on to second, but the traffic really allowed Larry Howard in the number 51 to catch up right up onto the gearbox of that number 9. And is that? Yeah, there it is.
There it is, right there.
Yeah, Howard with Jacobson out front. McAleer in the 68 slipping a little bit further behind as they work through the traffic. But everybody up at the front of FA doing a really good job. Consistent lap times, even in this heat, the high track temperatures. Yes, you've got to trust the downforce, and you can put in some quick times, but the grip can go away from the tires in a hurry with this kind of temperature, and that grip, as we said, just kind of doesn't disintegrate, but that confidence just erodes the more you take out of the tires. So well done by those three, at least at the moment. Still a long way to go here. 10 laps or 16 minutes.
All right, you were talking about the P2 battle there between the two black stores, Matt Strand, Chris Young. Great to see Strand out, as he had those mechanical issues during this morning's qualifying race, and the car definitely appears to be up to speed for the Covington, Georgia driver. And just as I say that, I saw Strand coming into the hairpin awfully slowly. He did manage to power out of it, though.
He's kind of been doing that. I noticed that a couple of laps ago as well. Just gets down over the rise into turn number 5 there, and it looks like the car's way off pace. And then as soon as he's back in the throttle, it's all okay. Again, into turn number 7 there. I wonder if there's some braking issues or maybe some gearbox issues on that car. It just doesn't look happy.
No,
let's say.
Agreed.
The lap times were in the 140s and 141s. That's still right where they are. It hasn't changed, although Strand's still giving a little bit of time back to Chris Young in the number 44. So that battle by no means done or dusted. Elsewhere, FE2 battle for 4th place is Keith Jocelyn defending from Michael Froehler. That's 55 from 05. And while not for a major position, it is just off of the podium spots there and really close together. 1/10 of a second across the line last time they came through.
So, Brendan, want to look after Graham Jacobson, because he's cleared himself now, Larry Howard, and has given himself a little bit of clear air. Last time through, he was about a half second faster than Dudley Fleck ahead of him. Now, the gap now still at about 2 seconds, but, with more than half this race, and again, this is one of our 25-minute sprint races, as all of our remaining races this today will be. So doesn't have the benefit of an extra 10 minutes. He's only got 14 minutes to get things done, but we could see him closing down that gap as he fights his way through some slower traffic now coming out of the final corner.
Yeah, we're going to have to do this one visually for a minute, Greg. I think my timing has gone a bit, it definitely has, as a matter of fact, gone a bit wonky. But that's all you need to time this lead battle anyway. As you say, Jacobson now within just a couple of car lengths of Dudley Fleck. Don't think there was a whole lot of traffic for Dudley last time through, so I wonder if it's a little mistake or, again, the tire wear just starting to go away.
It could very well be, because Jacobson took another, not just a half second, Brendan, but almost 2 full seconds on this prior lap, now moving to within a second. And knocked over half the margin back. Here we go as they come underneath the bridge. Say hi to Georgina, and into the corkscrew.
It's an interesting point, Greg. These cars, these FA cars, remember, these weren't just always club racing cars. In fact, they really weren't club racing cars at all. If anything, they were meant to be driver development type cars. It was the last step on the ladder before you got into kart, IndyCar, whatever, wherever you were headed at the time. Probably Champ Car with the late stage Swift 014 and 016. And so they can be pushed. But they're also meant to give you some consequences, right? They don't just ride on the ragged edge all the time. And if you overdo it, either you lock a brake up, you overheat the tires, and you put too much into them or take too much out of them. You get the car sideways and yawed in an uncomfortable place or a place that you shouldn't have the tire loaded up the way that you do. It's supposed to bite back.
Right.
And I do kind of wonder if as we've gotten further into this race, that's kind of what we're seeing, the battle between Dudley Fleck, who pushed hard early on and started building a margin, and Graham Jacobson in the number 9, who maybe is just kind of playing things a little bit more conservatively, has something in hand here in the final, what is it, the final...
well, 12 minutes. I mean, we're right at halfway.
Yeah,
which
7 laps to go is what I've got here on the screen.
All right, well, let's do this, Brendan, since we are at, again, 12 minutes, 7 laps. This may be one of the only races we have that goes the full length here. Let's take a quick break. When we come back, we'll bring you all the way to the checkered flag here at Barber Motorsports Park. Don't go away.
Shopping for tires used to really rub me the wrong way. That was before I went to TireRack.com. TireRack's tire decision guide made it easy to find the right tires. Talk about secret sauce. You might ask, well, you bought them, now how are you gonna put them on? No problem. TireRack has thousands of recommended installers. I chose one that does mobile installation. A technician brought the tires right to my house. He's installing them now.
Almost finished, Herb. Take your time.
I'm just marinating. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Did you know SCCA members can save $20 on every track night they sign up for? That's right. Track Night America, driven by Tire Rack, now hosting 150 events at more than 30 tracks across the country, is the easiest and most affordable way to get you and your friends on track in street cars all year long. Visit tracknightinamerica.com to learn more and get yourself on track.
Welcome back to Barber, and while we were gone, a lot has happened here, Brendan, in Formula Atlantic. When we left, Dudley Fleck was your leader. He was losing ground lap over lap to Larry Howard, probably not to Larry Howard, but to Jacobson. And just as we went to break, a couple things happened.
Yeah, we've heard reports of contact over at turn number 5, excuse me, as a result of Dudley Fleck and Graham Jacobson kind of going hammer and tong for the class lead. Do we have a replay, Zach, of what we had there at turn number 5? Let's see if we can take a look at it. I know it'll be a quick transition into it, but from what we heard reported from the corners, Fleck was in second place, remember. Sends it way up the inside. The car rotated pretty well. Looks like he thought he was clear of Jacobson and started to swing out wide. Just didn't have the room. Spun Fleck across the nose. Now, we haven't seen Graham Jacobson come back across, and it actually looks like he's tumbled down the field. It's Larry Howard who's taken over the
Exactly.
McAleer second, Jean-Luc Liverato third.
Yeah, so Jacobson had gotten around Fleck to start the lap, and we're pretty certain now that Jacobson has pulled off. We're trying to find where he may be on track, and we think he may be over by turn 14. Yeah, look at that. He's right up against the Armco, right past the corner station here as his race is now run. That moves Larry Howard in the 15 Swift to the lead in Atlantic with John McAleer running in second now. Jean-Luc Liverato in third. But, as I don't, look, I can't tell you what was in the minds of either one of those drivers going into the hairpin. It did look like Fleck probably thought he had cleared Jacobson coming up the hill.
Just caught wind of a battle there, Greg, coming through the screen. I know things are happening kind of frantically. We've also got a car stopped at station 14, turn 13. That is Mateo Naranjo, second place in FE2, and Tyler O'Connor, third place. O'Connor with that damaged front wing earlier on, remember,
from lap one,
caught Mateo Naranjo, and now with it just a couple of car lengths ahead, is going to try and get himself onto the second spot on the podium. The pace has been good out of Tyler O'Connor the last couple of laps. 0.7 of a second better than Mateo Naranjo the previous time through. This time it's evened itself out, but that's only because O'Connor is there.
Here we go as they come up and rock over the hill. And I'll tell you, O'Connor looked like he was carrying much better pace out of the final corner onto the front straight, closed up a few more car lengths on Naranjo, and is now within a half second as they come out of the hairpin. Now, Naranjo getting a great run here through the hairpin, stretching out the advantage once again.
Looks like they're going to leave the car over at the inside of turn number 13 for a while. There goes O'Connor, shows the nose up the inside at 7 and gets the job done. I think that was a lot of cooperation from Mateo Naranjo to let that move happen.
Yeah, there was no defense there, and I think Naranjo realized that if he even tried to move over a little bit there, they were going to come together coming down through the hole there. And great opportunistic move by Tyler O'Connor now in the number 3 machine, who moves up to second, distant second from Steve Whitston. Keith Jocelyn, the next driver in line, currently sitting 4th. He's almost 20 seconds in arrears of this battle for second. Let's see if Naranjo has anything for him.
I don't know, Greg. It sure looked like Naranjo was just kind of slipping back a little bit.
Yeah.
His lap times have been reasonably consistent, but they've been in the 29s, which is not what you want. O'Connor into the 28s. Meanwhile, Steve Whitston way out in front of this battle, 26 seconds up the road, doing laps still in the 1:26s. Remember, Whitston also has a full race under his belt there, so maybe a little bit not quite as surprising.
Exactly, his 4th session of the day compared to second for almost everybody else. And when Larry Howard, driver of the number 51 Formula Atlantic Swift, comes to the start-finish line, he'll see the white flag, so working the penultimate lap here at the moment.
Matt Strand has gone missing, by the way. That number 11 finally given up the ghost here. Whatever that mechanical issue that seemed to be rearing its ugly head was, looks like it's come home to roost once again. Yeah. Second session in a row for Matt, and that car has ground to a halt. He may be over at the museum corner, turns 7 and 8. Sorry, no, up towards turn 9, I think. Yeah. Camera's 7 and 8.
All right, and white flag now in the air for Larry Howard. He crosses the stripe starting at lap number 16.
Larry Howard in that red number 51 all the way now well clear of John McAleer in the number 68. Greg, I don't want to use the phrase "you'd rather be lucky than good" here if you're Larry Howard, but it sure looked like it was Dudley Fleck's race to lose, and he was kind of in that position. The contact pushing hard where maybe he didn't have a whole lot to lean back on.
Right.
With Graham Jacobson in the number 9 just having caught and barely passed Dudley Fleck in that 74, but sometimes these races have a way of taking little left turns, and you end up with an unexpected result. I'm sure Larry Howard will be more than happy to take this one.
Exactly. I think both he, John McAleer, and Liverato, who are all ending up on the podium now with what happened at the front of the field, I'm sure they will not refuse the sip of the champagne up down here at Barber this afternoon. Is Larry Howard now onto the front straight, and checkered flag is in the air. Larry Howard is your first Formula Atlantic winner of the weekend. John McAleer will finish in second as he comes across the line 11 seconds back from our winner. Jean-Luc Liverato will round out the top three. Taking the win in the prototype class, Todd Vanacore. Very quiet race for Vanacore as he just was set in a little bit of a pocket there right behind Liverato, and he actually comes across the line about a car length and a half back from Jean-Luc Liverato. So Vanacore, finishing fourth overall, takes the prototype win. Finishing just off the podium in Formula Atlantic is going to be Bryce Cornet. Pardon me. Daryl Schaff will finish second in the prototypes, finishing sixth overall. Your winner in FE2, and taking a look, he's going to be coming across the line here in just a few moments. I don't want to call him the winner yet, but I think he's got about 2 corners remaining for the number 18 machine. Yeah, he's coming through 14 now. Should be coming into our view here momentarily. There he is on the front straight, taking the win in Formula Enterprise 2. Steve Whitston, let's see, Brandon Zemlock will finish 9th overall in her Formula Atlantic Mazda. Brandon Dixon is your Formula Continental winner. One of 2 racers out here today in the class. He finishes 10th overall. Let's move over. Finishing second in Formula Enterprise 2 will be Tyler O'Connor, who runs his fastest lap of the race on the final lap, managing to put 2.5 seconds between he and Matteo Naranjo, who will take the final podium position in the class. Keith Jocelyn will finish 4th in FE2, 15th overall. And what did I say? I just said there were only 2 Formula Continental drivers. That was not accurate whatsoever. So Dixon takes the win. Paul Douglas will finish 2nd. Mark Stern will finish 3rd. And then Chris Charno will finish just off the podium in 4th. As on the very last lap, Mark Stern gets around the number 24 of Charno to take the last podium position. All right, let's make a final call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Super Touring Light, Super Touring Under, Touring 3 and Touring 4, please head to the grid. Super Touring Light, Super Touring Under, T3 and T4 racers, please head to the grid. Your race is next. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments with more racing action from Barber. Don't go away.
My name is Joshua Smith, Business Development Manager for Mazda Motorsports. We're happy to be supporting the SCCA and Mazda racers here. So our team support program offers a couple of tiers of support, parts support, technical support. All of this is done through our MazdaMotorsports.com parts store website. It's basically like signing up for an Amazon account. Simple information, prove that you're a racer. It gets you access to our 800 hotline that you can call and speak to one of our parts representatives 5 days a week.
Solo Nationals is the ultimate test of all of the hard work that you've put in up until that point.
I look forward to Solo Nationals every year. I want to be here because it's an intense competition, it's a great community, and just so much fun.
Solo Nationals is probably my favorite and only event that I would do for the rest of my life if I had to pick one. There's a combination of the agility that it takes to drive the car through the course in autocross that we don't get anywhere else in motorsports. You only get 3 chances at it. It's the national championships, which all of us care a lot about. And it's people I've known for 20 years at this point. So, and I've grown up with these people. I love it over there in paddock. I love it out there on course.
It's really a chance for everyone in the nation to really come out, have a great time together. The camaraderie is amazing, but also have the best competition that you can really find. Let's go!
When everybody comes to Nationals, it's instantly overwhelming. Just coming to the site and seeing how large it is, it blows you away. The entertainment value, the family value that's out here is unprecedented.
As a competitor, you try to keep it in your head as just another event. That's the healthy place to keep it. But at the end of the day, it really is something special. There's no other motorsports event where you have 1,300 competitors all driving the same obstacles, the same course, all competing against each other. Yeah, there's nothing else like it in the world.
it's set to auto. Welcome back to Barber Motorsports Park. Thank you for hanging out with us here this weekend, and for whatever technical issues we may have, I think we've got everything fixed now. Next up, it is Super Touring and Touring, and we're going to have another split start. Our Touring group at the front, Super Touring at the back. Let's run down some of the starters here in Touring 3 and Touring 4. Starting on the pole, driving the number 61 Touring 3 BMW 330 CI, it's Simon Foulweather with Javier Sanchez starting on the outside of the front row in a very quick Toyota GR86. That's another T3 machine. Tristan Smith and his Nissan 350Z will start third. That's the red, white, and blue number 58 machine with Madden Workman, our T4 pole sitter in the number 52 MX5, starting fourth. Andrea King in her Touring 3 330 CI BMW will start fifth, with Ben Sedler in his Global MX5 Cup car starting in sixth. That's another T3 class machine. And then we've got Leanne Folk in her Mazda 3 sedan starting alongside Derek Ambrose in his Mazda 2. Then we've got Dirk Strasfeld and Robert Spence making up row number 9. Or probably making up row number 5 here in the touring classes. Now let's move over to STU and STL. Peter St. Pierre will start on pole. He's your STU pole sitter in his Honda Civic Si. Jose Osiris Pena, the STL pole sitter, starting right alongside in his Honda CRX. Then we've got Nick Leveroni in STL. He drives a Mazda Miata, starting alongside our defending national champion in that class, Mike Taylor, in his Acura Integra. Christopher Jerem scheduled to start 8th today in the number 14 Mazda Miata. We just saw him have some challenges, we'll say, over in Spec MX5. Wouldn't expect that car to make the grid. Trevor Desjardins will start next up in 18th overall in STL, and he's in an Acura Integra GSR. Gavin Wardle in his STL Mazda Miata will start alongside Benham Abernathy, with Zach Hillman on the next row. He's in the number 149 STU BMW 330, and alongside in a Honda S2000, it's Austin Hilliard. That is the number 10 machine. Gonzalo Ponte in his STL Mazda MX-5 is next up, with Emmy Kissick in her STL Mazda MX-5, as our touring racers get the green flag, and they are on their way to turn number 1, where Simon Foulweather, even before they get to turn 1, has opened up a 4-car length advantage over, looks like the Nissan. Is that Tristan? Was that the Nissan of Tristan Smith? Maybe getting around the Toyota GR86 of Javier Sanchez as they come through the carousel.
Really tried, but it didn't quite work down into turn 1. Ended up on the inside and had to kind of park it at the apex. A big move on the brakes. This GR86 looks racy.
Sanchez.
Early days here in Touring 3. Yes, Sanchez, look at that, all the way up to the back bumper of Foulweather coming into the hairpin at turn 5. But the 6 cylinders, 2 extra cylinders, a big help as they power up at turn 5. We're 3 wide in STL at the start. Look at Trevor Desjardins up the inside of Nick Leveroni trying to get through. They barely stay on the racetrack, and now they're still all 3 abreast around the outside of turn 2.
Yeah, and going around, maybe going a little bit wide there. I think that was Gavin Wardle in the 169 STL Mazda, as it did get 3 wide, and Desjardins just shoved that Integra up the inside. And now as they make the run down the hairpin, the red number 18 machine is coming for Nick Leveroni. Mike Taylor getting around Leveroni here at the start So move Mike Taylor up to second in STL, Leveroni third, back behind the Honda CRX there of Jose Osiris Pena. And I was going to say, just like the extra 2 cylinders helped out in Touring 3, having a turbocharger actually in the Super Touring class has certainly helped Pierre St. Pierre, although that wasn't a battle for class between he and Osiris Pena.
Despite that rabbit start for the 350Z driver, Tristan Smith has dropped well off the back of the top 2 battle between Fellweather and Sanchez. So those two have run away with it in Touring 3. Got a good little battle in Touring 4, though, coming into turn 1. Leanne Falk side by side with one of the MX-5 drivers. I think that might have been Robert Spence, having a bit of a drag race. But this Super Touring group, just finishing Sector 2 into Sector 3 now. Things still double file for a handful of the cars a little bit further back.
Danny Stain now, was that Stain? Yeah, I believe that was.
Yeah, putting miles on the Spec Miata here
this
weekend instead of the STL car for whatever reason. Early days here in this race, still 22 minutes to go. This is one of our shorter races today after a set of 35-minute races to kick the races off. And it still looks like now, after maybe not the best start, Nick Leveroni's got a bit more juice in it. He's alongside Mike Taylor coming up over turn 4. It's a drag race to turn 5 between the Mazda and the Acura. The Acura a little stronger on the brakes up the inside. Leveroni's going to go for the outside move here. Look at all the space between them as they come in there. It's going to be an over-under for Leveroni. No, just can't quite get on the power and doesn't quite have the motor coming off of 5.
Yeah, and it was a good job of positioning there by Mike Taylor as they came through the hairpin and was able to shift over just a little bit across the nose of the Miata. Didn't give Leveroni much room to either come underneath or even go around the outside. Had to take the same track right around as the Integra there, but good defense from Mike Taylor. Just looked a little bit further back in that Super Touring field here as Danny Stain, as you mentioned, Danny running his Spec Miata rather than the STL specific Mazda MX-5, the NC Mazda that he has run for a number of years, getting around the Supra there just a little bit further back in the field. And we're looking to see if we do have a local caution over at 13, and that has now been cleared. Okay, good. Hadn't heard anything over our flag net that there might have been a caution over there.
Still watching this battle in STL on our cameras coming up onto the front straight as we cut away to Touring 4, but Leveroni still hounding Taylor. Dijonais has dropped off just slightly. A great start for Austin Hilliard in the S2000 as well. Has picked up, I think, a spot or 2. Here they come into the camera shot. Taylor runs a bit wide, and that's going to open the inside for Leveroni. Clears him, keeps the foot on the throttle, barely keeps it on the racetrack as well, but that's a spot picked up for Leveroni.
All right, watching a good battle now over in Touring 4. We'll see if we can pick them up at some point. We'll give Director Zach an idea where they are. Madden Workman and Robert Spence. Workman in the black MX-5, and then Spence, I believe, in the white number 59 machine. They're actually making the run now down towards the, where are they going? Actually, I just caught them up going towards the S's, I believe.
Oh, what a scrap between these three in STL. Mike Taylor got a heck of a run out of turn 5, but somehow where there was a will, there was a way, and Leveroni found the way to stay in front for the museum turn and has now started to check out from that pair of Acuras. Certainly with the front-wheel drive layout, it takes a little bit more time for the rear tires to get up to temperature and feel comfortable in those cars.
All right, heading down into turn 1 now, Zach, if we can catch them. We've got the white 59 and the black, yeah, that right there, the last 2 cars in the line there. That's the battle for the lead in Touring 4 as Robert Spence got an amazing run out of the final corner. Was a nose up on Madden Workman as they came across the start-finish line and then sweeps around the outside to take the lead away from our current points champion in the class, or points leader, pardon me, in the class.
Also watching the battle in this camera shot for third in Touring 3. Ben Sedler in the black MX-5 Cup car was able to get around the 350Z of Tristan Smith, but Smith was
quick to respond with the fastest of all, Sector 1. He went purple that time through in Sector 1. I have to imagine that 350Z may be a bit stronger at some other tracks in Touring 3 trim, as all the cars here on a spec line of certain power and weight, no, not power, but minimum weights and modifications that they're allowed.
And we've got a car, Tom, that's pulled back behind the wall just past the hairpin. And I believe that that is the number 10 car. Is that the number? Austin Hilliard in the Honda S2000. And since he managed to get that behind the wall, not even a local caution now at the hairpin. Good heads-up driving by the S2000 driver.
Race for the lead on the front straight is side by side. Once again, Madden Workman is 2 in the grass, trying to find his way alongside Spence, and Spence is not having any of it. Nearly runs him off the racetrack to maintain the Touring 4 lead. They're dealing with the blue BMW of Andrea King, who is in a faster class, but running a very similar lap time, and that's going to affect their raceability between the two of them as well. You really want to keep the momentum in an MX-5 like that, rather than rely on the power, excuse me. But Madden Workman looking scrappy, still trying to find a way back through after Spence picked up the lead last time by.
And Spence appearing to get very good exit off the hairpin. Opens up about another car length on the 52 machine. Gap now between those racers about three and a half car lengths. And yeah, Tom, I mean, it's certainly got to be a challenge for them when they come up on some of these slower corners. They pull right up to the back of the BMW, and then, you know, which for Spence has got to give him pause, because it definitely gives an opportunity to Workman behind. But then when things straighten out, that BMW is able to pull away using that straight 6.
That's the gap that's formed just in that straightaway, effectively coming into our camera shot here. King, and then the white MX-5 of Spence, the black MX-5 of Workman. Meanwhile, in STL, back in the museum corner, Nick Leveroni and Mike Taylor and Trevor DeJournay, I think, are all easing towards Jose Pena, who continues to lead the race. They're on the back straight just now into turns 12 and 13. Will be in this camera shot any moment, and you'll see the gap has come down significantly. Pena in the CRX up over the crest, and Leveroni's on top of him. He's closed that gap massively just in this lap. It was about 5 or 6 car lengths last I saw them.
You know, and we've seen over the past number of years with that, a big lurid slide from the back of that very short wheelbase S2000 as the rear goes around. I was just going to say, we've seen where that S2000 has some issues, especially with longer races, that typically actually the rear tires for some reason are there. You would expect the front tires to start to go away. But Pena definitely loses pace over the course of a long run. And we see there as he comes through the final corner, the rear end just walks around. And, you know, there's a point with those S2000s when the rear end goes around, they're very difficult to catch. He did a very good job of keeping it forward.
Yeah, I think the one weakness of a front-wheel drive car is probably, Peter St. Pierre, a mechanical issue. Look at him slow off of turn 5. I'll finish that thought a little bit later. But he's in a pretty decent spot to disappear if he turns hard right. Does he do it? He's trying to refire the car, I think. That was your overall race leader in the Super Touring Run Group and leader of STU. When all is said and done, who is that going to promote up? Is it Zach Hillman, I think, in the BMW 330, who's just now going by, will pick up the race lead. But to finish the thought on the front-wheel drive cars, I think long sustained on-throttle corners are maybe their weak spot. The front just doing so much work and beating the front tires. And there's at least 2 of those, if not 3, arguably, here at Barber Motorsports Park.
All right, looks like another CRX out on the track at the moment, having some of its own challenges. That is Ethan Swindell in the blue number 182, currently running 8th in STL. Looked like a little weak coming off the corner out of the hairpin there, as looks like he's making up. Well, actually, that was a super. There he is coming out of the museum corner there. But both Taylor and DeJournay, last time I looked, Tom, were right to the rear of Jose Osiris Pena. Of course, Pena losing a lot of time coming through that final turn sequence on the last lap. And we'll try and track them now. They should be coming here. Yep, there they are.
Peña's recovered pretty nicely, I got to say. He's run down Leveroni just a little bit in the last couple of sectors and is now basically up underneath the rear wing of Leveroni coming into turn 5. Maybe a car length between them, maybe a CRX length at best, and that's being generous. Look at the motor coming off of turns 5 and 6 as well. Peña is going to pull fully alongside Leveroni before they get to the braking zone, and that was just raw horsepower. Was able to make the pass before they turn in, and Peña is back to the lead.
So very good recovery from the CRX driver here, as Leveroni now is going to have to be concerned with the 2 Integras behind, as last time through they were running almost very similar lap times to the 2 leaders in the class.
And this could be a situation where one car is strong in certain sections, one car is strong in others. Peña seemed to struggle in the long corners. Look at Leveroni just hounding him now back and forth. This is awesome. STL racing, exactly what this class was designed for. 2 different styles of cars running the same lap times, battling it out. Next time we see them, who is in the lead? Cut away and come back to them. There's Peter St. Pierre. He did get the car running again, but he did lose the race lead, as I mentioned, to Zach Hillman, and sits maybe 4 positions behind.
All right, so let's do this, Tom. We're about halfway. I'm going to try and figure out what the difference is between an S2000 and a CRX, even though I've owned and drive both. Thank you, Rylan Hazelton. I appreciate that. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back in just a few moments with more racing action here from Barber. Don't go away. And we're back here at Barber Motorsports Park and the Super Tour. And it is now about 10 minutes remaining with Zach Hillman, your leader in STU. In STL, it's Jose Osiris Peña. Then in Touring 3, Simon Foulweather. And now big changes here. Looks like Ben Sedler, I think. Let me see who it is coming down the pit lane. Actually, that's the number 21 on the pit lane now. But Simon Foulweather, your leader in T3. And in T4, it's Madden Workman, who managed to work his way past Robert Spence to retake the lead.
Also been watching this battle, Greg, back at turn 7 now, coming down that back straightaway between 3 of our STU contenders. It's Robert Filbert, Peter Federland, and Peter St. Pierre. Here they are, nose to tail, 3 very different cars. St. Pierre looks at the inside. He knows those Supras better than most. He used to race one as well in endurance racing, but has this this Type R swapped Civic here in STU. Makes 1 spot up and needs to pick up the 2nd, but this is all battles for podium. The Miata currently has 2nd spot, and that's Filbert.
And so St. Pierre was your race leader in STU before pulling trackside, coming out of the hairpin. got that car back underway, and now he has retaken the lead in the class.
And that's Simon Fellwether in the BMW with the red stripes coming through as well. Overall race leader in Touring 3's fastest car on the racetrack. In fact, the only one to go under 2 minutes, or under, excuse me, 1:40.
All right, and we have a new leader in STL, at least for the moment, and it is a very short-lived moment there as Nick Leveroni gets around Jose Osiris Pena going into the hairpin. Pena, though, with that straight line speed of the CRX, getting back around the 37 machine as they head into the museum corner there, into the corkscrew. And Mike Taylor, Trevor Diagenet continuing to close up just a little bit at a time here as this race is starting to wind down. Real quick, Tom, let me make a call to the grid for our next race group. Attention in the paddock, race group number 6, GT1, GT2, GTX, American Sedan T1 and T2. Please head to the grid. GT1 and 2, GTX, American Sedan T1, T2. Please head to the grid. And Tom, what a move right there from Nick Leveroni, using some slower traffic to just pin the CRX of Osiris Pena back and retake the lead in STL.
It's an incredible run through turn 12 to come up over the crest, and that's the biggest lead that Leveroni's had as well. Let's see if he can pull it out a little bit more in Sector 1, where those long radius corners seem to be doing the Miata some favors in this balance between the two cars. Mike Taylor does seem to be getting stronger and stronger as well, slowly but surely in that Integra. He has closed up quite a bit. In fact, last time across the start-finish line was just a little bit quicker than Leveroni and Pena by a decent margin, to be honest.
Now, all three of these racers are now about a second and a half off of their fastest raced laps. The part of that is, with at least with Osiris Pena and Leveroni, is they're challenging one another through many corners around the course, once again at the hairpin, as well as Osiris Pena not able to pull alongside Leveroni this time through, going into 7.
By the way, if memory serves correctly, that's a 1.6 liter in that in that Honda CRX, spinning close to 10,000 RPMs, and even just in gear ratio differences between these cars, that might be what we're seeing, as Leveroni seems to be stronger on this back straightaway. Look at him pull away just slightly into the braking zone here for turn 11 and 12. Pena seems to be way stronger on power between turns 5 and 7. So that could very much just be down to choices they've made with what sort of differentials and gear ratios they've chosen. That time again, though, through the high-speed section, Mike Taylor is strongest. He pulls up towards Pena a little bit closer. Leveroni pulls away, and they have now just started to work through some of the top runners in Touring 3, starting with that 350Z of Tristan Smith, but still keeping an eye on the Touring 4 battle as well. They're out there duking it behind this STL lead.
Yeah, as Madden Workman is fallen now to Robert Spence, the 59 car, back to the lead in Touring 4. We've had a number of position changes there. And all three of our leading STL machines have made it around Tristan Smith's number 58 Touring 3 Nissan with little challenge. Check in a little bit further back to the pack. I don't think we need to jump over to this, but I've been watching a real nice battle here. I think just came to the line. Robert Garrison in his Mazda RX-7, Lucas Jensen in an NC Mazda Miata, separated. I thought that was them going to turn 1. That certainly wasn't an RX-7, but separated all by about 2 car lengths. And we may check in with that in just a little bit.
Just caught out of the corner of my eye. Peter Federlin is now slow on the back straight and has in fact turned off the racetrack to try to disappear, exiting turn 5. So he's now stopped. Unfortunately, will drop to the back of STU. And Greg, the best battles on the racetrack are still STL and Touring 4, but we have another one brewing. Peter St. Pierre has almost caught your race leader in STU, Zach Hillman. And as I say that, I think they may have swapped positions across the timing and scoring beam the last time through. The Civic driver, despite the mechanical issues with that car, came to a full stop for a long time and was still able to run down the BMW. Here they come onto the front straight, and sure enough, St. Pierre is through. The white Civic leads in STU once again.
That's right, Hillman in the green, the minty green BMW 330, and so there you go. New race leader there in STU. As in Touring 3, Simon Foulweather continues his dominance of the field here. Currently working lap 13, almost 20 plus seconds up on Javier Sanchez, running in second. Ben Sedler in the Global MX-5 Cup, considerably further behind. And we'll check in here in Touring 4 in just a moment, as I think about 6 car lengths separating Robert Spence from Madden Workman now.
Here's the battle for STL on the front straight with a couple of lapped cars involved.
And actually one of them, I think, was the Workman car there coming into that T4 battle right now.
Yeah, possible. It's still Leveroni in the blue and orange MX-5 at the front of that battle. Then the white and neon yellow CRX in second. Mike Taylor has just not been able to crack the code and get any closer, as now he finds himself stuck yet again behind one of our, I think, SMX double dippers, maybe another Touring 4 car, not exactly sure, Greg. That's the 27 of William Snyder, yep, an SMX car in STL. And you just caught the Touring 4 battle working its way through turns 2 and 3.
Yeah, they'll be coming out of turn 3 and into our view right now.
For STL, Pena goes through at turn 5, just caught that a little bit late, but he's able to get ahead, and this is the section of racetrack where that car is strong. Pulls out maybe a 3-car length lead coming into the braking zone for the museum corner. Leveroni, though, is just so much more confident anywhere you need to roll speed. And seems to have a bit of a straight line advantage towards the end of this long run. Barely flat out through the chicane that's coming up next. Pena pulls away slightly at the low speed. And watch Leveroni dig it back towards the end of the back straightaway.
All right, well, time is definitely running out for Nick Leveroni, as the next time Simon Foulweather comes to the start-finish line, he'll see the white flag in the air. So he's working his penultimate lap now, and just a little bit over 2.25 miles remain for the BMW driver. Oh, big long slide through the grass coming out of the final corner. Doing a 720. Somebody give that man a skateboard or something.
Oh, I'm sorry we missed that, but you see the skid marks there. The car did a straight donut down the middle of the front straightaway and was able to resume. One of our Touring, STL cars as well.
Dirk Strasfield in the 122 Mazda MX-5 out of Sealy. Yeah, you see all that in the air. He went straight to the grass. Tom, I think, turned in a little early at the final corner, and just managed to, one, keep it off the Armco driver's right, and then get it onto the track, and more importantly, not come all the way across into the concrete wall. Great save there for the 122 machine, whether he gave up some time or not.
So the white flag is out for Simon Foulweather. He is in Sector 2 right now. He's got the STL leaders not too far behind, and it's looking very much worse for Nick Leveroni. All of a sudden, he's got lapped cars that have slowed his progress. Jose Pena has pulled away now about 15 car lengths. Look at the difference between the CRX and the MX-5 there. And Leveroni still not done getting through on some of these Spec Miatas that are dipped into this category as well. All of a sudden, it's looking up for Pena very late stages in this race.
All right, so Tom, I think Foulweather is a little bit further back than you mentioned. He's actually just now coming into the hairpin. And so also that T4 battle as well as the STL battle, they should get, I think, one more lap here without challenge.
It is good news for Leveroni. Other thing I noticed, that car is very composed on the curbs.
Yeah.
Really has the shock package figured out on that NB.
And I'm watching the T4 battle go now, heading towards the S's over at 9 and 10, and the margin there now. Spence has opened up about a 12 car length gap back to Madden Workman. So going to be very difficult there for the young Mr. Workman to find his way back up to that battle for the lead. And Tom, in STL, for as strong as Mike Taylor was looking mid-race here, it looks like he is now fallen off the pace of both the Miata driver, Leveroni, as well as Pena. And there is Simon Foulweather coming out of the final corner and onto the front straight. The white BMW, second car in the shot as he moves from left to the right to the left and across the stripe. Simon Foulweather out of Birmingham, Alabama. Local boy done good. He's going to take the win in Touring 3. Coming across the line will be Javier Sanchez in his Toyota GR86. Now just came out of the final corner. And there you go as we jump back to the battle for the lead in STL. And it is Osiris Pena, your current leader, as they come down through the SS Pena, your 2024 STL National Champion.
It's not quite done, but this is a big ask. Does Pena keep the back end under control in this big decreasing radius? He doesn't. He slides wide nearly in the grass, and Leveroni goes through. Unbelievable.
Oh, for the second time in this race, the rear end walks around on Jose Osiris Pena and Nick Leveroni on lap number 15. Pardon me, on lap number 16 will take the win. Jose Osiris Pena will finish second. Mike Taylor will bring his Integra home in third with Trevor Desjardins only a 10th back from there. That is your top four in STL. In Touring 3, it was Foulweather and Sanchez. Ben Sedler in his Global MX-5 Cup car will finish in third. Over in Touring 4, I didn't think that Madden Workman would be able to get back up to Robert Spence on the last lap. He was only a 10th of a second back, less than a car length back from Robert Spence when the checkered flag flew. They are 1-2. Leanne Falk will finish in third. Then let's move over to STU, where Peter St. Pierre will take the win. Zach Hillman will finish second. Ray Filbert will finish in third. Oh my, there we go. Great battles there, both in STL and Touring 4, as well as mid-pack in Touring 3. Let's go and make a final call to the grid for our next race group. Attention in the paddock, final call to the grid for race group number 6, GT1 and 2, GTX. Touring 1, Touring 2, and American Sedan, please head to the grid. Race group 6, this is your final call to the grid. All right, Tom, let's hydrate. We need it here. And we'll be back here in just a few moments. More racing action from Barber, a very hot, very humid Barber. And we'll be back in a few moments.
Mazda's been very supportive of racers within the SCCA and all the other grassroots organizations for many, many years. Really, their support for racing and our type of racing is unmatched from any other manufacturer. They've been a great partner for many, many years.
Mazda, hands down, is the best company to work with for sports car racing. Factory support is second to none. It just feels right. You feel connected.
My name's Pat Prevenus. Dave Onischuk, Chicago region.
I'm Tiffany Bingheim, and I'm with Milwaukee region.
My name is Carter Kundinger. I'm a part of the Milwaukee region, and I have been doing this for 3 years.
Since about 88, so 30-some years. I've been doing this for 50 years.
2009 is when I started, so I don't remember a year how long.
What makes you keep coming back?
It is honestly, it's one of those, the cars and the racing are great, but you stay for the people. It's come for the racing, but stay for the people.
Racing and, good people.
Oh, it's not only the racing, but it's the people too. I mean, I can't go away from that. I've met a lot of my very close friends here, and just connections that you make with your fellow workers, even drivers, safety crew, just about anyone is honestly just something that, it just keeps me coming every single year, every single weekend.
Because both my son and my daughter and my brother also flagged. So it's a family thing. Well, there's a lot of excitement. There's a lot of excitement. You know, if you're a race fan, there's no better spot. There's been a lot of great memories, a lot of friends, a lot of racing friends. It's a great group of people. Everybody cares for one another, helps each other out. Those are probably the biggest memories, more than just the racing.
I mean, it's fellow workers, the drivers. It's been amazing. I've met my best friend here, and, you know, my husband. So it's really a family event. I mean, it's great.
I came out here when I was a high school student as a spectator and kind of fell in love with the place. And during my college years, I joined as an SCCA member and started working corners right away, and I've been doing it ever since. This is the best seat in the house.
Welcome back to Barber Motorsports Park. It is the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, and next up, we go from Super Touring light to big heavy, and it is GT1, GT2, GTX, or pony cars and American Stand, as well as the two larger touring car classes, T1 and T2. Let's run down the starting order. Starting on pole today, driving the number 44 GT2 class Porsche 991.2 Cup car, it is Tony Ave. Patrick Paul will start on the outside of the front row. He is our GT1 class pole sitter in a Ford Mustang. Then we got John Atwell in his GT2 Ford Mustang. The number 2 machine will start third. How confusing is that? Jim Lebeco also running in GT2 this weekend. The number 89 Ford Mustang starts fourth. Frank Widmoser, also in a GT2 Ford Mustang starting fifth today. That's the number 22 machine with Lonnie Hochstetler. In a Chevy Camaro, the number 31 GT2 class machine will start sixth. Wes Humphreys will start on the inside of row number 4 in the number 49 Touring 1 BMW AMG GT4 with Tom Patton, Tiger Tom Patton in his Sunbeam Tiger starting in 8th. He drives the number 50 machine. Ian Barberi in the number 74 GT2 BMW M3 will start 9th, and rounding out the top 10, Steven Sowers in his GT2 class Ford Mustang. Then on the inside of row number 6, Robert Kaprowitz in his GT2 class Ford Mustang. That's the number 27 machine with Adam Ramito in GT1 driving his Toyota Camry starting 12th. Bobby Roos in a Chevy Camaro GT2 Chevy Camaro will start 13th in the 189 car with Roger Roos starting in 14th position right alongside. He's in the number 88 GT2 Chevy Camaro. Gary Crook in the Norma M30, our sole GTX racer today, will start 15th with Paul Ruth in a GT2 Chevy Camaro starting 16th. John Brown in another 991 GT3 Cup car will start 17th on the field. That's a GT2 class car, by the way, and that is the number 60 machine. Walter Reed in his GT2 class Ford Mustang starts 18th, starting 19th. In a Ford Mustang Boss 302 is William Bolt. He is your pole sitter in the Touring 1 class. Dana Blackhurst in a Toyota Camry, a GT2 class Camry, will start 20th. Joe Ruppert in the Ford Mustang, GT2 class Ford Mustang, starts 21st, with Jack Stanford, who I met last night on the run over to registration, will start 22nd. As the front of the pack making their way through the final corner onto the front straight, and we had one latecomer to the grid, Tom. who's about a half a track behind. We'll catch up with him later. But green flag is in the air. It's Tony Ave. Right alongside Tony Ave is Patrick Paul, and they go door to door into the first corner and head up the hill. And Ave able to use that pole position to come right across the nose of Paul, come and set himself to the inside to go through the carousel.
And keep in mind that white Mustang with the blue stripes is a GT1 car. I know it looks similar, but the rest of the cars behind are GT2 cars. So Tony Ave is going to want to scamper off into the distance if he can. Big lunge up the inside for the 46 of Steven Sowers on Tom Patton to pick up a spot inside the top 10. Also a great start for Wes Humphries, your leader in Touring 1, the AMG GT4, to stay in the top 10 as well in one of the slower classed cars anyway in this race.
All right, and I'm getting word, Tom, that coming down through the corkscrew, there may be a car off that did not complete the base lap and pulled off the track. We'll see, and that is, we'll see if we can get it on the next camera shot. If not, yeah, and if not, we'll track down the car number. There was also, as I mentioned, another car that was further up track and did not take the green with the rest of the racers. But indeed, here you go. You can see Tony Ave now with opening up a nice advantage over Jim Lebeco, who's in a battle there with John Atwell coming through the S's over at turns 9 and 10. And that is the battle for second in class. Oh.
Little dirt drop on the apex there for one of the cars a little further back, but that white Mustang is Atwell. The yellow is Lebeco. The yellow and black is Frank Widmoser. They spread out quite a bit there in the final two corners. I'm pretty sure, Greg, the car stopped over in turn 9 and 10 is Tim Moser. 170 out of Touring 2. That's a heartbreaker, but it's probably a decent spot to end up. So now it settles in. Patrick Paul is your leader in GT1 overall. In second, Tony Ave is your leader overall in the Porsche. A whole bunch of these cars still trying to get their footing. We talked about it in qualifying, but this is not a lot of racetrack for a whole lot of car. And Greg, the thing that stood out to me is the pace car was through a museum turn, and there were still cars coming off the grid. There's over 40 cars on this racetrack right now across 5 classes. It is very busy out there. The only person it's not busy for is Ave. He's just gone by himself. Atwell has caught Paul.
All right, and so Alan Kozlowski now also, Tom, quite a bit behind the rest of the pack. Just completed his first lap and sitting about, I think about 12 seconds back from the car in 40th place. And we'll see if that car continues to circulate.
That battle for second in GT2 has fizzled quite a bit. They've all spread out in the third sector. Just now watching a couple of them stream through. Sowers, Hostetler, Lebeco has fallen off just a little bit as well, unless that's a transponder issue. Yes, indeed, it's Widmoser, then it's Sowers, then the 31 of Hostetler across the start-finish line. Tom Patton, the 88 of Roger Roos, the first of the late models that's out there. Looks like Jim Lebeco might have had an issue, a mechanical, somewhere on the racetrack. He's just falling down the order like a rock.
Yeah, and we'll see if we can pick up where he ends up. But yeah, I haven't seen him come across the stripe yet, as he's currently showing as having lost 13 positions and continuing. The driver that got the late start, Tom, I believe that is, I'll try and get the number. It looks like is it the 9? You know what? That might be, I'm wondering if that is the Dane Smith car, the 62 Mustang that we saw go dead stick during qualifying. And he's now trying to make his way back through the field and currently running 35th, having made up 8 positions already on the first lap. That car has perhaps the most impossible numbers to read on the side of it.
Just out of the corner of my eye, Greg, Jim Lebeco is on pit lane at the Alliance Autosport tent with the driver's side up on a jack. And that's a heartbreaker for a driver that was on a podium run very, very early in this race. Also still a 25-minute race here. Their long race will be tomorrow. We're already 5 minutes in, or 16 laps. 16 laps.
And John Atwell in the 02 machine Tom, the 02 GT2 Ford Mustang out of Asley, Texas, had just reset fast lap of the session, and I'm starting to show him drop like a rock through the order as well.
Yeah, he's MIA as well as the GT1 leader. I don't see that car on track either for Patrick Paul. And those two were in fairly close quarters. I speculate, were they involved with each other? We can only find out later.
Yeah. And we are showing the local caution now going into turn, what is corner station 8, going into the museum corners there, and or the corkscrew. And we'll see if we can pick up who that might be over there. I think we're having some camera issues at the moment at that portion of the track. Well, there we go. Certainly not there in the shot. And we are going to a full course caution, Tom, as we are trying to get word on where some of these disabled cars may be, but there's enough going on, or maybe on the side of the track, that race control has decided to go to a full course caution as the safety car, the Corvette, stands up and should pick up our leader, Tony Ave, here in just a moment. Ave driving the number 44 Porsche. As I'm looking for where he stands in a very, very hectic field currently.
He's just over there at turn 4, coming up at turn 5.
Yep,
so
there he is.
Most of a lap before the pace car even finds him. But things will be brought down to a cool simmer here for a little bit in the Big Four group. Alec King, by the way, we haven't mentioned Touring 2, did lead the way and has built a 10-second lead prior to this caution period over Rafael Osunsau's Porsche Cayman.
Yeah, and again, Al King in that car, a former ITA driver, and has took a win at perhaps the largest of the South Atlantic, the Southeastern Division regional races last year, taking a win at what was known as the SIC, or the South Atlantic Road Racing Championship in the Invitational. And this is his first outing on the Super Tour and leading the class. Also, Tom, with this full course caution coming out, I think we see Widmoser in the GT2 Ford Mustang. He was directly behind Tony Ave there as they go through the field right now and go through the S's here. So you know, that brings that GT2 battle back into play.
And just based on historical evidence, those TA2 cars are actually pretty durable in these long races. Now, we don't spend as much time turning and as little time cooling the tires as we do here at Barber, so that might shift just a little bit, as they are still a lot of power put through those rear tires, but they're really only about 2,900 pounds. They're not that heavy, and they tend to have a pretty good long-term run. The Porsche a little bit heavier, and we've seen them fall off just slightly, but it's maybe a little bit of an easier car to drive, so that might offset that just a bit and kind of even things out once again. Between Ave and Widmoser, Steven Sowers was racy early on. He got up to third now in the white and blue Mustang.
All right, is the 89 car now of Jim Lebecco, heads back out on track, and unfortunately for Lebecco, he finds himself 3 laps down from our GT2 leader, Tony Ave. All right, so as we're at full course caution, Tom, let's take a break. Thanks to our partners and sponsors. When we come back, more racing action here at Barber. Don't go away.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because Built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance. Priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Did you know SCCA members can save $20 on every track night they sign up for? That's right. Track Night in America, driven by Tire Rack, now hosting 150 events at more than 30 tracks across the country, is the easiest and most affordable way to get you and your friends on track in street cars all year long. Visit tracknightinamerica.com to learn more and get yourself on track.
It's the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from around the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 25 championship classes, production to GTs, prototypes to Formula cars. The Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
Welcome back to Barber Motorsports Park. It is the last round of the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour for 2026. I'm Gregg Ginsberg along with Tom O'Gorman. And Tom and I are just, well, we're gathering some enjoyment watching these racers try to, I don't know, Tom, what? Keep from running into one another on the, behind the safety car here? like the shot we're looking at right now. We see so much directly in front of us here. Up here in the tower. Right now, let's take a look. Our overall leader, Tony Ave, leading the GT2 class. And so we'll take a look there. Frank Widmoser running second in the class, with Steven Sowers running in third. Both all in, well, not all in Ford Mustangs, but both Widmoser and Sowers in Ford Mustangs just off the podium at the moment. Lonnie Hofstetler over in... let me take a look here. Next class around over in GT1. It's Adam Ramito, your leader, over Patrick Paul. Brian Garcia running in third. In Touring 1, Wes Humphreys, your leader in his BMW, not BMW, oh, just that's sacrilege. It's not BMW, it's a Mercedes AMG GT4. And William Bolt second, Richard Grant third. And Alec King continues to lead over in Touring 2 with Rafael Asensio in his Porsche Cayman second and Robert Wellington in third. Here is we're waiting for word as to whether or not we're going to be going back to green. I believe we're going to have at least one more lap on the green. Tom, I believe there's still one more vehicle that needs to be retrieved. So in the meantime, let me make a first call for our next and final race group of the day. How time flies. Attention in the paddock. First call for race group 7. E production, F production, H production, and B-Spec. Please head to the grid. Race group 7. First call to the grid. All right, as we begin now, lap number 8 under full course caution. And so with less than 10 minutes remaining on the clock, I don't think we're going to get those final 9 laps in, Tom. Just a wild guess, and I'm not good with math, as you know, having worked with me for many, many years, but this one I can figure out.
So an update on GT1, we had Patrick Paul leading the way. He was the Mustang that started on the front row, but with the delay, whatever happened, we don't know quite yet if he was involved with another incident or had a separate one on his own, but he's dropped back to second, promoting Adam Ramito up into the top spot in Touring 1. That's the blue and neon green Toyota Camry, basically a GT1 tube frame car, of course, underneath with a big V8. So that car is now up the road by, I'm trying to count the number of cars when they get in front of us. It is
74.
Oh, nope, it's nose to tail. That is nose to tail between those top 2 and GT1.
Yeah.
As Paul got back just in front of some of the other GT2 cars. That's the big gap that we see at turn 5 coming into the camera shot. Ramito should be the first of the 2 cars, and the white Mustang of Patrick Paul will be the second of those 2 cars. So a good race shaping up in GT1. And then, of course, way up the road at the top of the field, the GT2 battle. This will be really interesting to see if Tony Ave can light the wick again and power away in the early stages of the restart. I mean, it's only at 8 minutes now. It'll probably be 6 minutes by the time we go racing again. So there's really no time to wait if you're Frank Widmoser in the yellow Mustang just behind. Steven Sowers, Lonnie Hochstetler also there as well, as we lost 2 of our big contenders in Atwell and Lebeco early on.
That's right. Well, and Lebeco is still out and circulating, Tom.
Right.
When we went to a full course caution, it was interesting. We had already been at full course caution. He rejoined the pack, I think we said 4 laps down, just ahead of Tony Ave, but directly behind the safety car. And we still had a couple of incidents around track, clearly, that they did not want to wave Lebeco around yet. Lebeco had more problems with the car, actually pulled the car into the grass coming out of turn 5. And a number of drivers went by. He is now right in the middle of the field. As we now have the last remaining car, Tom, on the back of a rollback, and we've just received word from race control. We're going to go back to green flag racing next time by. It'll probably be about 6.5 minutes remaining on the clock, maybe a little bit more.
And that car on the rollback was Atwell. Our question is answered. It's a left front puncture. That tire was flat.
Yep.
And unfortunately, that ended the race. There
it goes. Yeah, had to look closely, but there it was. All right, so safety car now should be heading to the pit lane and turning things over now to our race leader, Tony Ave, out of Maiden, North Carolina, in his GT2 class Porsche. And as they come onto the front straight, the green flag is in the air. The 22 machine, and what was that? Was that the 44 right alongside as the green flag came out? The 22 just did not get a good jump at all, Tom.
Yeah, that was Steven Sowers with a heck of a jump at the start. He's gone through to second. We have an issue, mechanical issue for the GTX LMP3 car, Gary Crook. He's moving slowly, but it looks like most of the field was able to get by him on the front straight without issue. Now down for second position into turn 5. A bit of a look for Widmoser, not able to make anything happen there. Very defensive behind for Tom Patton, trying to protect that late model who's come up behind him, the number 88 of Roger Roos. But I think Roos is going to be able to get there. Ramito powering past multiple GT1 cars to take the lead. Sorry, GT2 cars to take the lead in GT1.
Yeah, good move there. And just as we had the 89 machine powering out of turn 5, Adam Ramito looking to cement that GT1 lead now with only 5.5 minutes remaining. And we've got a local caution now, Tom, coming out of the hairpin for the Norma. So the GTX entry of Crook bringing out the local caution. Oddly, he's in the exact same place that he was this morning during qualifying, where they did not go to a local caution at that corner, but that is the corner workers' prerogative there as our leaders now come across the line to start lap number 10.
5 minutes to go. Ave was able to run away, actually sets his fastest lap of the entire race on that restart from a low dig on the front straightaway. That's pretty impressive. Steven Sowers was really quick as well. We're seeing Jim Lebeco in the yellow Mustang on their camera shot here trying to go around Tom Patton. He's 4 laps down, remember, so that's not a big deal. Right. But Patton is going to feel like it's a big deal because it's a GT2 car trying to pass him and getting in his way. That's going to open the door again for the 88 up the inside. The late model puts it down the inside of the Sunbeam Tiger. And again, the outside lane does work better coming out of turn 5 through turn 6. Patton keeps the spot.
There you go. So Patton and that Tiger always has great legs coming out of some of these slower corners. So Bobby Root, Roger Roos in the Camaro out of Birmingham, he's going to have to settle back into 8th once again and maybe try it on the next lap. But you saw there the chance that presented itself to Roos once Lebeco came down the inside of Tiger Tom. Saw a big gaping hole there. Now we are getting word that the next time Tony Ave comes onto the front straight, he'll get the white flag for one remaining lap.
We think it's a checkered flag in his hand. And
Oh, yeah, checkered flag. There you go. And so I heard 1 to go, and indeed, so yeah, and I think that's probably because of the Norma out there. That they didn't want to go to full course caution to get that car removed. So, checkered flag in the air with the first GT2 race win of the weekend. It goes to Tony Ave. Steven Sowers will finish just 2.5 seconds in arrears. Frank Widmoser, he was right there. He was only about 3 feet back from the 46 machine, and Widmoser must be he can be only anything but angry on that restart where he gave up the position to Steven Sowers. Lonnie Hostetler will finish 3rd, or probably finish 4th in GT2. Taking the win in GT1 and turning in the fastest lap of the session on the last lap, Adam Ramito will take the win with Patrick Paul in 2nd. Dane Smith finishing in 3rd. Over in T2, Alec King takes the win over Rafael Asuncao with Robert Wellington 3rd, Russell King finishing in 4th. And finally in T1, Wes Humphreys with the win over William Bolt, and then Richard Grant finishing in 3rd. And Tom, it sounds like we've got one other car on the last lap here. There he is. Yep, coming right out of turn 1.
I think the early checkered caught a couple of people out. There were passes happening in turn 1, and I think that car might have been a part of a little bit of a miscommunication. But big gains for Adam Ramito there. I wanted to point that out. He did take the win in GT1 there, but resetting that fast lap of the race puts him on overall pole tomorrow, as long as he clears tech, of course. So that means that car will be not in a hole yesterday, or as it was today, when it comes to tomorrow. He started 12th today. The other big gain, Sowers for 2nd in GT2. He came from 10th on the grid. That was such a good race for that driver in the Mustang.
Yeah, I did not expect him to be where he was on that restart. And again, a great restart there. All right, so that's going to wrap things up for race number 6. We got one more to go. Let's ring the funky chimes. Attention in the paddock, final call for race group 7. Small bore, E production, F production, H production, and B-Spec. Please head to the grid. Race group number 7. E production, F production, H production, and B-Spec is your final call to the grid. All right, Tom, let's take a break. We'll be back. Stay with us.
My customer experience with Mazda has been absolutely fantastic.
I'm probably not the richest person out here, and they're extremely reasonably priced, and you can buy parts easily, and it's a class that fits both what I want from a racing standpoint and what I can afford.
We got into Mazdas largely just because it's a fantastic platform, and Mazda Motorsports has some of the best support for the grassroots racer in parts and technical advice and everything else, so they make it easy for us to run these cars.
Oh my gosh. Let's try this again. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to Barber Motorsports Park and the final race of the day here at the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Gregg Ginsberg along with Tom O'Gorman, and it is small bore production and B-Spec on track now for their 25-minute sprint race. They'll be back tomorrow for both qualifying and their 35-minute feature race. Let's run down the starting order. Starting on pole today, driving the number 145 F Production Mazda Miata is Stephen Powers. Starting alongside him is H Production national champion, defending national champion, driving the number 8 Triumph Spitfire, Steve Sargis. Don Tucker will start on the inside of row number 2 in the number 9 Mazda Miata. He's your pole sitter in the class, while Ken Kennard will start 4th in the number 51 F Production Mazda Miata. Mason Workman will start 5th. He's in the number 52 F Production Mazda Miata, with Mark Weber in his E Production Mazda Miata starting 6th. Then let's move over to this very large B-Spec field where Gail Corley will be on pole with the number 59 Mazda 2. Rice Robinson, also in a Mazda 2, will start on the outside of that front row. Chris Taylor in his Nissan Versa will start 3rd. That's the number 151 car. Miles Gertz in a Honda Fit will start 4th. Then we got Josh Schmidt. He's in his Chevy Sonic. The number 119 machine starts 5th, with Eric Yeagle starting 6th. He's in the number 46 car. And he is your defending national champion. Derek Ambrose in the number 62 Mazda 2 will start 7th. John Robinson, the 3rd, will start 8th in his Mazda 2. Then we got Kent Carter in his Mazda 2, the number 91 car, with Chris Capaldi in his Mini Cooper starting in 10th. Peter Zeckert will start 11th, and Peter is going to start right alongside Stuart Black in the number 40 Chevy Sonic. Then we've got Mark Goodman, and Mark is in a Mazda 2. He'll start lucky 13th on the field. Michael Wagner will start 14th in a Mazda 2, and then rounding out the field, starting in 19th position, driving his Toyota Yaris, will be Joseph Gersh. As our pace car now heading to the pit lane, turning the field over to Stephen Powers and Steve Sargis. They'll be coming onto the front row here momentarily. Second pace car quite a bit further back with our B-Spark drivers. Yeah, sure. Oh my. And here we go. Starter looks over the field, and green flag is in the air, and it is a race to the turn 1 between the 2 F Production Mazda Miatas here, actually E Production, the Don Tucker, and with Ken Kennard, as they both can out-torque Steve Sargis' Spitfire going into turn 1 and up the hill. And Sargis battling back as he comes through the carousel, gets around both of those Mazda Miatas. Then as Mason Workman watches that battle go on, and they go under braking now down into the hairpin into Charlotte's Web over at turn 5. Now our B-Spec racers will come onto the front straight, and Gail Corley leads the field with green flag in the air, and Corley right down the center of the track, but Chris Taylor in the Versa down the inside. And oh, lots of smoke in the air, and running wide is the second place starter there, Rice Robinson, and he's going to lose a couple positions, Tom, as they come up and over the hill and through the carousel. Actually, just losing one. Good save there for him.
That was a good save. Typically, that outside lane is the preferred one for the starts here. You can carry more momentum, but it doesn't work if you get knocked off the racetrack. Here comes the number 4 up the inside, the Honda Fit of Miles Gertz, trying to pick up a spot as well. Puts Robinson still on the back foot around the outside, but those Mazda 2s tend to dig really well out of these slower corners. Chris Taylor, by the way, went to the lead in the Nissan Versa. Yes, you heard that right. Nissan Versa with some new BOP updates, competitive once again here in B-Spec, and it looks like it was mostly just motor at the start of this race. Now he's going to lead the field through the museum turn for the first time, but he's still got Gale Corley, Rice Robinson, and Miles Gertz and the rest all over the back of him. In fact, now, as we say that, Derek Ambrose, who has had a rabbit start, he's picked up 4th spot down the inside of the museum turn on Miles Gertz.
Well, and I think this is the 6th session that Derek's raced in that car so far today. I think we saw him earlier today in the touring classes, and I think one other field as well. All right, let's bring in and bring back to the mic Dorian Davis. Joined us here this morning, and right out of the Alabama region. Got a lot of local knowledge of the track and B-Spec as well. Welcome back, Dorian.
Thank you. Thank you. Always glad to be here as we have a little bit of an incident over there in turn 13. We've got Chevy Sonic off driver's left. Continuing, that Stuart Black in the number 40 Chevy Sonic seems to have continued with a little bit of debris off track. We'll see if he ends up having to pit or not.
And as our B-Spec racers complete their first lap, Chris Taylor still in the lead with Gale Corley, Rice Robinson, Derek Ambrose, Miles Gertz, Josh Schmidt. They're the top 6, and Eric Yeagle, who's our defending national champion in the Honda Fit. Again, the first race back for that chassis after a pretty substantial hit early on in the VIR Super Tour round. Here currently running now in, what is this, in 7th position, right behind Schmidt.
Oh, big lunge for Rice Robinson down the inside of Gale Corley back at turn 5, all the way to the curb. Corley is not going to give him an inch, runs the outside, and it looks like we'll get a really strong run. Corley, with the extra distance, is he going to get a run on Chris Taylor?
That's what I was thinking, Dorian. You know, it was just the way Chris Taylor scripted their run down into turn 5. But even with that challenge there coming out of the hairpin, Taylor losing a lot of ground going up the hill. That car just doesn't look like it has any kind of power off the line.
And that's one of the drawbacks that you can run into with some of the B-Spec cars, is that they're not pushing a lot of torque. You know, they don't have a lot of horsepower, so it really falls, the impetus falls onto the driver to find those opportunities to squeeze that throttle a little bit earlier than the next guy.
A great point. You really have to be careful with when you pick and choose to make an attack like that. Rice Robinson, anytime you make a move like that he's the example, is you run the risk of getting put just out of the rev range, just a little overslowed for the corner, and all of a sudden you've got a freight train behind you. He got away with it that time. He's had 2 good saves really in this race after that turn 1 off as well. And I have to wonder if maybe he's got some maturity showing for Derek Ambrose behind, just maybe not pouncing quite yet. Ambrose now kind of a cork in the bottle for the 4 of Miles Gertz. That fit a bit stronger in the 3rd sector. Despite all of that, with some side-by-side action and some battling, Chris Taylor has gotten away by a couple car lengths, and they've brought Josh Schmidt and Eric Yeagle back into the fray. You might as well say they've brought Kent Carter, Chris Capaldi, and John Robinson with them as well. Look how
I was
many
going to say
of them
about 3/4 of the field now right there with them.
That's one of the beautiful things about the B-Spec class, is just how close some of the racing can get.
And I would say somebody you ought to know, and certainly ought to know about B-Spec, Steve Introne, former national champion in the class, and he says the Versa has some power. And, that's what we've heard, is it has definitely been helped by some of the recent changes in balance of performance, as Chris Taylor now opening up. Tom, how do you do this in B-Spec, as he now has about a 20 car length advantage?
Yeah, you do it by going side, everyone else going side by side. Somehow in the scrum of turn 5, it's Derek Ambrose has gone to 2nd position. Oh, big push at the apex of the museum turn, though, is going to open the door back up for Gale Corley. Those 2 had broken away slightly, but going side by side like this is almost certainly going to bring the rest of those 10 or so cars back into the fight. And I think Gale Corley knew that. He did not go for the pass. Pushes Derek Ambrose, a big bump draft between those 2 Mazda 2s coming through the chicane.
All right, as I check in through to our production car classes, Tom, Steve Sargis, Stephen Powers having a great little fight here. We're looking at probably, oh my gosh, about a full 1,000 cc's difference in displacement between the 2 cars. Probably around close to 1,000 pounds difference in weight between the 2 cars. And there he is, Sargis, just hanging in the draft of that Miata all the way around the track. And Sargis, I have to go check the exact number. I think it's either 9 or 10 national championships to his name And there you go, Tom, who's got everything memorized, 10. Oh, he's looking at it right. He's got it right in front of him. Thank you. Thank you.
But it's sweet to watch him take that experience and use it in his favor, even when his car is the only one in its class, and he's kind of taking that experience with cars of that ilk and using it to his advantage. I love to see that. As we have an off to the right side of the front straight here, the driver of the 145, Stephen Powers, is able to recover and keep things on the track in the right direction.
Well, that tells you he's pushing, right? He's running away, basically no challenge in his class, but still wants to push the car hard. This is the last time some of these drivers will be on track before the runoffs in a couple of weeks' time, so this is certainly critical track time. No changes in B-Spec yet as we cut back to those pictures. And then you mentioned still leading.
As Ambrose shortcuts the museum turn there, goes through the grass, comes right across the nose of Gail Corley, pardon me, and thought for a moment he was going to cut right through the nose of Gail Corley. That moves Rice Robinson now sitting into second position.
Shooting a little wide there at turn 9 is really easy to do. Instructors will kind of get the drivers to use the right-hand side curb of turn 8 and then a whole lot of that left-hand side curb on turn 9. But if you get that wrong, especially on that entry, if you brake too late or any wrong move there, you can really unsettle the car and put yourself in a bad position.
Well, there he was, all 4 wheels in the grass before he got to the last apex there. And so that will drop him now down into 4th position in that white Mazda 2.
Coming up onto the front straight with 16.5 minutes to go, Rice Robinson, with some clear air and no challenges, has closed the gap up to Chris Taylor in a massive way. I would say he's basically there.
And not only, if we watch the lineup here, Derek Ambrose no longer in 4th position. He is now fallen even further back, had some problems coming out of the final corner, and Ambrose now finds himself in 8th position. So going from 2nd back to 8th in the span of 2 laps.
You can see the strength of the Versa coming out of that corner, pulled out about 2 car lengths, and it's almost 4 by the time they get to the braking zone here. A lot of this B-Spec stuff, you're talking power, but it's actually gear ratios. When do you have to shift? When do you have to lift? As once again, the Mazda 2 is so good off this corner until it has to shift. It looked like it was a giant run for Rice Robinson. All of a sudden, the clutch goes in, he picks a new gear, and the run is gone. Chris Taylor has no threat to at least this lap coming into the museum turn.
Yeah, but it's amazing to see Tom Dorian as soon as the back of the front of the field here stopped fighting. Let's see if I can get words out right now. They were right back up to Chris Taylor, and big challenge there as they're now right into the draft with a little bit of a gap now back between Miles Gertz and that's not Josh Schmidt sitting in 4, is it?
It is, yeah.
Schmidt?
He's been slowly working his way forward. The dark maroon Chevy Sonic running 5th.
Well, I was actually looking at the number 4 car, Miles Gertz there. Yeah, indeed, who's just ahead of Josh Schmidt.
And as our drivers come down through turn 14, we're getting a good angle of the crest of the hill there at turn 13, where Stuart Black unfortunately went off driver's left. And that section of the track can be very tricky because you are really lightening the weight and unspringing the suspension on the car. So your inputs have to be very precise in that section of the track.
Little peek to the inside for the 35 of Robinson the third on Derek Ambrose. Here they're going to come side by side into our camera shot. The light blue Mazda 2 slips through. And man, this race looked like it was really one of Derek Ambrose's not Derek Ambrose's to win, of course, but he was looking his way for a while, and all of a sudden he finds himself barely hanging on to a top 10 in the class. Eric Yeagle also just snuck through on Josh Schmidt for 5th and 6th. So put it Nissan, Mazda, Honda, Chevy in the top 6. And Yeagle is pulling away a little bit. Can he join this top 4?
And we've got the B-Spec class moving nose to tail down into the museum, heading through the kink, heading towards the kink now.
This is always one of the interesting moments of this race group. B-Spec and production have been sharing this race group all season long. And not too far behind this group, you'll see our overall race leader, Steve Sargis, and your F-Production race leader, Steven Powers. There they are in the camera shot coming through. It's going to be a very difficult order for them to get through this B-Spec traffic without interrupting anything. It's completely acceptable to interrupt everything. The B-Spec cars don't have to get out of the way either, but it's always kind of oil and water when the prod cars come through.
Absolutely, and that's one of the beautiful things of multi-class racing, as unfortunately we have a beached MX-5 off in Charlotte's Web, our turn 6 hairpin. Oof. That car looks to be buried just deep enough. The 9 of Don Tucker seemingly stuck in the gravel as we go full course yellow all the way around the track. And when we throw that full course yellow, we're going to neutralize the race, ask all of our drivers to stop passing as we bring the safety cars out and get that car from its disabled position back out off the track.
All right, so the safety car now standing up and starting to deploy from turn 1, and they'll pick up Steve Sargis on likely on the next lap. Sargis now right behind that huge B-Spec lineup heading into turn 5.
Well, the good news is the pace car will pick up Sargis, so he will not interrupt any of that battle for what's the top 9, but the heartbreaker is for 10th on back. Starting with Chris Capaldi in the Ford Fiesta.
Going to be essentially a lap down.
Exactly. They're going to lose a whole lot of time because of the way this has worked out.
Well, that is a shame, as the safety car for the moment has now picked up as our emergency services teams are responding as well. We've actually picked up the number 5 B-Spec racer of Mark Goodman, currently running, where is he running? 13th in class.
And while we have a little bit of non-race time, I'd like to talk a bit about the B-Specs as a platform. You know, looking at the cars, they may seem to be just a regular unassuming hatchback, but it will really astonish you the sort of performance you can get out of a car like this with the right setup, and really when you take a lot of the weight out of the car. That's where the car starts to really perform the way that you would expect a sports car or a race car to perform.
All right, well, since we're a little bit past halfway, why don't we take our final break of the day, and when we come back, we'll be ready to take you to the checkered flag here at Barber Motorsports Park. It's a 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Don't go away.
Performance driver education coverage through Haggerty. We'll get you a policy for track days, time trials, and more in less time than it took you to apply that sunscreen. Haggerty, let's drive together.
Shopping for tires used to really ruffle my feathers. That was before I went to TireRack.com. TireRack made it easy to identify the right tires. No more searching high and low, I got the best deal. TireRack has thousands of recommended installers. I chose a mobile installer. They brought the tires to my neck of the woods and put them on, right here in my driveway.
You're all done.
Thank you. When it's time for new tires, trust the experts. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Welcome back to Barber Motorsports Park, the final race of the day here at the first day of the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the inaugural Super Tour at Barber. We are under full course caution for the moment, and I suspect this will likely be the last lap under caution, depending on what race control wants to do with the lead of our B-Spec field, who have just now been waved by the safety cars. The safety cars finally picked up our race leader, Steve Sargis. And so we'll see what's going to happen here, Tom. But we may possibly have one more lap under the safety car, as we've got about 8 minutes remaining on the clock. While we've got a little bit of time, wanted to mention a great YouTube channel that I'd love for y'all to check out. It is Amateur Racer, and if you go to youtube.com/amateur.racertv, you'll be able to see all the documentary footage that they have been recording and putting some great episodes together. They've been following the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour most of the season, that channel, a lot of effort put in by Jean Claudio Angelini, a Spec Racer Ford racer, also Cliff White, who was here racing this weekend, and strongly suggest you check it out. And if you do, they're currently at just less than 1,000 subscribers. But if you are the 1,000th subscriber to amateur.racertv, to the Amateur Racer YouTube channel, you will win a free t-shirt, not from me, but from them. So make sure to go check them out. You can just search also Amateur Racer, and it should be the first search result on YouTube. So Tom, this is getting even more interesting now, as the front of our B-Spec field has caught the back of the B-Spec field, and also Mason Workman, as the safety car now has been told to extinguish the lights, and we are going to go back to green flag this next time by, as our B-Spec leaders are coming through the carousel through turns 1 and 2. They're going to need to watch those flag stands and also their flagtronics units for when we go back to green flag racing.
Oh no, miscommunication. One of them is already starting to make passes. That's going to be a nightmare in tech and race control afterwards for Kent Carter. But either way, on the front straight, we will be getting a green. Oh, they're all starting to blow it a little bit here, Greg. I hate to say, but they are just gone. Bad choices there. But on the front straight, we should be getting a green flag.
Well, and I think what's happening here, Tom, is I'm watching our flagtronic system. The full course caution flags had been dropped, and if they're going by what they see on the flagtronics, they're going. And you saw Chris Taylor. Chris Taylor stayed right alongside that lapped car, or not quite lapped car, I think, for quite a while on the run down to turn 7, and then just got back on the throttle. And most of them have made their way past now Mason Workman and that slower car as they head on up the hill.
Doesn't seem to have affected anybody other than Kent Carter, who was the first to pull the pin. So he did pick up like 4 spots or so. We'll get a number on it when he comes by. Stephen Powers had a huge start and is back to the overall race lead in front of Steve Sargis, and they've drawn up the road by quite a bit from the rest of that pack in the restart. Wondered if it might bring Ken Kennard a little closer in that orange Miata, as he now knifes to the inside up this straightaway. But unfortunately, it looks like Stephen Powers got just enough of a buffer to drive off into the distance. Now B-Spec gets the green flag at the start-finish line. Of course, they could have started racing when they got the green back at turn 7 or so. And it is it is Chris Taylor, Gail Corley, Rice Robinson, Kent Carter, Miles Gertz in your top 5. Josh Schmidt, Eric Yeagle, 6th and 7th. John Robinson, Derek Ambrose, and Peter Zeckert rounding out the top 10.
Yeah, indeed. And as you mentioned, Carter, who was in 9th position at the start of the prior lap, in 4th as they came by. We'll let the stewards figure that out. As I watched our flagtronic system, the state for all the corners cleared. Wasn't showing green, wasn't showing a state at all, and I think possibly the racers may have misread that communication.
Yeah, totally. So a lot of times what we'll do, as the safety car turns its lights off, we'll pull all of our full course yellows on flagtronics, and that just lets the drivers know, hey, this is the last lap, safety car will be pitting. But it seems like a few of our drivers were a little bit antsy there and maybe started racing when they saw the yellow go away instead of waiting for the green to show. And now I love to see drivers paying attention to their in-car units. However, you got to be able to interpret those signs a little more closely.
Oh, new change for the lead in B-Spec. Gail Corley has gone through on Chris Taylor. The Mazda 2 now leads the race for the very first time since the drop of the green flag, and it's at the perfect time, 3.5 minutes to go.
We'll be coming up to our white flag lap here shortly. Our drivers will be looking to make those last few moves or to unsettle the driver in front of them and maybe be able to make a pass here to finish the race off strong.
Yeah, as we track where Steve Sargis is with his H Production Spitfire, because that would determine when we get the white flag here as our leaders in B-Spec come across the stripe with Gail Corley now with about a car length advantage over Chris Taylor. And Tom, I guess as we've seen, the advantage, at least initially, for that for the Nissan Versa is some of the gearing coming out of the hairpin where the racers are going to be coming up to now, and we'll see if that's something that Chris Taylor can take advantage of. He gets a nice draft heading down the hill under braking in the 5. He's going to try to pop to the inside on the Mazda 2, and Corley, great job covering off the 151 car as they come up the hill, and Corley opening up the advantage. And I think Taylor got a little caught out there under the brakes. Didn't expect Corley maybe to move as far over and protect the inside as he did.
Yeah, and that run around the outside opened Corley's lead to about 5 car lengths. I also noticed at the restart last lap, Eric Yeagle was trying to get through on Josh Schmidt. That attempt failed, and unfortunately he slipped way back from that top 6. There's the red Honda Fit coming through the corkscrew, and now basically has yet to race, or has only left to race with John Robinson and Derek Ambrose now as they work their way down the back straightaway. Chris Taylor seems to be on the back foot now. Rice Robinson all over the back of the Nissan Versa.
All right, so we have just received word from race control. Next time that Steve Sargis comes onto the front straight, he'll see the white flag, so he is working his penultimate lap here.
I am loving the nose-to-tail racing we're seeing from beginning to the end of this race. These cars are evenly matched, and that's a testament to the balanced performance being done by the stewards and clerks of the course here at SCCA. Huge shout out to them for keeping these cars matched, even though they were never intended from the factory to race together. It's fantastic to watch them do so closely, and another testament to our drivers' talent.
Yeah, I was looking a little bit further back in the field. Tom Peter Zeckert and Joseph Gersh, as well as I think it was Stuart Black as well. They were 3 wide going into the hairpin here with 2 laps to go, and that was the battle for 10th position in class.
That's good stuff. I'm also keeping an eye on Miles Gertz. Right behind him, actually, we have a battle side by side between Schmidt and a really beautiful over-under forming here for Carter in the purple Mazda 2. Does he get it done? Yes, gets a big run up the inside of the Chevy Sonic.
Absolutely. That was a very nice move. And they are still drag racing as they make their way under the bridge past Georgina, neck and neck into turn 8.
All right, as Steve Sargis has taken the white flag, he's just he's not that far behind this B-Spec battle as he comes in the Charlotte's Web into the hairpin at 5. Don't know if he's going to get up to that battle before the B-Spec racers start one more lap, but the chance is there. As now Gail Corley has opened up perhaps the largest B-Spec lead of the day, about 15 car lengths now over Chris Taylor, who I think is resigned to just try to hold off Rice Robinson and Miles Gertz here with a lap and a half to go.
Yeah, it was a half second at the start-finish line last time. They're in Sector 3 and still have a whole lap to go. But things are looking pretty good for Gail Corley right now. I mentioned Miles Gertz. He's been the fastest car in B-Spec for the last 2 laps in that Honda Fit. Josh Schmidt actually just reset the fastest lap of the last couple in his Chevy Sonic. So maybe some late-stage speed here in B-Spec for the Fit and the Sonic, which bodes well for tomorrow's race, which is 10 minutes longer. Maybe a little too late today.
All right, and Chris Taylor, though, pulling right up to the back of Gertz as they came into turn 1. So a little bit tighter there. We'll catch them as they come up the hill. But first, Steve Sargis, H Production winner, overall race winner here at the Super Tour on Saturday. Congratulations to him. He's our sole H production racer, but quite uncommon that you see an H prod car take the overall win. Congratulations to him. And now coming out of the hairpin, the battle for the lead in B-Spec, as Chris Taylor had a bit of overlap on Gale Corley. Corley, though, with a great run, is able to stretch that out to maybe half a car length. Chris Taylor now, is he going to take a look to the inside? Not quite close enough. He's got to worry about Rice Robinson behind now as they go into the museum corner here and come out.
Well, Robinson was in there deep as well. Sometimes those curbs can upset the ABS in the car and give you a whole bunch of pushback, and all of a sudden you're carrying way too much speed. I think that might have happened just a little bit to the pink Mazda in third. He's now left breathing room and actually might be opening the door for Miles Gertz, who is just thinking about it coming into 12. No, backs out of it.
Absolutely, and we'll see a lot of drivers try to turn 8 and 9 into a passing part of the track, and it can be done. However, it has to be executed with precision.
All right, now as they've got just one more corner sequence to go here, coming down the hill and around the corner on to the front straight here. It is Gale Corley. He's got 5 car lengths now on Chris Taylor. And Rice Robinson takes a look to the outside of Chris Taylor. And Gertz with a great run. It's going to be Gale Corley with the win. Chris Taylor second. Miles Gertz gets past Rice Robinson. Robinson looked to the outside on Taylor. There was nowhere to go. And then we had Miles Gertz with the run. He beats Rice Robinson to the line, and only by, how much was it? 37 thousandths of a second. So Rice Robinson will finish 4th. Josh Schmidt will finish 5th. Kent Carter, Eric Yeagle, John Robinson the 3rd, Derek Ambrose, and then Peter Zeckert will round out your top 10. Over in F production, Stephen Powers is your winner by 2 seconds over Ken Kennard. Mason Workman will finish in 3rd. And then finally in E production, Mark Webber will take the win over Don Tucker.
And how about that finish from Miles Gertz, really showing us how much those little itty-bitty moments of momentum and throttle can really change the outcome of a race.
All right, so that's going to wrap us up for our first day of coverage here from the Hoosier Super Tour at Barber Motorsports Park. But rest assured, we've got a lot of action for you tomorrow morning. Starting at 8 a.m. Central Time, we're going to kick things off with qualifying for each of our 7 race groups. And then right around 10:20 or so tomorrow morning, again, Central Time, we're going to go racing. 7 races, 3 feature races, 4 sprint races for you here on the SCCA YouTube channel. So for Tom O'Gorman, for Brendan Kaczmarek, for Dorian Davis, and of course our producer and director supreme, that is, of course, Zach Johnson. Thank you so much, Zach. I'm Gregg Ginsberg, and we'll see you tomorrow morning.